they're both qualified. It doesn't matter. But at the end of the day, yes, it does matter because those points are massive, and it makes your life. It makes your life so much easier. That's the difference of what top 8 and top 4 at the major or something like that to qualify for TI, which is huge. So we'll see how it goes. We'll come into the draft of the first game right now. Azure Red Piggy Killer. We have seen this Timbersaw in the Western Europe region by 9 a lot. I like this hero. I've enjoyed watching this hero. And a first pick, man, that is not the hero we're seeing first phase that often.
Not in China. In Europe, it is relatively popular. Maybe they're thinking about getting Storm Spirit straight away. If they wanted it, maybe they would have picked it. By having some like sustain coming out from Pugna, there's a lot of these combos that you can do with Pugna. He provides you with so much sustain. He gets like a Glimmer Cape, 300, like gives you Invis, 300 Barrier, Magic 1, and also I just love Storm Spirit. I feel like you can get away with it. Yeah, this has been relatively popular. Like some teams in Europe are opening with it. Last time I saw it was OG, who played it once, maybe even 2 times. Bigger Killer, I'm down for some puck right now. I don't mind them opening up with 2 calls. Ban it out instantly, because with Silencer you can break the combo. You always have something against this Storm Spirit. When he comes in, you can stop Pugna from using the life drain. So I think you also need some kind of a cheap stun coming up from a mid lane. There are these like spirit heroes. Most of them lose to Storm Spirit because he's just a better bro. He's the older brother, has more wisdom.
The wisdom is there, and I think this puck ban, you know, that's excellent. One of his best heroes, probably his signature hero when I think about him as a player. So I definitely don't hate the ban there. And then of course the anti-mage getting out of the way. You don't want to have the Storm Spirit be blown up and potentially looking, I would have said a Medusa if it weren't banned, but anti-mage, it feels like one of those cores that in China at least has been like sneaking in. And
it's against these 2 heroes. Have like massive mana pool. You don't have enough lockdown to kill him. So if somehow they forgot about anti-mage, Biggie Killer would take it, and their chances of winning the game would increase by like 500%.
Banning the ball.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't mind the Bloodseeker ban. Maybe that's hinting at a potential Pangolier coming into the mix. Pango has been a very popular pick mid.
I'm down for some Queen of Pain ban on Azure Ray. Okay, so if the hero's still in the pool, imagine if there was puck available, like you have only lockdown would be Storm Spirit, because you don't care too much about the Spirit Breaker charge. I still feel Queen of Pain could work out. You know the matchup already. There are other heroes in the pool that can do well against Storm Spirit in this mid lane. China's classic Dragon Knight might be slightly slow. I think you want to push this Timbersaw into the off lane, considering with everything that is some of these heroes that like we see banned out, there's no Monkey King, so they're protecting their Timber. This is also another option, a hero that does okay against Storm Spirit. This is like 55-45 matchup, because again, you are a ranged hero. You use these remnants. Sometimes matchup as a melee hero could be a little tough.
Bloodseeker could have been a ban for that Void Spirit too, right? Because the steps don't.
It's too strong of a hero. It's been picked up in Europe in the first phase. Good against Timbersaw. Builds into Maelstrom, like this heavy magical damage coming out from him. Later, you get shard. So, like Rupture, of course, makes him stop. What is that? Yeah, I'm like just looking at that. Like, yeah, some wild pictures. 18 plus.
Yeah, I'm watching these and I'm just like, okay. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, Azure Ray looked tired. They're Omnis and FY are all both like yawning and rubbing their face. Like, you know that feeling. 7 a.m. The alarm goes off. You've got high school in the morning. Then time for the bus. I don't want to get up. I don't want to do anything. And then you finally get to school and you're at your desk.
My
and you're just
tummy
like,
hurts. Then make up like some shitty
5
excuse to
seconds
not go
remaining.
to the school because it's way too early. But,
Yeah,
not a Wind Ranger again. Why? Stop, please. It's dead already.
Fine, you don't have to school. You don't have to go to school. You don't have to pick Wind Ranger. It's fine. Yeah, this hero has what, a 25% win rate in.
They're the type of players that skip the school. They stay at home so they can play Wind Ranger.
Oh gosh, what are you doing with your life? When you skip school, you gotta, you're watching The Price is Right at 11 a.m. for all you
Radiant team
American
back.
folk watching. Let's make a deal at 10 a.m. I don't know if you had that over where you are.
Wow, they banned Troll. So what do they want to pick? Maybe do they want to go something like Phantom Lancer? That's the first hero that comes to my mind. It has to be illusion-based
10 seconds
carry.
remaining.
Maybe something like, I don't know, Naga Siren could
5
be a hero that they're
seconds
looking
remaining.
for. Either that or Phantom Lancer. Azure banned Faithless Void, which is a good ban. It would give them even more control against this Pugna Storm. Azure heavily, I would say, outdrafting, right? Maybe I'm just too biased against Wind Ranger. Piggy Killers, they do still have some flexibility with this Void Spirit going to the safe lane, going to the mid lane. But my question is, where's Wind Ranger gonna go? It could be like mid Void Spirit, safe lane Wind Ranger, and the last hero that they're looking for is position 4. Decent amount of flexibility yet. Still, they need to show where the heroes are gonna go, but not sure if I like this combination of the heroes. Big fan of Void Spirit. I've been praising this hero ever since the introduction of Universal Heroes. Feels really nice to play, either from the mid role or from the carry role.
Radiant
But
team
Wind
back.
Ranger kind of ruined it for me.
Yeah, I don't really like this Wind Ranger, and I just have not. I think me and you have not seen a Wind Ranger win yet.
It's just a Ranger. No wins yet under the belt.
Yeah, you're just a Ranger. I'm sorry.
10 seconds remaining.
They banned Slark?
5 seconds remaining.
Not a
That's
lot of
Ursa.
lockdown here for Piggy Killer, right? Like Aether Remnant Shackle Shot.
Benjamin, you didn't wake up properly yet. It's time to go to school. Time to go to work.
Where am I going to school?
It's Ursa. It's not Slark.
No, I'm saying, would they ban Slark on Azure Ray?
I'm fans for some of these illusion heroes that I mentioned, either PL or Naga. They're still Azure Ray still has last pick, so let's see what they decide to go for. Because the pattern that I see,
lockdown.
both are Battle Fury carriers, but then again, if you pick illusion, Azure Ray can just Sven. I feel like Sven is super strong
10
here
seconds
because of the
remaining.
combo that you have. You have a hero that runs in, shows
5
you where they
seconds
are.
remaining.
That's Spirit Breaker plus Storm Spirit. You also have like strong combo with Darkseer Vacuum. I'm really down for some Sven. Doesn't even matter like what they pick outside of Piggy Killer. I feel like Sven could be really, really good. Not the best matchup against like Void Spirit. Wind Ranger, there's also Global, but he's also a BKB buyer, so he can lock onto the target and just like
Radiant
dismantle
team
it
pick.
instantly.
I mean, I'm always a big fan of vacuum into Stormhammer cleave damage with God Strength. You don't have to ask me twice. Morphling? Oh God, no, no.
It is.
no,
It is
10
happening.
seconds remaining.
Oh no, it's the fly Morphling. Click
seconds
clockwork.
remaining.
Go for it. I don't care. You'll be fine. Just throw a rocket flare. Oh, he full shifts into Agi. Oh gosh. I like Fly, though. As much as I give him a bunch of malarkey, I do enjoy watching him play. It'll be interesting to see him here on the Morphling, though. Where's this Wind Ranger going? 4?
Looks like 4 right now. Yeah.
Have we really seen that much? I feel like Wind Ranger's been mostly a core.
We've seen, let's say, even a couple of games from FY. Yeah, he played two matches of Wind Ranger. All dubs.
You may now select your
Okay, they are
heroes.
the ones that go for Naga Siren. In terms of, because I would say if it was core Wind Ranger, they wouldn't go for illusion-based hero because you find the right one, even if you like pop Mantis style or Focus Fire still keeps on going. they're not gonna have enough damage to kill Timbersaw early on. So he should be, I would say, relatively fine unless they bring like Storm Darkseer. It's a lot of magical damage, maybe charged with Spirit Breaker. But I'd say the Piggy killers kind of try to salvage their draft with this last big Morphling. Not sure if it's going to be enough tempo that Azure Ray can put onto them. It's a lot. And also, I guess one of the reasons why they went with Naga Siren is because you have way to disengage, just kind of counter this global silence type of a play that Piggy Killer wants to do. Because you're a Manta style buyer. This is the first item that you buy on Naga Siren, can easily pop it, Song of the Siren, then global silence is nullified.
Okay. So I just feel like both these teams, maybe Azure Ray more than anything, kind of lack a little bit of lockdown. They've got Vortex, they have the net. Like, is that enough here against like a hero like Timbersaw? Like, if there's not enough lockdown, just kind of finds it somewhere I get to where I want. I guess we'll figure it out. The matchups are going to be nice. I like both drafts. Truthfully, I'm kind of excited for this game. Like, there hasn't been many games where I'm like, okay, we come into the draft 50-50. So many drafts I feel like we're seeing it just teams have been out drafted right at the get-go, but I don't know. I don't know if you agree with me on this one, but it feels pretty like 50-50, 55-45.
I'd say Piggy Killer draft is much more difficult to execute compared to what Azure Ray have in the game. Because they can, like, they might not have this early damage to go through Morphlings and Timber's tankiness, but they're looking to play with like 2-item timing, I would say. 2 items on Storm, 2.5, 3 items on Naga Siren, and you're gonna be good to go.
Okay.
30 seconds to battle.
We'll see if that ends up being the case. 2-item timing.
I'm talking about 2-item timing when they start to put like more pressure on the map. And they also don't have any kind of cooldowns. It's not a big, there's a big one, there's global silence, but other than that, they can also like keep fighting, but it's also a big tool that they bring into a team fight. FY, let's have Iron Shell on him.
Battle
I
begins.
think you meant 2-item time, wands, treads, and then you just win the game.
Yeah, 2 branches ready to go. Call it.
I love when you know what I'm, joking about.
Yeah.
When you're right on it. Just 6 a.m. in the morning for you.
6 slotted heroes already. Looking at FY on Spirit Breaker has that Observer Ward, then gonna be 5 slotted.
Oh no. He might be 4 slotted if he uses that Blood Grenade early. Mid matchup always exciting. I feel like XM, to me, he was always one of those mids that was like on the cusp of being great.
Yeah, this is why he called himself XM. Excellent mid. Had some really good performances, and he's like, yeah, I gotta change my nickname. But should be Storm Spirit's favorite. So he's gonna be the one putting the pressure. We all know Somnus Storm Spirit. It's been a staple in the Chinese region, I would say, for a decade.
Yeah, a very, very long time. He'll go back to being known as Maybe.
And that was a different player.
Everybody's got to change their in-game name, right? Like Paparazzi, he was then he went to Paparazzi, then he went to Eurus, now he's back to Paparazzi. Like, I'm waiting for the Somnus era when he goes back to being into the Maybe era. That's when you know he's back.
Yeah, maybe he'll do it. Maybe he won't. We'll have to see.
Yep. We'll have to see. FY dragging this creep wave and sitting a little low. Not a hero that you think of when you think FY, but I'm always excited to see him pull something a little bit new out of the hat.
Not the hero that it's not a skill shot hero. You're like charge, do. You go in, pray that you're gonna get some bashes in, and that's about it. It's not like you can really style on them with Spirit Breaker.
Did you learn that from American Baseball? The charge song that you just did?
Oh, you guys trying to say everything's American.
No, but
No, I don't think I've ever watched baseball. That's one of my dreams, to go to a baseball game for some reason, even though I don't even know the rules. But
if you come to New York, I will buy us tickets.
Okay, and a hat and a hot dog, promise me.
I will. I'll buy you a hot dog
and a drink.
I'll get you a pretzel,
jersey,
whatever you want to drink. Jersey, that might be a little bit too far,
but
already. I'm in for it.
Okay, we'll have this on stream.
And we'll make content. Okay, it'll be great.
Let's now focus on the game. Game is a bit slower. 3 minutes in. Now people are gonna pick up these Lotuses from Lotus Pool. One's gonna be available on Ava. Going into Vanguard. Both laners do have that item queued up, so gonna be very tanky, difficult to kill. This type of a slower game does benefit Azure Ray, because Darkseer, Spirit Breaker, all these heroes kind of need levels. Your Naga Siren, the only hero who wants to make some early ganks going, is definitely Storm Spirit, so we'll see Summons being more active. It's going to be very important to control the runes for him. So for mostly like 6 minutes, there's going to be 5 or 6 heroes in this mid lane.
Yeah. We'll have to see who moves over.
Summons dominating this mid matchup. Didn't know it's going to be
22-6, wow.
This bad. He plays his heart out for every single creep. As we could say in pub, when someone does this, it's called try-harding. You start all chatting, start harassing them because they're doing better than you.
Yeah, your
ego can't take it. I said 6 minutes. Thomas, double blood grenade.
Yeah, he might be in trouble with a double blood grenade on the Frisk. He's low. But
nice,
he'll finally die there to the Pugna and XM. He's got the Resonant Pulse shields, and then dissimulates away. So it ends up being a 1-for-1, but not one you want to be given up when Somnus ends up dying for the first blood. And the first blood went the way of Mercy, showing him none of it.
No points in Glaives of Wisdom. I love to see it early on. I'd say on level 4, you kind of start to playing again.
Surging away, but wants to die to neutrals and couldn't get it. Arcane Curse was the tick that got him.
Mercy doing no. It's gonna make some stacks. I'm gonna be able to stack that second camp because Chalice blocked it before he died. So hits that mid lane.
Charge and the dissimulate. Yep. Getting out. That Resonant Pulse early. It's level 3, so good physical barrier to make sure that he's pretty much okay in this lane. And what was a domination has now kind of, sat itself pretty close. Top lane charge on Fly, who's shifted pretty heavy in the Agi.
He's seeing Fly low on Morphling.
Yeah, anytime it gets about under 200 health, I'm a little concerned.
Look at that Vanguard timing at the same time. 5 minutes, 45 seconds. Block killing this Timbersaw. Like, because they're keeping mid lane busy, they know where the real threat's coming from. So Somnus, like after that first death, he's forced to go back, which is pretty big. Piggy Killer's doing a really good job.
Piggy Killer, as much as I think they're getting a lot of flack for being tuned for the season and not making it to the major, this is a group of...
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You just stop.
Sorry,
see how much HP he had.
Yeah, I had to take a look.
I didn't see it. I didn't think he was gonna die, but I guess they vacuumed him.
He's very high on the Agi if you look at his hero right now. Yeah, this is a team of players who I think...
No, Somnus again on this mid lane. He's level 5.
He's in trouble. Silent Arcane Curse. XM, he's got another step. Maybe he gets a kill here on Mercy, but with that Astral Step, Somnus is going to die. And to finish my point, finally, I would say is, Piggy Killer is a team of a bunch of veterans. These are two teams that I think are in similar positions, right? We're veterans, we're putting a squad together. Can we do what many think may be
improbable? It's just they changed names, so maybe people who don't follow the scene as much. They're like, who are these guys? This is Fade we're talking about.
Yeah. You got guys like Mercy, who, you know, before was on Magma, went as Mian Mian. I used to love calling him Mian Mian. He was a great 5. I thought he was one of the best players on that Magma squad.
I did really well, but look at this mid tower. 7-8 minutes into the game,
Wow.
they managed to kill Somnus twice. He's jungling, still level 5. They used this opportunity because they pushed him out of the lane. XM was level 6, so they have this initiation going from Astral Step into Remnant play. Things are going really well for Piggy. They're gonna take another tower in this bottom lane.
Already the map is just shrinked.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
20%, maybe even more than that. Kind of insane. Shot, Chakram, Astral Step, and at least teaming dead. You know, teaming and to go back to players in their history,
Radiant's bottom tower
he was
is
one of
under
those
attack.
guys who I thought was going to be a big star in the Chinese region. When he played with that original eHome squad of Old Chicken, Old Ving,
Radiant's
Yi,
bottom tower
and all
is
of them,
fallen.
I thought he was going to be a star. He played really well. He had that moment at the Bucharest Major, or Minor, I want to say. One of those games I still have saved on my computer. And he went absolutely wire after winning a game and playing so well. And I loved the emotion. And I thought at that moment, like, he was going to be the next big support.
Yes, slowed down afterwards.
Yeah. It was unfortunate because I still think he's that guy.
And Ming again.
Yeah. Getting caught out. Astral Step. There's the kill. And you see that Mercy, he's got the +2 because he finally took a point in the Glaives of Wisdom.
That's +4 already. It's gonna start to add up. Things looking really, really good for Piggy. Morphling, Lifelike, he is farming this top lane. Changed his item build. He was thinking about going Mass, but fought for the Copia, going into Lincoln's next. So great item, wants to protect himself against Spirit Breaker. Something about like Chinese player loving to buy
FY. Charge
Morphling.
wall. FY hit with the Aether Remnant and killed off. There are a lot of heroes here for the side of Piggy Killer. They'll get the kill in a frisk. Chalice trying to run, but the wave for him. The ball lightning. Now the vortex on a Firefly. Uh-oh, Mercy's dead. Firefly might drop too. He's trying to run. He's trying to shift. Don't want to shift too much, otherwise you'll activate sticky keys.
That's still a thing. I don't know why. Why is that even like? I never actually read it. Like, what's with the sticky keys?
I don't know. I turned it off on my computer.
Should be turned off by default, but yeah, Chalice getting a double kill. Kinky enough with this Vanguard with a cold bracelet. This is the item that you want to have. And speaking of the item, Lu also does have one. He's farming up. It's important that Somnus is not dying, that he's getting like some gold.
Right.
Not going to be the easiest game for him considering the start. Lowest net worth 4 at the moment. And you're also playing into Silencer. He's not level 6 yet, but definitely not an easy matchup by any means. And you also gave an extremely good start to XM, who was about to finish off his Echo Saber, an item that we see kind of being a core item nowadays on Void Spirit since the Universal Hero change.
Core item on a lot of Universal Heroes in general, right?
Yeah. One thing I like about this Azure Ray's draft is the combo that they have, because later down the line, you will have Aghanim Scepter on Storm, Vacuum. You can set things up with Vacuum because it goes through the Song of Sirens, so you can reposition them while they're slept. Charge, like Vacuum into Charge is massive.
See if that combo ends up coming out. Now level 6 on Spirit Breaker and level 6 on the Pugna. Everybody
Dire's
having
top
that
tower is
green
under attack.
diamond under their portrait. I'm gonna hit that mark in 2 minutes for that next Wisdom Rune. I mean, we beat a horse to death with how many
Dire's
times we
structures
talked
are
about the fact that
fortified.
Wisdom Runes feel to be
Dire's
one of
top
the most
tower
important
is under
objectives on the
attack.
map.
Pretty much. Compared to Tormentor, XP runes are just way too valuable, so you like get them early on, so feels like they have more importance to it. Yeah, pushing this tier 1 tower top. Global silence is available. I don't think they should go for tanky hero like Chalice. I want to see Piggy Killer take these fights because they feel super strong right now. Ava with Vanguard, 2 healing Lotuses should be, I would say, unkillable unless they group up on top of them with 4 heroes.
That would be really tough. There's the Chakram out. In a second, they'll have the Nether Blast to take at the tower, and they do exactly that. You can kind of slow down a little bit, and it's giving time for Somnus to recover. But they go after this vacuum wall on 3 heroes, but they got frisked around the side. They get the count to TMing the Astral Step. Chalice sitting low, and the ball lightning in from Somnus. The global silence is used. They'll take out a second in Chalice. Charge hits Somnus. That's a morphed Fly as a Spirit Breaker going in there.
Has been killed.
Nobody to follow that up as Mercy sits low, but he'll end up escaping.
There's some really good targets that Fly can turn into in this game. One's gonna be Lou, the other is gonna be Spirit Breaker. So you have Charge, you have Bash, you have Bulldoze, getting that status resistance so you can't be slowed down. And Azure gonna use this opportunity since they use Global Silence. They're gonna go and look for kills. With Storm Spirit Breaker, you should be able to get kills. Not sure if that's the kill that they can easily get.
Can they get him? He's low. Ava, Timber chaining away. Or just formerly known as SRF, will eventually drop here to Somnus. That's a big kill to get.
Okay, he messed up there. Should not use the Shield Scepter defensively like that, because if he gets away, Somnus jumps, he can Yule Scepter and then run away, get another Timber Chain.
They're coming
Look
up.
at the number of occult bracelets. There's 6 of them in this game. 6 heroes have this item. I think it says a lot about how strong this item is.
FY, XM, Invis just going across, maybe looking for Somnus. Charge actually finding Frisk, so that means that they don't have the Astral Step Aether Remnant Shackle Shot combo. But when you come in with the Vortex, the Aether Remnant down, Frisk is going to try and land a Shackle Shot. It doesn't connect the Astral Step, that'll go across the bow of Somnus. They got the kill on a Frisk. Pulls up into the air, and Somnus is in trouble. He doesn't have a lot of mana to work with, but ball lightning away from the wall, charge in. But the Aether Remnant lands on FY, so he can't get that charge to hit up the Timber, so they get the kill on the Somnus as well as FY. And Pugna will fall too. 3 heroes out of the side of Azure Ray.
While all this is happening, you have farming. He's not joining any of these fights. Manta Style already done. His net worth skyrocketing, going into Orchid as his next item, which I really like, and I give them enough control for heroes like Void Spirit, who does build into Manta Style, but still you're gonna have like 2-3 minutes, depending if you want to join, to be able to get those kills. FY picks up Wisdom Rune. There's still
middle tower has fallen.
Mind. They picked it up on the other side as well. But yeah, keep this 1k gold lead steady alongside of Piggy Killer. Look at the amount of intelligence stolen. Silencer, Mercy, 12 already. Kind of like this early point. Big fan of it.
It's definitely gonna feel harsh later on, right?
Yeah, for sure. It starts.
I'll take that.
So Shield Rune bottled up by XM. That's gonna give him an extra 1,000 health, basically. Because 50% of anything, 16 minutes into the game, seems very fair and balanced.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's too high, I think.
It
Like we rounded it up, like they were probably thinking, you know what, 30%, but 50 sounds better, because this is 70, like especially on Universal Heroes, because they do buy into all these stats item, and suddenly you have a hero with 2,000 HP 20 minutes into the game, then he picks up a Shield Rune, and that's an extra 1,000.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm kind of in this interesting spot. Staying out of blocking that camp, making sure that he can farm as much as he can. He's going into the Manta next. This is no surprise. I mean, this is just the typical Void Spirit build. The Yules is the real thing. the really big thing that's kind of put me up for a loop here on
Great in terms of dispelling things. There's like multiple things you can dispel: Decrypify, Bulldoze, Surge plus Ion Shell. They thought they're gonna use this as budget nullifier. It does give Ava slightly more mana to work with. The mana removal feels always nice on Timbersaw.
Man, Lou's farming
Dire's
wildly
top
fast.
tower is under attack.
0/0/0. It means his farm mode activated, and now they said, I said that they have like good 2-3 minute timings to kill this Void Spirit before he gets Manta style. More often not the easiest one. He does have Lincoln Sphere available, but they can proc it with Charge, Initiate with Storm. There's gonna be Global to counter it. But Lou feels like he wants to be slightly more active. Looks for the fight.
Aster picked up by Frisk means he's going to try and be the fourth core, right?
Yeah, we've seen it. FY when he played it, when he played against Medusa, also did go for the scaling item, went for that Diffusal Blade. He feels like he might need it, and also you are playing into this Naga Siren, so you could be the one dealing damage. You find the real target. There's going to be a lot of procs from Focus Fire, help deal with the illusions. It's not effective as it is if you're a core because you don't hit the timings, but still kind of feels good in the game, I would say. But if you're locked into, I don't know, some Glimmer Cape Force Staff type of situation, then you will not be able to scale.
Mid lane, XM. Nothing going on. Just fake hype.
Dire's
They've got
top
5
tower
heroes
is under
towards the
attack.
bottom end of this map for the side of Piggy Killers. The only one who's really not there right now is Lou, who's just, like you said, PvE mode, trying to farm, going for that heart. And they fight without him. They do have a tier TP too, if they do want to end up taking this fight. They'll charge all the way through, they'll land on Frisk. They've got the Nether Strike, Nether Blast, vacuum into the wall. That's on a 3. Global Silence is used a little bit late. They already get the kill on the F-Fly. So Fly turns into the Spirit Breaker. He charges for a moment. They did have Blue TP to this fight. Doesn't exactly look like Piggy Killers want to go for this exchange
Dire's
overall.
top tower is under attack.
The wall already used and expended. As Azure Ray really don't get much out of that.
Azure Ray will continue to farm up. They still don't feel too comfortable to take a fight. They're these tanky heroes, like all 3 cores pretty much are super difficult to kill. So they're gonna farm it up. Somnus definitely needs a BKB to feel less threatened about this Global Silence. XM, another shield rune, and now that's
Stupendous.
1,000. Because he does have 1,000 HP at the moment. 2,000 HP.
Ridiculous shield rune. I really think it either should scale or give 30%. 50 is just out of control. The amount of times we've seen heroes that have this shield rune survive because they've activated it and they just don't even lose any health, or they go on the hero that has the shield rune and then they only get through the shield to realize the team's responded is insane.
And looking at the ways how to amplify his damage, XM finds Specialist Array or chooses to go for it since the token has been added to the game.
Right.
So you get extra 12 damage, you get 5 old stats, which extra like 10.5. So that's almost 23 damage coming out from this item.
Orchid, Manta just picked up by XM. And also had that shield rune activate. Right now he's dealing with an extra 1,000 health. 5 mid lane. We'll wait for him back to his side of the map. Picked up by Mercy. There's a Wisdom Room waiting on the side of his Array. Almost a heart for Blue, but again, both these teams not exactly looking to skirmish yet.
So Ray wants to do. Wow. Gotta go for Ava here. He's super tanky.
Vortex charge, Timber Chain, no. There's a vacuum. But still, getting a kill on the Timbers feel likely. A little bit surprising with the amount of commitment there. With the Guardian Greaves now on Chalice. We haven't really talked much about Chalice or his build at the moment. Pipe into the Guardian Greaves. Looking for the Blink Dagger next.
Pretty standard stuff, I would say. It makes it super tanky. Pipe has also been picked up by Ava. He's also holding
FY
on the Dragon Scale. FY gonna drop one more time.
They go for more. It's what they're looking for with Ava. Heals up into the air, Chakram down, and can they get this kill? He's got Guardian Greaves in 8 seconds, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to use it with the Aether Remnant. However, finds himself invis thanks to the Glimmer Cape, and they go to the back lines, they get the kill on the Ava, so they'll survive and use those Guardian Greaves. They take out Mercy, 2 heroes down to the side of Piggy Killer. And can they get anything more? Ball Lightning and a couple of right clicks on a fist makes it a 3rd here for Azure Ray. They're trying very hard to get this song. They'll get the surge. Can they catch up to 5-5 again? So 5 this is Lincoln's pop. Gonna get the charge. Now he'll pop that Manta. Throw those illusions over on Lou, and I doubt that charge goes all the way through. But it will mean that FY can keep up with his team.
Lou's going ham in the previous. And look at his net worth skyrocketing to 17,000. Somnus was looking for something with FY.
Yeah, hoping that combo would connect a little bit earlier where he was ball lightning over to.
What Azure Ray needs to do is kill these supports, kill this silencer, take out Wind Ranger. They do have enough control. 1 jump from Storm Spirit, 1 silence from Naga Siren should be enough, and then they can deal with the rest. I also want to see if Naga's gonna go for Butterfly or if he's gonna go for Scotty as his next item. The item is very valuable. Scotty, because you are playing into Morphling and Timbersaw, but if they feel like they need a little bit more damage, he's gonna commit with Butterfly. Lou picks it up. Okay, that's an interesting. I don't know if they can instantly kill Lou anyway, so maybe I would prefer if that has been given to Somnus, because Storm overall is probably the best Aegis carrier in the game.
Right, and I think maybe that has to do with a little bit of confidence. I think Somnus is kind of feeling himself at the moment to the point where he's like, all right, I don't need this Aegis. Might as well give it to the least experienced player on the team in Lou, or maybe the one who kind of needs that little boost of confidence to play a little bit more aggressively, right?
Could be a thing. I still don't know if they can kill this Naga Siren. You get jump, Manta style, some Glimmer Cape, 5 Guardian Greaves should keep you alive long enough. And now Piggy Killer, they're in a difficult spot. I wanted to see a slightly more aggression coming out of them, considering like how good of a laning stage they had. Keep it going, keep this momentum flowing.
Can they bring this back, like, easily? Is there a specific game plan?
Any easier for them. Items are gonna start to pile up. FY already does have Shadow Blade. The combo with Vacuum Chalice needs to be, I would say, very patient with his vacuums.
Right.
Eventually, Somnus, like his items. Let's see if it's gonna be a Kaya Sanj into Aghanim Strike, just to have a little bit more control for the combo, to have overall more control in the team fight, because just by seeing it, you're gonna approach fight much more different on side of Piggy Killer. You can't be grouping up as much.
We'll have to see, of course, how it goes. It does feel like more so that Azure Ray are grouping up together to try and make something happen. They've got Luke just kind of sitting at the front. Now a shield rune, or a haste rune, sorry, picked up by Somnus.
Talk so much about shield rune.
It's just always on my
Yeah,
line.
you see it. Whatever, it doesn't matter what it is.
Everything is shield rune if you try hard enough.
I guess the reasoning why they decided to give Aegis to Lou is because he's gonna be the one sieging. Sure, you can like siege with your illusions, but they just managed to take 2 tier 2 towers, and like this constant threat of Spirit Breaker plus Storm Spirit they do show on the lane.
They know where XM is. Global Silence is going to help him Astro step away, but can he even get out of this one? They go and pop the Guardian Greaves, so the Silence is no longer there. They'll vacuum him back. They've got themselves the lightning to stick with him, and the charge hits while he tries to TP, so they'll take out XM. With
Even
no
though he
XM
died,
for 50 seconds, that's a problem. Song on a 2. Like, they have the combination here to really make this work. Vacuum is on cooldown for another 10 seconds, but you do have the net. and the focus and the real attention is on the Ava. They take him out very quickly. They've got the Nether Strike to hit on the Frisk, and this happens right next to the tier 3 top.
Is under attack.
Oh, the ability, like the recent change in 7.33, the net where you can use it on the sleeping targets is pretty good. So you can actually set things up. You don't need Aghanim Scepter anymore for it. And now this game feels, I would say, even completely over. They pick a kill, they can't take the fight. They're gonna lose a set of barracks, still holding the Aegis for another minute and 20 seconds. Naga Siren too difficult to kill.
Truth, I don't think you need to really
Radiant's
back
bottom
up.
tower is under attack.
You have enough sustain, you have Guardian Greed, Bugna, this hard regions kicking in, so you can go for another set. They
And if
lose
they
the fight,
fight-
game ends.
Yeah. Stop reading my mind. A little TP in. They're playing this pretty safe, but I wonder if they're going to fully retreat on this one. They've actually got FY going after this silence. He's all by himself. Getting Curse. Shackle connects. He's dead. Ooh, I say that. Yeah, no, he's dead. And that's +4. Now they find themselves challenged. He was kind of here without his team. Vacuum on 5, but okay.
Not sure if Chalice needed to die.
That was another 4 for Mercy. That's
Up the gem.
not great.
Also gave XM big items. Same goes for Fly, who just had his Aghanim Scepter picked up. So you're going to be turning most likely into Naga Siren in these next fights. As, again, you have multiple heroes that you could turn into. Naga Siren Spirit Breaker feels really nice, but not why you picked up this Aghanim Scepter. So most likely you're going to be looking to steal stats from Naga Siren. And then again, Nullifier on Void Spirit. We've seen it time and time again how much this item is able to achieve. Again, Pagna, Decrypify, Glimmer Cape, to remove, Bulldoze, Surge, Iron Shell, every single thing is pretty much dispellable.
So Shard picked up here for Pugna. How do you like it?
I would say not as much, but since Morphling wants to turn into Naga Siren, it's pretty good because you're gonna be using Life Drain on your Nether wards to deal with those illusions. So keeping one step ahead.
Dire are scared.
And smoke here by Piggy Killer, but FY, he's already dead. Do they still fight this? Global Silence is used. And
Double
that
damage bottom.
maybe ball lightning all the way through. Double damage picked up by XM. They're going to buy back on FY. Now they're going to the vacuum into the wall. That's going to be on a 4. They don't get the kill yet onto this Void Spirit. They're charging him. They've taken out Mercy, but he already used that Global Silence. That was part of the engagement to start with. Yule's up into the Aether End, and now they've got the Shackle Shot connecting. Get the kill there on the Chalice, and they're looking for more. FY, who just bought back, needs to be careful. They got the stun onto XM. They don't know where he is. So Lou's going to try and fight this one out. Ball Lightning over on the Frisk. They get the kill there on the Wind Ranger. And the Ball Lightning looking for more, trying to get Fly charging once again, hitting on the Morphling. Low, and Fly. Ooh, he's not going to die yet. FY's going to be the one who falls to Ava. Ava falls to Lou. They're back in with the Astral Step. Aether Remnant landing on a Lou. Nullifier hits this Naga Siren, who will go into the mirror image.
They know it's real
for now, but they know
fire.
him, and they should be able to kill him. Adapt his strike, Decrepify, and eventually he will die.
Double buyback, both position 4s buying in this game. Let's see if they can find Tian Ming here. We see the power of this Morphling Aghanim Scepter. And also, a bit of a mistake there from FY. He didn't lock down Void Spirit immediately with ulti. Manages to get Manta Style off.
I mean, that is... Wow, XM was sitting with, what, no health for so much of that fight.
Let's see it again. Nullifier also in action. This item changes pretty much everything. There's also an item pickup that we didn't mention. We'll mention it later after this finishes. Because you can see Saunus locking onto Wind Ranger with this item. That's the Revenant's Brooch. So you have Enchanted Quiver for best chance. You have Revenant's Brooch that does provide you with True Strike. So that's the hero kill. And also gonna be extremely good against Morphling because he's high on armor. Right now sitting at 43 armor, which is 70% physical, so you want to have magical damage. So great thinking from Somnus.
So smoke on 3. Now smoke on 5. Killer, they can bring this game back if Azure aren't too careful. With the life drain on the Ava. Shackle, another strike, keeping him in the life drain. They're still going after Ava. They've got the vacuum into the wall. It slows down the FPS, and now they're going to go and try and get the kill onto Silencer. They get the takeout on Mercy, and can they take anybody else out on this one? Ava on the run. Somnus gets the kill to Frisk. All support's gone on the side of Piggy Killers as they don't have buyback on the Wind Ranger. They're gonna take this tier 2 bottom while Roche in at 40.
Guys, my PC is gonna overheat from all these illusions. Naga Siren, Darkshire, maybe if Morphling turns into Naga Siren himself, there's gonna be some extra illusions coming out from that. And this is exactly what they need to do, what we talked about. Kill these 2 supports off immediately, then they can fight the 4 versus 5. 3 versus 5.
Fighting 3v5. They might lose their tier 3 for it. Snare the net. Abo, the amount of health he's losing.
As soon as Lou saw this Aghanim Scepter on Morphling, he's like, well, I'm going Lincolns. I don't care about your itemization. I want to be able to protect myself. And I like the next item that I see in his quick buy. A little bit more control. This Hex, he can still upgrade his Orchid into Bloodthorn, which is going to be great against like pretty much anyone. They can lock on to a target. Timbersaw, he does have the spell mechanic of his own, but you can see Piggy Killer, they feel like the game's slipping away from them. Roshan, gonna be up in 30 seconds, double damage. FY spinging it out.
Somnus will bottle that up, and yeah, Roshan 30 seconds. 12,000 net worth lead, but it does feel pretty even overall, I would say. I don't think it's too one-sided at the moment.
Loaded to the gills.
Big Killers, they've done a good job of, I feel like, knowing what pressure is out and what they have to do to keep the game close, right? Like, they're not afraid to 5-man smoke and fight when they're behind this much.
They have the second Roche, too important. Cheese, Aegis, and look at the base. Timber forced the TP out. It's time to go now. They saw him. And they're TPing out. Morphling as well. It seems like they don't want to take this Roche fight. Roshan's going to be on the Dire side now, 35 minutes in. So he's going to go through his twin gates. Blue already there, setting things up.
Oh.
So not too bad. Like Piggy Killers, they defended their bottom and top. Bottom and mid, top and mid, sorry. It's early for me. My brain's still not woken up properly. Still trying to contest this. But again, you're playing into Naga Siren, so
It's tough.
not gonna be a
It's time to cool, wake up. It's early. There's Dota to play. So, 13,000 net worth lead. They pick up the Aegis. They've got the cheese on Somnus. Again, the Aegis now on Lou. I think Somnus is at a point where he feels pretty unkillable. It's been pretty much unkillable for the majority of this post-laning phase.
Ford does have Gem.
Yep.
By Tian Ming, so some extra gold coming out from him. Very interactive gameplay coming out from Pugna. Follow Storm Spirit, use Light Brain, and Glimmer Cape.
Yeah,
Pick up.
Oh boy, got the Wisdom Ring too. Oh no.
He just got 2 levels. He was level 20, just got it. So, gets a kill, gets XP Rune, Aghanim Scepter now available. This is massive. This is the combo that we mentioned. Finally, it's there.
Tian Ming trying to save up the Lotuses to give to Somnus with that cheese.
Yes. He finally finds it. Great healing Lotus.
Hey. Vacuum wall, lightning. Balances on the Hava. Charge and hit the Morphling, and it really is XM trying to go to the backlines to get this kill, but Fly's caught out alone, and he'll end up dead and still with this bottom set of racks. So Fly dead for 75 seconds, doesn't have buyback. Charge on the XM, that'll be stopped. And then their attention is onto the last tier 3 and center axe as Chalice comes in with a normal punch. Aether Remnant, Global Silence, and Chalice is dead just like that. And that was a quick little kill there. Somnus has the AoE Vortex. They'll lock on to XM. Ball Lightning to finish him off. He doesn't have buyback either. And Frisk looking like he might be next, but they've got the Silence. Now that we've got the Arcane Curse, Somnus is pretty low, but he'll Ball Lightning away while they've got the Ensnare. The charge comes across, hits all 3 heroes. Yule's up into the air by Ava. Lou trying to do some damage here, but he doesn't really care about them. You can put some damage onto the towers, you can put some damage onto the racks. It's really up to him. He doesn't need to fight. He's gonna have himself a call GG. Yeah, so Azure will take game #1 over the side of Piggy Killers in what was a tough laning phase, but afterwards really made it work.
You can see them being more experienced. They made like living hell. Somnus, they kill his tower early on. They
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Seconds
All right,
remaining.
and welcome back to the Chinese DPC. It is, well,
5 seconds
potentially a
remaining.
big day here in the Chinese DPC. It is the last, which kind of sounds like play date, which me and Cost are having right now because we're your talent casters, whatever you want to say. Giving you this
Radiant team back.
beautiful series of Dota. I'm excited. I don't know why
I
you're
was
laughing.
wondering where you're going with this. It's like, get yourself into a situation like, yeah, what am I even saying? Like, I'll say something.
That never
nice.
happens to me.
it
That
It
never happens to me.
all
Don't
the
look.
time.
Don't look.
It happens to me
Radiant
every single
team.
time I open my mouth. But
Enchantress.
yeah, I want to see some adjustments from Piggy. I think just in terms of how they played it out in the end. In terms of drafts, was still favoring Azure race, but Silencer did good. I would say that Percy
Radiant
played really
team
well. They needed to utilize XM slightly more, so it's gonna be Timber into Enchantress. Usually it's the other way around, so you'll have this pure damage coming out. This could also be some kind of a core Enchantress. When first game I was
10
casting
seconds remaining.
Chalice. No, he was the one playing
5
Enchantress,
seconds
and
remaining.
he fed. He was like 0-6, 0-7. I'm like, this guy blows.
Damn.
But yeah, ever since that, big fan of Chalice. He just had a
Dire
really it was
team
nothing
What?
bad.
When
It
was this? I need to know.
Yeah, I don't
Dire
know. It
team
was like
back.
7 years ago or something.
All right, let me go to Wikipedia, Lacoste events where Chalice played. Okay. Gosh.
Yeah, but the most likely it's just gonna be, position 4, position 5. Maybe you want to have like map against Timbersaw, so you want to play it as
10
5 to
seconds
try to
remaining.
kill on it. You also picked Pugna into Enchantress, so you
5
will have
seconds
this
remaining.
early dispel mechanic. And also against the Beastmaster, not the easiest hero to play because you want to keep the distance. Beastmaster with the Hawk could easily scout you out, creep from Enchantress. So already liking what Azure Ray picked for themselves.
Radiant
What are
team
these
back.
pictures? Like he just made a black tooth on it. This is like me in 3rd grade. I freaking love it.
I'm just gonna say I'm pretty sure this experience you had happened at DAC when
10
Chalice was on
seconds
LGD.
remaining.
Just doing a quick little research here of looking at your events that Chalice was at.
Yeah, you weren't
5
even listening to what I was
remaining.
saying. You're in the
No,
background.
I'm
research.
listening. I'm listening. You said, what are even these pictures that they're drawing? See, I listen. I know how to multitask. My brain is always on multitask. It's never on single task. Very difficult life.
Dire team back.
Gosh. F1, looking as he does,
I thought the camera was frozen, at least his part of the camera, because he was very stoic, looking at his monitor, focused, as he should be. Very important series, after
10
all, for
seconds remaining.
Azure Ray.
Back.
Yes, I agree. Beastmaster pickup, okay. We've been seeing Beastmaster kind of finding a little bit more favor. I want to say that there were offlaners that were definitely like, he's gonna pick one, and now Beastmaster's kind of like finding his slot.
10 seconds remaining.
People were kind of stopped picking him when auras were being
5
built.
seconds
Sure,
remaining.
we've seen some of the Beastmasters going for like Greaves, Pipe Crimson immediately.
Dire
Right,
team
but
back.
ever since the items have been nerfed, Beastmaster's back, even though Helm of the Overlord has been nerfed as well in terms of cost, it's still the item that you want to go for. Slightly later timing, but most of the time you don't have a hero who can deal with this
Radiant
Black
team
Dragon
back.
Wars pushing. It does allow Beastmaster to even like stay on top of networks for a long period of time in the game.
banning Luna. I thought Luna was going to be a bigger hero in this patch. With the way stacking has been important, I always feel like Luna finds its way into stack metas.
I think it comes down to carry because Luna,
5 seconds remaining.
he's a really good hero and Lu plays it really well. Also, one of the heroes that does well in the lane against Timbersaw that does possess a kill threat. It's been, I would say, not going to say like additional counter to Timber because there were always better carries in the lane because there's like Monkey, Ursa when he was strong enough to be picked. But yeah, Luna always popped up from time to time since she does have both magical and physical damage, and it will also give them a lot of momentum. Imagine playing Enchantress, Beastmaster, Luna, everybody having extra damage during the night, Beastmaster aura, Helm aura, you can go for Roche relatively early on.
5 seconds remaining.
We've seen some teams take advantage of early Roche.
Yeah, I'm down for some Void Spirit right now for Azure Ray.
Some is Void Spirit. You need to remind me to get on my Rosetta Stone so I can start reading these signs out. No idea what some of them say.
Rosetta Stone.
Okay, thank you.
Dire team pick. Radiant team.
Shadow Demon and Pango. What's interesting combo considering when we see a Pango, a lot of the time we see Cop be the support.
Yeah. Double Dispel. I don't know if I've seen these two sports paired up together,
10 seconds
but
remaining.
looks really good in this game. You use your ulti on Spirit
5
Breaker, he's
seconds
done so.
remaining.
You also have a save. Great against the Cripify as well. Remove Spirit Breaker from the game completely. There's not going to be Bulldoze. You have another hero that Timbersaw doesn't like to play into in terms of the lane because you have Shadow Poison stacking. Most likely it should be Enchantress 5. Shadow Demon plus Beastmaster and Pang with Diffusal Blade. You need to pick some kind of control. Ember is my guess. Oh, Storm Spirit's in the pool. Okay. I mean, both are fine. So, in terms of lockdown, they don't have much. Looks like a really good Storm Spirit game. You also have Mana Battery coming out from Pugna. So, Killer
10
taking
seconds
one
remaining.
from Azure Ray's book. What happened in the previous game?
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see. FY.
If you need more control, even though you don't have like the most damage inside Chrono, I think for Azure Ray, it should be a really good up. Just time dilation destroys Spirit Breaker Pugna, mostly Timbersaw, and it would give you a kill threat for both Storm and Pugna.
Trying to think what you ban here if you're Piggy Killer. You gotta ban the Anti-Mage, right?
Yeah, that's well, Azure Ray bans AM. They thought they were picking.
Just was like, okay, yeah, sure.
I guess they didn't want to play it because they had the
10
first
seconds
picks.
remaining.
They didn't need to waste ban on. I'm pretty sure Piggy Killers would ban it
5
themselves.
seconds
Oh,
remaining.
for sure, right? Like that just seems. We were talking about it in the last game when Azure Ray had Pugna and Storm themselves. Like ban Anti-Mage, make sure to get it out.
Could be some kind of a ball that they throw at them, try to take them into different direction. Trying to think what's a good carry.
Dire
I mean,
team
they don't
back.
have enough lockdown. So could come to that where if they don't want to pick it, but still feels like Piggy Killers would ban it. Because they also don't have, like you have Spirit Breaker charge, Storm going in, Anti-Mage with 3-4 items feels relatively unkillable.
10 seconds
You can't just
remaining.
lock him down from 100 to 0, especially while having Shadow Demon.
5 seconds
Right.
remaining.
So looking at the lane setup, the Storm Spirit, he dumpsters Pango. You don't
Radiant
possess a kill
team
threat
back.
to kill Storm, while the enemy can easily kill you, like even solo kill. Imagine Spirit Break coming to the mid lane as well.
TA ban.
Give them a lot of momentum. They don't want to get overran by it because Storm Pugna, we've seen it in the previous game. You don't rely on any cooldowns. Opens up the Roche.
I mean, I guess it's also expecting a safe lane TA overall, right?
Yes.
Just so you're expecting minus armor. You don't want to get your mana taken. Is PL an option?
Yes. For Piggy Killer, I'm down for some Phantom Lancer. The Terror Blade as well, but then you would be like picking it into Shadow Demon, and there's the hero that we mentioned, Face Void, just looks too good on their side.
Slark. Slark always feels okay against Timber, right? When you're able to get those hacks up
for the game.
Down.
Leash against Storm Spirit.
10 seconds remaining.
In terms of damage, that AoE damage, there's decent amount. Pugna with the blast. Timber, of course, can easily burst Slark. So now they need a hero that is good against Slark. Well, they could go for Mega Siren themselves. I don't mind it too much. Just copy what Azure Ray did in the game 1. The other one's Alchemist. If they feel like they have enough to survive, because the game could slow down a little bit, which would allow Alchemist to get some farm going. Killer's lane looked strong, I would say. Storm against Mango, you have not the Thread Breaker, Timber, not the strongest lane. Okay.
Interesting little pick there. This is the first time I think I've gotten the chance to cast Muerta.
In this DPC?
Ever? I think ever, yeah.
I'm sure we cast some Muerta before. 60% win rate, I just checked in DPC Div 1, 10 games. It didn't look too hot during Berlin Major. I think it was like 40%, maybe even sub 40.
Fly Muerta. I don't know if that was like the carry I was expecting. It was really you're looking at something else. I kind of was sticking with my PL thought, but to back my own thinking process pretty heavily. What do you see from this Muerta potentially against this lineup from Azure?
It's the hero that can farm extremely fast. They also have like a little bit of protection. She has 3 good heroes that can walk in and pick up most of the damage, so Muerta's not gonna get targeted. I kind of like it. I think I need to see more of Muerta. When she started to be picked more, especially during Berlin Major, there were a couple of really good performances. When you are ahead, it feels like you're really dominating, but sometimes it feels awkward to play from behind. Not for getting the farm, because hero can farm extremely fast with Gunslinger. It's about having your role in the game.
Right. So it'll be interesting to see what this hero can accomplish, if anything, in this game. Azure Ray, they really need to get a victory here, as a victory would guarantee them at least a tiebreaker. As we find ourselves in a pause. Nothing too crazy though. Let me take a look. A lot of branches.
I was about to say the same thing. It always
a lot of branches.
sticks out to me.
Do you think branches should get like a stacking capability or something like that?
I get what, sorry?
Like a stacking capability, or maybe you buy so many branches.
We already have that. It's called Magic Wand.
No.
It would be too OP
No.
if you could, like, I don't know, get 10 branches and suddenly you have a new item called the Forest.
Hey, Bell. It's just a bunch of branches together to form a canal.
There we go.
That's BCOP thought of the day. AKA, where my brain goes
How
when I should
many
be
of your ideas have been added to the game? You've been saying this for a few years now. Is there a single one that's been added?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, we'll start from there.
You know, that was mean. You know what? I'm gonna go with that. This is so mean.
No, I like stats. That's what I like. So
The
just wanted
stats
to
don't
check.
lie. I'm 0 for 5,000 on my thoughts. But like, you know, if you're just including Dota, that's the number. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Have any of my ideas been implemented? Does the frog ever listen to me?
You gotta say more of your ideas. Eventually,
The battle
you're gonna get one
begins.
correctly.
You know what I really need? I need an editor out there to go through all my broadcasts for the last 3 years, and if I've made a attempt at putting something new into Dota, just put it into a compilation. I'll give it to the frog, and maybe one day we'll get one in there.
I'll give you some advice. Let's start with something that is not as extreme as you're putting it out, where you're like, Muerta, but spirit break. Like she can jump on top of a hero, turn and control allied hero for a few minutes.
I don't say that.
I'll have enough free hand on Midas. And like, some of your ideas do sound like that.
What? No, they're never that extreme. I mean, my hand Midas 2 idea was pretty cool.
I don't even remember what it was.
Neither do I, but I remember I said hand Midas 2, and I was pretty excited about it. And then I said, you know what? There's one. I said upgraded diffusal, and then I remember you gave me flat. You're like, you mean diffusal 2? And I was like, no.
Radiant's
I
courier
upgrade
has
to
been
it.
killed.
Well, now we have that. So I'm gonna say that's the check mark for B-Top
Okay,
innovation.
that's one. Sure, you took it out of history. We'll give you credit because it has been removed from the game for a good 10 years or something, and now it's back. But let's check the laning stage. Fly. As you said, gonna be playing this Muerta 5-0. You have a hero that runs in, Spirit Breaker. Doesn't like do this some other 5 in the lane. You need to get close, get those bashes in. That's why keeping the distance.
Literally trying to figure out what this Muerta's gonna accomplish in this thing. I am excited to see what it could be.
I should have an okay time in this lane. These Master Shadow Demon already used a lot of mana. 3 disruptions have popped.
Yeah, it doesn't exactly have a mana regen left for him, but maybe he's gonna try and grab that Lotus Petal with that healing Lotus, and we'll see what he can get here. Is we really haven't talked about the equilibrium and trying to catch the timing on these Lotus Petals. How important they are to lane. How important do you think they are to the lane?
Very.
Is it as important as getting water runes? I kind of thought you were going to elaborate a little bit on that one.
Yeah, no, I was just kidding. Yeah, it does push you into this situation where you can play aggressive. You pop a magic wand, maybe a fairy fire. There's a big turnaround play with it, so you want to pick it up as soon as possible. Want to push out the lane. Oh. Move.
He's fine. So is teaming. He's got that level 1 in the impetus. We've seen some impetus damage be pretty crazy at times. I wonder if he's going to go 2-1, or if he wants to get that enchant a little bit higher.
Probably wants to put more points in enchant.
Dire
As 5,
structures are
it's kind of difficult to just like justify going into impetus straight away. They're doing a good job keeping Stark CS low. So it's free farming.
He's doing a good job as well. We'll see. Kind of sitting low here. Both heroes kind of sitting low. As Fly, he's got 1 in each. 1-1-1.
Now real spams to come out. Chalice hits level 3. As Arcane boots,
Radiant's
you get
bottom
close.
tower is under
Shadow
attack.
Poison also level 2. They're gonna get pushed out of this lane now. Spirit Breaker doesn't provide you with much.
Right, and they're already right at the tower. This is kind of crazy, the damage they're putting in. What was the timing on the mid-tier one before? It was 7 minutes, right?
Yes.
So we'll see if they're able to do anything else like that. Mercy, Slug Grenade, and Shadow Poison. Aqua is going to get first blood. This Shadow Demon, and not sure that is immediately one that clicks in my mind.
These
when
axes.
call down, but I think he's pretty dead. He kind of looked lost there.
I thought he was calling for help there because
Nobody answered the phone.
Somnus getting charged in the mid lane. Didn't talk about his CS. Of course, have less than Storm Spirit, but still managing to survive. Has Magic Wand Bracer. Tanky enough, sitting at almost an HP. And this also means that Fly is alone in the bottom lane. They can start to play more aggressive. FY, oh god, this is gonna be 2 mana boots 4-5 minutes into the game, so you can keep spamming it. But they needed the next one immediately. Like usually you don't see this build, but seems like they focus Fly. Okay, this
Blood Grenade too.
when it said Blood Grenade too.
Yes, so my idea is if you stack 3 Blood Grenades together, you get Blood Bazooka.
I thought you were gonna go with stack 2 Blood Grenades and then you get a Blood Grenade too.
Oh, okay, that works too.
That's how I think.
Blood Cluster Grenade. It bounces off the hero and then pops in an AoE.
Whenever I hear word grenade, the first thing that comes to my mind is holy hand grenade from Worms.
Yes, me too. Oh god, I'm so glad he said that. Hallelujah.
Radiant structures
I love it.
are fortified.
Okay, I'm done. Somnus, me, Sim, and Frisk are here, but TMing coming in with a Wild Wing, and that could mean a Hurricane action. Thinking about that Rolling Thunder, they'll bring FY over, who will now not be able to stop XM from bottling up that Arcane Rune.
If you want to kill Tangleer, I feel you need to catch him mid shield crash so it doesn't land, doesn't get that damage reduction.
Charge disruption was used, and there's a bash, lightning vortex, and this is XM with an Arcane Rune, so stopping him is going to be very difficult. They're looking over at Mercy now, as the axes will land, and FY is going to get a kill here.
Rolling Thunder mid,
yeah.
Looks
Rolling
like
Thunder.
Anga.
No. He doesn't want to go to the tower.
Anga, I'm not sure what that was. I didn't want to commit. I would have committed there with Somnus.
And now he's got the Vortex, and Somnus just dies on this one. Didn't want to commit to the tier 2 tower, but dies anyway. Maybe would have been better off going into the Pugna, and Nether Blast with a right click, they get the kill on the TMing, and that is another kill here for Piggy Killers.
Piggy Killers putting in a lot of work early on, same as they did in the previous game. The Arcane Rune coming in very handy, secures their multiple kills. XM off to a great start at 40-9.
This looks really good for them. I guess, again, it's one of those games where maybe the 4v for Azure isn't working out, and they need Blue to kind of do more on... Like,
Mercy's gonna drop bottom.
Yeah, this is 4 stacks, axes. Oh, 29 health.
That was close, but Fly also very low, which does open up a tower.
Radiant's middle tower
Still level 5. There's a big difference. Timbersaw does have a full level advantage.
Yes.
And now it makes his lane extremely strong. With Pugna also very high level 5.5 already. Slark doesn't do much now against Timbersaw, so he wants to keep farming the jungle because he's level 6. Maybe show up in the lane, try to do something, but it's not going to be enough.
TMing not getting hit by that Timber Chain. Didn't actually commit to anything. I was chasing because they know they've got the charge. Pounds will just chalk him dead. And Lou needs to be pretty careful. He's got Shadow Dance if need be. Frisk over off to the side. Only has 4 stacks on that Essence ship. But FY spots him. Now to the live stream, but there's a disruption. Charge out on Lou. That'll land. Fly is here. Goes into the Shadow Dance. And Fly will miss that dead shot. They're ball lightning over to get the kill into FY. Frisk is low. Ball lightning over. XM and his attention is on to Lou. Lou needing to get out of this one, but he won't be able to do so as Frisk ends up the Somnus, but Lou dies past him, and that's a double kill for the Storm Spirit.
Piggy Killers bringing in numbers, all 5 heroes. And look at this sneaky ward that Tian Ming just placed, like right in front of tier 1 tower. At least very is right now, not gonna be there for a long time. So Slark getting captured by Spirit Breaker charge. They know where he is. He's not getting that Shadow Dance region. and XM manages to kill it. So they TP mid, refill his bottle, refill his mana, go back to full HP, full mana now. This is exactly what they need to do. Play around XM. We've seen how powerful it is in the previous game, and they want to repeat this.
So let's see what they're going to push with that Beastmaster picking up token. And we'll send that back. Spark's not a cold bracelet. Let's take a look at the item. See what I can take a look at. Rolling Thunder. Not gonna do enough. Somnus has a Spark of Courage and charge now coming through in a loop. He is not staying with a lot of health. Mid calling down. They're killing an FY. XM's got another, and he's on a mega kill streak, 5-0-1. Starting to pop off, and that's a big issue. Blue also now getting charged up, and I said that charge was coming in. He goes into the Shadow Dance. Timber Chain. Ava doesn't want to go too far forward. So he's got Spirit Breaker back over mid. They'll get on the TMB. And there's action all over the place where now Piggy Killers kind of get themselves a little bit of a net worth advantage.
They're doing so well. 10 minutes look better than they did in the previous game. They're not stopping Blue.
Ball lightning and right clicks lose dead. XM another one. They're going to go after this first Magna, but it's not an equivalent exchange. They cannot call themselves Edward Elric.
Still region going on XM. Extra mana coming out from him. Kaya. Seems like what's this first? That strange. Sanj. That's not interesting. I didn't see Kaya in his inventory for some reason. It was delayed. Sometimes they do like think that this is the same item. Some huge attacks being cleared right now by Azure, which is gonna keep them
Radiant's bottom
in
tower
game. They want to get this Gigabyte as soon as possible on Stompus. You can deal with Timber Burn for his mana. It's gonna be a huge pickup.
God, blowing up FY. They really don't have anything going for them right now on the side of Azure. With the fact that we've just done so many times, they go to the prime war, they hit the swap, the Calling's down, gonna be hit with that. Look at the damage coming through onto the sword. XM, top of Blue, goes into the Shadow Dance and needs to leak. Look at his net worth. He's the lowest farmed core at the moment.
Precious bounty.
It does happen when you play if you're not having a good lane. Spirit Breaker, these are top matchup for Slark.
Somnus did hit the Enchanter, so Somnus into the swap. XM's pretty low. Needs to be careful, but Percy will fall to the challenge. They get anything more, they've got this Hawk. It's giving the vision, but the Timber Chain all the way across Memorial, and
is under attack.
That won't be the end of that.
Now it's gonna be different. Bangalore picking up that Diffusal Blade, Spark of Courage, gonna be tons of damage. Feels a little bit extra control from the Star Conqueror against Storm Spirit. Not sure if I like this mana boots from F too much. They committed with both
Radiant structures are
in the laning stage seems a bit too much. Right. And then he proceeded to die multiple times, and now you're stuck in a situation where you don't have a defensive item, so he's going for Yule's next. Imagine if that Arcane Boots was just like Staff of Wizardry, he would be already super close to Yule. Then you can stop Spirit Breaker from charging in, dispel multiple things like Decryptify, Bulldoze, protect yourself against Storm Spirits, try to set things up. Or maybe like a Pounce play, not the easiest one. And Azure, they want to get some kills now. Let's see if they can find Fly maybe. Honk is there.
That Echo Saber. They're coming through on Rocky Bridge. And Shadow Poison. Also get off that ult with the Demonic Purge. The Calling will silence them both up, and Frisk is going to come through and throw that Nether Ward onto the high ground. FY now kind of caught no man's land. This is a split on two ends of the fight. They're trying to get the kill into FY. The life drain won't get committed because they got that control that stops on him, but the Chakram and FY's cornered himself. They'll get the kill there onto the Shadow.
Beautiful execution there from Fly. Nice spell usage. First he gets that shot, gets that fear. onto Pango, then silences him with calling, so he gets away. If the calling doesn't connect, they would commit with Rolling Thunder, but at least now they're going to be able to get some damage done onto tier 1 tower. Might be even able to kill it with some extra help from Skelly Bros. Chalice will get it, push himself closer to this Helm of Overlord creep.
Yeah. So Arcane boots Helm of the Dominator going into the Helm of the Overlord. Has a stack to farm up here. Is this a game where Little Friends viable?
I mean, it's the shard that you don't want to buy. You get it for free, where you get like multiple creeps. I think that's the biggest one, but using Little Friends is kind of meh.
Swashbuckle and FY again with that demonic purge, but Mercy's going to be able to TP out. Lightning now looking for FY, rolling thunder, but the disruption was used pretty early. Spikes him going even further. He doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. All the lightning over to the side, and that was empty. I have that one top of the swashbuckle hit, so his mana gets drained immediately. Now they've got the life drain to give him some more health. Calling's down, but he stays down for a while. Lou up in this fight, FY in trouble. He's bashed, and they're looking for the Nether Strike. They'll get the kill on the FY. They use the Primal Hordes on the XM, but do you have the pounds? Have the leash? Do you have the damage to get the kill? You might. We're doing a lot of it. He goes into the Shadow Dance with the Chakram on him. He's down to half health. Still ring around the rosy there with Mercy on the other side of this exchange as we'll go over at Ava, but Grid Timber's on. Somehow Mercy is the fastest.
No way
He's
he's
down
getting
a
out of it.
Cannonball Lightning Vortex. Lou's dead, and they still don't have the damage to get these kills and take out these heroes on the side of Piggy killers.
Mercy even tipping some as their Mercy bought so much time and also kept Pango there away from Storm Spirit. I think in this situation, as Pango, you need to instantly kill this Spirit Breaker or stop chasing him, reconnect with the rest of the team. You can feel that they lack damage there. They couldn't. But it's also a bit of a control with the diffusal blade.
Wi-Fi trying to Somnus, and TMing will die there to XM. XM again doesn't have a lot of mana, but taking out Frisk. These are kills all over the place. Everybody's fighting on a different side of the map.
XM's playing so well, understanding how much he can push it without dying and also keeping out of the trouble. We also gotta give credit to Frisk, who's been playing with the Storm Spirit throughout the whole game, keeping him alive. Does have 4 staff available now, great against both Beastmaster and Slick. Luke still lacks damage. Doesn't have enough to just connect onto a target and kill it. I also thought that he might go for Diffusal Blade in this game. I would prefer if he does go for it. Right now, I see Blade for the laxity, but also getting Aghanim Scepter for that second jump, a little bit more control. Finds Pupil's Gift on Timbersaw, always a good choice. On Universal Heroes, it's a lot of tankiness, gives you some decent right click. I mean, Timbersaw not the hero that benefits the most from right clicks, but still amplifies your farm.
Another strike. Charge. Somnus. Ooh, Light Drain. They got him. They put that together really well. A little nervous for a second that might have gotten out of that one, but now the charge is on their ass. It hits on it too. That's why the disruption trying to save Chalice. They're surviving it. Primal War getting the pushback. Now Lou coming in, pound switch and killing on Frisk. FY at least not that. The ball even comes over to the Shadow Team, and he's trying to run away, but he'll finally fall. And they look over at XM, and they'll take out this Storm, who had been dominating before. So a lot of goals going the way of TMing as he got that kill on XM. They'll also take out Mercy. This is starting to stack up the way for Azure Ray. They have the pounce, they have the leash. They'll get the kill there on Ava. And Lou's got a double kill, and he's going to pick up a lot of gold for that.
And this is a fight without Fly. I feel like he needs to be there as well, because your items, you want to be taking these fights. I see Mask of Madness, Crystallis, Falcon. These are like small items. Casual Blitz Knuckle for now. So you deal a ton of damage, and it felt like they needed it, because he was relatively active early on, showing up in a fight, using that shot, calling to choose where they want to take. And now fights are going to be much more difficult, because Slark does have that Agate Scepter, and
Did he pick that up mid-fight?
Axe, yeah, it got delivered mid-fight. Mercy's doing a lot of work, not just in the laning stage, but a couple of these fights connecting the charge on multiple targets. And as soon as they kill Pugna, it means that there's not going to be saved. No Force Staff, no Life Drain to replenish HP or mana on some Spirit.
I think Azure Ray have kind of hit this point where they can kind of jump off. Alex used Disruption Save on a TMing. And the Death Pact with the damage plan of the X and the Force Staff away. The Yule's up into the air. They get the kill to 5. They get the Muerta again. So Blue trying to fight, goes into the Shadow Dance. He's got this axe, so he has 2 bounce charges, but only 1 available at the moment. Somnus trying to go into the Roaring Thunder. He bounces off the steps, and now he's going the other way. Timber change, shield crash. They're on him. Swashbuckle going to kill an Ava. So yeah, the Timbersaw back-to-back is really going to shut down his game quite a bit.
Somnus is very tanky. Love the item build. Diffusal Blade straight into Heaven's Halberd against Storm Spirit, and most importantly against Muerta, gives him the tankiness, status assistance, holding on to Gossamer Cave, so he understands that he needs to go like Madman mode, soak up most of the damage, might be saved from Shadow Demon, and Mercy's gonna drop
Mercy,
here. You
as
have
well
Sentry.
as the Pugna. Nope. He's safe. Well, Decrepify and... I love this old chicken doing a pull-up banner.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's very, very funny. Yes. It's like one of those keep your chin up posters. The cat is trying to do the pull-up. Vortex calling out. Got the silence for the enchant. Look at the damage on the Song. Under half health already, but they get the before it's going to be on the X, and they have the bounce to lead him up, but they go to the life drain on Prince. Fly first. Goes up into the air. Mercy now going into the shadow. Amulet trying to get away from this one. Blue's already low. He dies to fly. Kill again when you're taking the spark. Vortex into the charge.
X had no mana.
Into the shadow amulet.
Back to poison already.
He's going to end up dying. They've got the swashbuckle landing on a Mercy. They'll take it to 3rd. They don't need Blue at the moment. As they continue their onslaught. Azure Ray, they hit this marker and they just have
Dire's
not
middle tower
stopped.
is under attack.
How you love to see it. I think this is your favorite thing to do, Tian Meng, when like just position 5, position 4 Enchantress when the hero goes in the fight. This is only Dragonlance, max impetus, demonic cleanse. Picks up Shadow Demons, so that's gonna keep them healthy.
It's a
Dire's middle
bit of an
tower is under
oxymoron,
attack.
right? Demonic cleanse.
Yeah.
Like, are you cleaning the demonic aura as Shadow Demon? You're
Dire's
purging the
middle tower
demonic
is under
aura
attack.
with is. Well, I'm cleansing and purging the same thing.
True. Also, to point out, I feel this is I praise the build on Somnus. Now they have Sentry. He's gonna drop because he went really crazy in that fight. Shield crash, didn't die, gets disrupted, gets another round of spells. This Heaven's Halberd, if it's a different item, he dies there. And now holding on to Shield Rune. So Shield Rune, Shield Crash, gonna make him extremely tanky.
Dire's
There's
middle
nothing to
tower is
dispel
under
it with.
attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
God,
Radiant's bottom
what an
tower is
item.
under
Yeah.
attack.
This item's too good. It's just like it got buffed. Like even if it was on 5-second cooldown before, it would still be super strong. But having a miss chance against hero like Spirit Breaker, Storm Spirit jumps in. He does have Witchblade, so that's true strike. So he will get the hit nonetheless. But against hero like Muerta, it does help out. But speed, you can have for anything better out of the item.
Silver Edge picked up for the Muerta. Just for the side of Azure Ray. And they
Dire's
use that
middle
Twin
tower
Gate,
is under attack.
break down through to the other side, and Shield Rune for Somnus activated.
Blade Mail picked up by Somnus. Interesting choice. He knows that he's going to be soaking up most of that damage in against Timbersaw, against Muerta. There's a lot of uncontrollable damage coming up from Gunslinger, so great value.
What a great value.
Indeed.
Only level 2 at the moment.
Radiant are scanning.
You want to max out. Like, this is the ability you want to have early on, but you want to max it out later. It's Gunslinger, Deadshot, two powerful abilities. We'll need to have a...
Cool. Come on. Purge. And charging, but not at a fast speed. They've got the Yules up in the air, and they will slam him down. That's why he's got the Yules, so we will get the kill there while they're going after Chalice. Chakram and Deadshot. Chalice is dead. Nicely landed there by Fly.
Piggy Killer need to split the map because they have really good ways to gank the side lanes. You have like word up showing from Silver Edge, Threadbreaker with the charge, Storm zipping in. In terms of straight up 5-on-5, they can't really match. I mean, Azure Ray doesn't have like the most team fight, but they are the ones holding on to Aegis. So they want to stream up and taking this fight. Somnus, not the easy part to kill by me. To them.
Oh gosh, Pounce leaping, and that is it's him trying to go through the twin gate. When you have these double pounces, you're just able to get these kills so easily with a little bit of backup, and they've got themselves another one of Frisk, and Somnus is on a killing spree. They're going through the twin gates too. They kind of want to keep up with this. You need to be careful if you're on the side. Painkillers, and they found themselves first.
Nice bounce. He catches him mid-air. Slark, 40 S, 10-minute agility. Also holding on to gem that Tian Ming purchased for him. So gotta get rid of most of vision wherever he passes. There's gonna be some extra gold coming out Ming's way.
Get that support gold.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
She's gonna drop pretty
Radiant
quickly.
structures are fortified. Radiant's
There goes
bottom
that
tower has fallen.
Azure Ray kind of stick together. They still have this Aegis on Lou for another 2 minutes. Somnus is Blade Mail doing some work here in these fights. Set uncontrollable damage. They go cover tier 2 over mid. They did have a creep wave there, but they're looking to go all the way towards top and potentially catch Fly.
Spotted in this deep observer board. And sitting underneath the other one as well.
Double pounce and goes into the Silver Edge. Got the gem, and it will stop Fly. They just don't have any way to stop the TP.
That's a rarity to see Slark not having a single pounce. Dagon is available.
Getting lucky to catch him in the in-between, but defense of the double pounce, try and get something out of him. Now they're going to look as they've got themselves Primal Roar, Disarm it, and the Timber Chain away, but the lack of mana might be concerning for Abba. Rolling got corrupt and lose bounces this time. Timber Chain again towards the Rolling Thunder. That's all I know. The gem, he's in the middle of this exchange he really didn't want to be a part of. So they get the kill to 5-5. They take out Mercy. They look over at Abba. The swatch for the sun. This is 18. Former, we are not learning about diving the tier 4s, or well, this time he does know. Turn around and not go too far.
This game's going out of control. Somnus, like having Vindicator's axe makes him even more tanky. Imagine getting 2 hero shield crash. They tried. They try to go with Yules. They try to use pounds mid-air.
Look at the damage. Ooh. Timber Chain into the base, but it's not going to matter, and the tier 3 is going to die.
Slark has way too much. 24 assists right now. You take a fight. They're trying their best. So Aegis expires, but it's not a time that the healers can kind of execute on. Falling Blue's in the middle of it. He doesn't really need to get himself into a bit of a bad position with that. Rolling Thunder used again by Somnus, turning it around on the Abba, who gets the Chakram back. But look at this, going and focusing the racks. So Azure Ray, they focus the racks. They start to retreat, maybe thinking that, hey, Piggy Killers are going to chase us. And they'll use this smoke and head towards mid. There's also another Reacher rune. Azure Ray has been controlling these active runes every single time Somnus shows up with shield rune, double damage, whatever it is. And they're not done yet. They want to keep chasing. controlling the vision. They know that there's nothing available right now for Piggy killers except that one deep observer one that's gonna expire anyway.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Really haven't felt much from this Muerta in this game.
Radiant's middle
She's
tower
been dead.
has fallen.
A lot.
Most of the time, yeah.
Sometimes by coincidence. And then Lou goes over. I'll push in the top two. Slowly but surely becoming a very high net worth lead here for the side of Azure Ray. And there's not much of the map that Piggy killers can farm.
Is under attack.
They're kind of crowd in their base and don't really have many other options.
Here I am.
So
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
charge, Somnus. He'll be hit by that charge. Nothing really doing. He pops that blade mail and they get the top tier 2. So Creep's pushing in on all ends. They've also got that box set of racks down. So that lane will naturally push in. Where do you go if you're Piggy killers? There isn't really much of the map to be yours.
You don't go anywhere. You're gonna cement your position. You already did in Division 1, but feels like this game is getting out of control for them. They can't leave the base with Storm Spirit, Spirit Breaker. You want to be outside. You want to be getting the kills on the side lanes. Just don't see it happening right now. Azure Ray holding hands together.
Right.
Like farming very close to each other. In case someone gets jumped, they're ready to help out.
$16,000 net worth lead, and Roche will be 2 minutes. Not sure they exactly need that. I feel like one more fight is all Piggy killers exactly have.
Radiant's top tower.
Remember, they've got a jet. Calling's down. They've got the silence. Not before the Rolling Thunder is down. They look over at Challenge. He's a little bit low for the BKB pop by XM. They can kill a Mercy. Then for the Prime Aurora, XM's going to be controlled up and killed off. So 2 heroes dead. One of which doesn't have buyback in that chain. No Timber Chain there. Frisk is gone. And, well, this is going to be Abba trying to leave. I'm able to escape. But look at that pounce, leashing him up from such a distance. 4 dead on the side of Piggy killers.
That was very difficult to bounce, and he found the correct angle, just came off cooldown, and as you said, that's all they have left in this game. One fight with Somnus, he's not done yet.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
There goes the mid center axe. This should be a full mega creeps. That's when they called GG last time, was right when those mega creeps. And I think they figured the game was inaccessible to them, and that might be the same here.
Radiant's top barracks
Essentially weighing their options, maybe looking at one more fight. They're not going to buy back. We'll be up against mega creeps. Smoke used, and if you're using the Cave Johnson voice back, you just heard him ask, can they come back from this?
The answer is no, they cannot.
Almost on Vortex, but that point just not dying. Jules up into the air, they're going to feel into Mercy. Now they'll look over at Muerta. 4 staffs away, but Frisk will end up dead, and the control onto FY is going to be enough to at least get that kill with Prime Aurora. XM, no mana. So now Ball Lightning up onto the high ground. He is able to activate that bottle to get himself a little bit more in the tank. However, this is still an issue for him. Somnus, he's feared up. They have that more now, and it's doing a lot of damage. They charge in. They've got no tier 4s. They look for the Nether Strike. Somnus still surviving, and he stays alive. Mercy right on him. Eventually, one of the Ball Lightning of X, and they bounce leashed on Abba. Abba trying to burn him out, but that's not going to work. It's actually the flames of the Ancient Black Dragon with the fireball down that gets that kill. And now they Vortex. Somnus with the impetus shots onto XM as well as onto this Pugna of Frisk. They'll keep him in there while they take the throne and they finish the series 2. So Azure Ray have at least guaranteed themselves a shot at a tiebreaker.
Yeah, nicely done. Again, Piggy killers, they play the game really, really well for the first like 12 to 13 minutes of the game, they're making all these aggressive moves, and then suddenly it just stops. They take 2 bad fights.
очікував, що вони вилетять. Але от для мене не було очевидно до кінця, які саме 3 колективи покинуть нас. Все-таки я б можливо хотів, щоб ці роботяги із Aster залишилися в першому дивізіоні. Ну як це так? Вони просто тричі поспіль покидають дивізіон, там якимось там повернулися, тому що забанили оцих гравців. Там повернулися.
I think it's actually interesting, right? Because the closest they came to before ultimately losing to XG yesterday was to IG, was against XG. That game one, Parati and crew on fuck. Some of the best would have seen in a long time in the region. They end up losing the series. And then IG, they also looked really good against LGD, even though they ended up losing this time around. So this one, even from everyone we've heard around, all of them say that these two teams are of equivalent strength. So let us witness what they have to bring to the table, healers. Game one, right this started, IG have pick on Radiant side to bust Nation, and XG Gaming have the second pick Dire. What do we expect in this game? We saw a lot of Snake Lady yesterday. I hated life. We got a couple flames, got quite a few Terrorblades, but the hero of the day hasn't been banned just yet. Techies, don't do it, guys. Don't take this with the Xtreme Gaming. Just ban Techies. Take the advice of Lizard. Find space in your draft for Techies ban.
Maybe they're thinking IG doesn't play it. They leave it in. I feel like IG would rather pick something like a Codball or a different hero. IG emo question mark. There we go. Never mind. Emo is like, no, we're getting Techies, and the hero is absolutely goddamn broken. So you gotta play with it. I still haven't found. You know, the thing about good supports is you can't answer them. Like there is no answer to Techies. Phoenix, okay, because he has that built-in BKB and he can fly over and stuff. But it's not like you have a billion minds to work with. No, he stuns you and kills you off with a little bit of extra disable before you even. And he defeats you in that lane. And Medusa, nice, very nice. Yeah.
All right,
that's good yawn right there.
Yeah, that's the sticky one.
Yeah. Are you a sympathetic yawner, by the way, or is it
Me?
Sympathetic? I'm not sure. I think sympathetic, maybe.
Sympathetic though.
Yeah, sympathetic.
I'm actually not. I'm actually not.
I can see a cat on the street yawning. I yawn instantly after.
Then you just feel like, oh, I'm near that cat on one right now. You're the same person.
Yeah. Imagine our life together, me on the couch, the cat sleeping on my chest, you know, instantly.
I thought you were gonna say you're sleeping on the cat's chest. And you're the one that's being petted by the cat.
Oh, that you went into some wonderland right there. I like it. Keep this up.
Well, in the wonderland of Dota right now, Xtreme Gaming with Phoenix, still no full answer for the Medusa. So what have we seen people do? We've seen some Pangos, we've seen some Rangers, we've seen some people just uber quickly with like Alchemist drafts, but that's already banned out.
Yeah.
We saw that one TA game that wasn't super bad, but still not also being a reliable answer for Medusa either. So you kind of have two busted heroes on the side of IG. What do you ban here if you're them to maximally protect Medusa? Is AM enough, or do you also want to put in like Wind Ranger Pango?
Pango, I think, is a good shout. And for me, best hero is still TB. I feel like TB on that carry position eventually scales better than Medusa. All you need is some CC. You can get to the top of her STB, a couple of illusions, she's just gone. So I have to say that it's my favorite one. But yeah. Let's see what they ban out. I feel like you're right completely. Pango here should be next one. And besides Pango, I don't see. There you go. He's gone. Good job, Snare. You're on fire. Love it.
This is a peculiar ban. This Brewmaster. Are they definitely going TB? You're right, dude. This is TB. Like you ban Timber and Brewmaster the same phase. He's very surprised if Gold doesn't do that.
That's a lot of question marks, man.
5 seconds.
He had only one. You know what's fun? Like the emo, he was obviously before, but he just used one question mark, and that's it. Like he's a superstar, in the best in the East. So he won a major with, of course. You know, it's not. there's something behind.
Now you know that question mark was incredibly powerful. This man in that same calendar year got 4th place at TI. You know, almost got a podium finish at TI. All of us just forget it. We're just like, yeah, whatever. But the question mark, that was where it was lit. That was where it
Was
was
he
lit.
actually 4th TI?
I believe that year, yeah, that year was 4th, if I'm not mistaken.
Probably, yeah. I believe you. I believe you. It's just I forgot. Anyways, Invictus game, they ban out the Void and stuff. And
Jeez.
they don't want that faceless Void plus egg combination, chrono egg. It's pretty good. She go with the Lich. Lich has been popping off as well in the Chinese region. Like
Radiant
in
team.
Europe as well a little bit. But more here. So over here.
Extreme
And
gaming.
let's see, IG, Silencer,
Spirit.
Storm.
Oof.
Pretty.
On spirits, right? Yeah.
That's a really good Storm, yeah. Like you have some sinister gaze from Lich to catch him as he zips in, which isn't too bad. Versus
10
the
seconds
damage,
remaining.
the shield is also decent, but you don't have too much catch.
5
You
seconds
definitely don't.
remaining.
And now, Extreme Gaming, do you want to pick your TP or do you want to even
Radiant
pick
team
TP?
back.
I think it's still okay. And they go for Slark. But, yeah, I forgot about this guy. This guy is usually banned versus Wizard.
That's true. Like, she was been like almost every game in this region, right?
Yeah, this little feller. So basically the
10
harpoon build,
seconds
right?
remaining.
You go Echo, Aghanim, some harpoon, with diffusal,
5
get on top of
seconds
those
remaining.
easily. You get the leashers, Storm as well. I like it, not bad,
Turn
not
to
bad.
ban.
I like it too. I also think it's always nice when you're playing with Lich to have a frost shield carrier that can go not just retreat from the fight, but go in as well. Utilize the slow in an aggressive fashion. Slark, one of the better heroes to do that. Lanes fantastically with the Lich as well to protect you when
10
you're like
seconds
awful in the
remaining.
laning phase.
Yep.
I like the Slark.
So
5
tell me,
seconds
Snare,
remaining.
Monsieur Snare of the Church of Doom, what's happening now? The puck is banned. Your XG, you're banning out offlaners, right? But to the full, there's some Primal Beast, there's some Underlord maybe, but all pretty bad into the Slark. What do you want into the Slark? Some Enigma?
Radiant team
I
back.
haven't seen Shang play Enigma, so I'm not sure he does.
No,
Obviously, would have been
plays it.
cool.
Yeah.
Act doesn't feel that great. Time doesn't feel that great. Underlord doesn't feel that great. I could still see Underlord potentially, or maybe some like because they potentially could play Terrorblade for SG.
10 seconds remaining.
So maybe some Dark
They
Seal.
won't play
Extreme
Terrorblade, man. They have
Gaming's
Slark.
turn to
Come on.
ban.
They will play Terrorblade Slug. I'm kidding. They need a Meteor, right? They have Slug already.
Yeah,
Why am I
yeah.
break so slow today? Maybe Darks actually. I could see them playing some Darks here for IG.
Radiant team pick.
I don't think so. Like maybe it's possible, but Blood Ticker was a good ban, I guess. You could still put Medusa on offlane and pick a complete counter to the slot, which is still possible for them to do. But probably it will like 2 ranged heroes and both of the universal into Slark. Like he's gonna have a sad time if they do. If they do decide to do that,
5
but they don't
seconds
have
remaining.
utility. I'd still rather have some form of utility on their offlane. Maybe Mars is an option. Like you still have that. You can spear the Slark away, if nothing else. Gives you some protection, but not enough damage. I feel like in the mid game.
Extreme
To ensure.
Gaming's
Trying
turn
to
to
please.
Kind of Mars techies.
Okay, so
they
it
are
is-
putting the Medusa offlane.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's gonna be sad. Like the Slark is gonna be sad. Snare.
He is. This is an excellent Ursa pick though. Juice up the lanes, next Slark side. Ursa's gonna be great to the
10
Doom.
seconds
You have a way to
remaining.
deal with the Medusa with the Phoenix egg now, which you didn't have beforehand.
5 seconds
during-
remaining.
Duration of global silence. You can actually like really kill heroes once you get more and more damage. I like it. This is cool.
You may now
And
select your
I don't
heroes.
think this was very surprising to anyone. The one last spirit left. There it was. Yeah, the one last banned out, still picked up, they go void. There's Earth Spirit as well, but let's not go that far. So I don't know, like both of these drafts, I think they've got what it takes. I think IG will come out of the lanes a little bit stronger. Should do well into Doom Phoenix. Not amazingly well, but he should do fine. you're still dealing with fire spirits of A.K.A. On top lane, like PYW and Medusa should dominate. That's the hard one for me. I just don't see Slark and Lich really doing anything in that lane. So Medusa is gonna be having some phylactery minute 5-6.
Minute 5-6 phylactery. Oh my god, that sounds terrifying to play into. Changyu playing 0. Yeah, he's a very strong lane that doesn't have on that side of the map. We know what Storm is capable of doing from the mid lane for Emo. We've seen that before. The only question mark, honestly, is going to be Ursa, because in many games, Ursa look good, seem like the priority option, even starts the game out, just has a difficulty ending with that same degree of strength. But this game is also for all the marbles. Of this goes to the major. The loser finds themselves having to play a tiebreaker up against Azure Ray, who are looking really damn strong right now. So you do not want to mess. Game 1 is so let's find out what happens between Invictus Gaming and Xtreme Gaming. This is good. What do I want to see here?
Let's do it!
Let's do it!
Oh, that's very nice.
What do you want to see, Tom?
I want to see another interesting build coming out from this IG lineup. Something interesting, like across the course of these last few games of this, someone's always done something cool. Whether it's Xiangyu from the off lane, with this mid Monkey King, or with his Bad Fury Void Spirit. This team has just been fun to watch, honestly.
It has. I completely agree. They've been, especially in these situations when they have to clutch it to get to a major or to win a major. Always has been like that. So, Emo, the Storm Spirit, I feel like he is as much of a carry as the Ursa is. So you can look at one or the other to really carry the game. The only difference is Aster should have his setup for real success. Meanwhile, Emo, it's okay. You're playing into Void Spirit, nothing crazy. You shouldn't be really moving that lane too hard.
Well, also see what build Emo goes for. Almost every single day we've had a store through it. It's been something different that they brought to the table.
3 bounty rolls for IG.
Oh no, you're not that mean.
Don't talk about the
curse.
curse. Don't talk about the curse narrative. It's not happening today.
It's not even a curse. It's not a fact. It's not even a curse anymore.
Yeah,
it's just like factually how things are done.
Yeah. Why do you think that is? Just is, I guess.
It just feels really snowbally right now.
First mine of the game is that snowballs into Lich having more HP later on, which means they will kill before he kills them. It's all snowbally. From second 0, everything matters. Butterfly effect in Dota, full effect.
Sometimes the game is won before minute 0. Pre-game, you will pick yourself the W. Dota's an intriguing game that way. So, where's massacring going to be taking place? Which lane is going to be the most impact? You said top and high potential. That could be costing most of our gaze.
Well, if we are too lazy to move across the map, we can just stick on top. I'm not sure our observer is. Who is it, by the way? It's Patrick.
It's Patrick. Yeah.
I'm sure PTP. He's not like that guy. He moves the map a bit more. I will watch. I'm just kidding. I love them both. But yeah, top lane. Like I said before, I can't imagine Slark having a good time. The moment they hit level 3, I think they have a ton of kill potential on both Lich and Slark. See how it goes. In Void Spirit and not doing all too great at the moment.
No, they're handling him right now. And if there's any person I do not want to take on in a Spirit matchup, it's probably going to be Emo. He's doing a really good job. And not just getting the CS, but doing the right thing of just constantly bullying Paparazzi.
Yeah.
Like, he's already eaten through this Resonance Shield. He's already in an awkward position. Unfortunately, there's no support here to steal Water Runes, but I'm happy about the game.
Yeah. I feel like Void should still do fine. And if you get level 6 before it's over, A.K.A. will be done.
Bye-bye, A.K.A. He's alright. Listen, Dark's got first blood on his Ursa. They got 3 bounty runes.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. 3 bounty rolls. I mean, look, I'm telling you, Like this bottom lane set up for success, top lane set up for success. They're really having a good time in the laning stage. The question is, will the same team remain afterwards? And I think for to have a good game, they need to secure paparazzi they're watching right now. Need to get perhaps all 6 before and maybe a gank or two. Who do you gank with? Even that is difficult.
Yeah. The supports you come with don't have stuns. Like, you're gonna have a very blink dagger lich with Sister Gaze.
Auction, imagine that. First item, lich. Easiest way to get reported.
Rush dagger on lich.
Although it's not bad, right? Like having sinister.
Yeah.
But,
If you got like some kick headband, blink dagger, this doesn't sound so terrible.
by the way, it's Scriffy boy. It's Scriff.
Oh no, we were lied to.
It's Scriff.
We were lied to.
Yeah, I mean, Peter observes much better. I could see it from the actually. He's writing to me right now. I love you, Scriff. Just as much. We failed twice, but third time is the charm.
We might have a quick kill onto the Techie. The game will be utilized. PYW instead will actually walk away. They need Emo when the meat grinder is dead, but he turns around. The big hero pass off. Will get the kill onto the Void Spirit, but he does still end up dead. Gifting Kak double kill on his Phoenix. That was fun to see. Great blocked off. It looked really cool, but ultimately Emo was a bit too squishy to survive that fray.
Yeah, like the problem now is, remember I said I feel like Void Spirit used to be ahead of Storm. Void Spirit is now half level kind. So yeah, that truly doesn't feel great because Storm will hit level 6 earlier. Gank will connect with Piggy or something. There's a chance that Void Spirit might again gain like a minute or two. So keep an eye out on that minute 6 top lane.
Top. There's some danger onto PYW.
I just think
Ends up
free.
and they bring him down. And the tips. Ooh, okay, that must be nice. What was happening?
I mean,
to draw these tips from him.
Is DY and PYW tipping each other, you know?
That's true.
That's their contract. If you kill each other, we need to hit each other. If you're not playing in the same team, of course.
Well, if we're on the same team and we deny each other, then we absolutely tip each other. That would be super cool.
Yeah.
So those tasks gateway on this producer actually doesn't have that much net worth, equivalent to the slot right now, but closing in on that Phylactery, which is all he really wants out of this laning phase. He's playing a lot of Phylactery hero because he played Visage a couple times the other day. Now he's playing this Producer. Just getting used to having to buy the soap item.
I think Phylactery is amazing, especially Medusa and Visage, so I'm really not surprised. I'm really not surprised he's buying it. I think you get this Phylactery and suddenly the Sparky boy will have a difficult time letting him enter level 6. Which was there though. Good read by Xtreme Gaming.
Good read by Xtreme to show up right on time. It comes from the storm. Also good stuff to make sure that we're directed to the right area.
So always, Scriff is, you know, an unsung hero of Dota. Always in the right position at the right time. Make sure that we don't miss any of the action. Or most of it.
The casters are players, you know, our observers, our supports, being right, casting forward in all the right places.
Oh, damn.
A degree of danger here. Most danger in the middle as well as Emo was very awkwardly placed. He tries to zip in onto Paparazzi. Doesn't have enough mana there. Both heroes coming so close to death.
Yeah.
But being able to stay alive, some miracle.
Yeah, Scriff right now, please die so better that I missed the kill on bot, please. So basically what happened is something you don't really expect, and I don't aim for it. I was surprised as well. Ursa ran on top of Boom and Phoenix.
Speaking of running, top lane, they run to the Medusa and they were trying to kill her off. The gaze was there onto PYW to block off the blast off. Interestingly enough, I actually think blast off would have been great to hit if it hit in the stun would have been awesome. But maybe not. If even 1 second of this is the case, that minus mana, maybe just to get the kill. But at least they exert themselves a little bit in the top lane.
Bruh. I just understood why everyone is picking Lich into Medusa. I'm crazy. Let's get away. Did we?
Yeah, or maybe not for long, but
you know, sometimes I talk about things and I forget them like a minute after. I'm sorry. It goes through one ear, exits on the other. Damage. Picked up. Paparazzi. He needs to run.
Should be okay. Does have astral step in a couple seconds. All right, so Lich Monster, since this realization has just re-dawned on you, share with the audience. Tell us your teachings.
Teachings?
Yeah. Well, you just learned that Lich is very good.
That's tome 3 of my Lich support teachings. There we go. Look, he lost some mana. So my teachings are, since the gaze is not a disable only, it also takes mana away from people. So it's good versus Medusa and Storm. There. For someone that played Lich like 90% of his games, I should know that. I don't know. Sometimes I just get simplest of things in Dota.
Radiant structures.
There's just so much stuff.
It's a hard game. Very difficult to be abreast of everything within the landscape of Lich 2.
Maybe it's
And I think honestly, especially because you play Lich that much, it makes it harder to remember every single thing because you're just used to the feeling of the hero.
Maybe it's a hard game. Maybe I just have a bad memory. Maybe a bit of both, you know. Who knows? Level 6 on Kaka. We can expect something happening with this egg. He can have the Ursa, but probably not the best idea because of the overpower.
This is not so healthy though, so I could see a rotation coming in.
Run,
Paparazzi. She needs some help. CY gonna come in. Doesn't get off at the gaze because gaze comes very happy to commit the super over for this one. Get the range on that spell. They will be able to keep Medusa shield down. No. She does have force charges, so she's still alive. Here comes Emo, looking for the turnaround. And Rescue also goes. QX, the first to the side. One of the spiders, Paparazzi also makes a presence known. Taking out this Medusa. They follow up with PYW. Ghost gets himself off. Emo looking for revenge. Trying to kill Ghost. Ghost will survive by the skin of his teeth. And Emo runs mana and out of options. So 3-4 nothing. Xtreme Gamers came so low that they just did not go over the edge and lose any heroes.
Yeah, and the region rune as well for Paparazzi. He's going to maybe even go on top lane after this. Like, look at the boy. King region. Actually gonna just snatch the
Regenerate.
Gotta feel good. Those rotations thought that Phoenix Egg was maybe even an overkill because they were killing Medusa, at least not initially anyway. She only died because Emo showed up. They continued fighting. I feel like if you just bail there, you're fine. Emo shows up, which triggers Paparazzi showing up, which triggers a whole mess, and you lose 3.
Oh, sweet.
But I can't because these kind of fights you want to take on a Medusa lineup. You want to be fighting in that because you're insanely tanky, deceptively tanky. To snake level 2 maximum.
Sadly, in the aftermath of that fight, not only do they end up losing multiple heroes, we have to remember which hero was involved in that fracas. Blue was Chin at bottom. Also, Slog got some additional stacks on the permanent energy, so that actually made him stronger, getting closer towards his diffuse blade. And something I remember you mentioned the other day about how the best time to buy an item is not just when it's good for the hero, but when it counts what the enemy team is doing. And Diffusal for the Slog, amazing against at least 3 heroes on the enemy team, and phenomenal on Slog in general.
Yeah.
Good.
And the smoke is phenomenal this game as well. They're smoking down mid lane. Looks like Paparazzi and DUI. Do they have it? They have it again. I always say DUI, like driving under influence.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dota under the influence.
Yeah, Dota under the influence, exactly.
Well, this smoke did not connect metal, sadly. And the heroes that were positioned as potential targets have now turned into hunters themselves. Smoked up to the top lane, but they will not find Ghost. His team let him know that, hey, bro, we don't see anybody middle now. We should probably be careful. And they will not end up dead.
So kind of mirror movements happening at the moment, right? Actually, he's the one that walks up instead.
Hold on. They actually popped the first global of the game. Let's get out of this. They don't have to. He's gonna give up the jab shot. He's still alive, attempting the TPR. Earth Shock just does not do justice.
Both carries, both carries reading it really well. Like, obviously, Bottomers has to wait a little bit earlier. Slark is in general harder to kill. He sticks around a bit longer, still survives, and baits the global. So nicely done. Nicely done. Oh, Ghost. And Dust.
Seeing more and more of the... It does slow up this weekend, man. We still need to ask what they've been eating, what happened in the training gym.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Has been
attack.
on it. He's the guy that's leading those heavy struggle sessions in China right now.
Your nickname it has to end on ST if you're carry there, right? We have Ghost, we have Dust. Don't tell me anyone else. We have Amest.
Taoist?
Taoist.
Thingist? Monetist?
Honest. Sure. Makes sense. Something does fit your narrative, just make it fit, cram it in there.
Smoke up. We'll be having a big move happening. 3 heroes from Xtreme Gaming. Paparazzi leading the charge right now. Has an arcade to his name. There's a global for 25 seconds. QX is positioned to pop the smoke. It's very hard to get to where this is. And it's like they're not going to even try, really.
Tensions.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Can they can't even take these, right?
But tasty. They can't, but they went towards it like thinking, can we not? Looks nice, but probably not. Meanwhile, YQX went to the very defensive observer ward on that triangle, just making sure they have vision over the ancients. And the game did slow down a little bit. I think that benefits Xtreme Gaming. They came out the laning stage much better than I expected. They even kind of sort of won tap 3 kill on top lane. Doom with Midas farming up, almost a pipe completed. Slark as well farming up, really damn well. Echo Saber and Diffusal completed.
There's so many heroes that scale it feels on the side of XG. Although there are some really scary late game heroes. They will get from the smoke. They pop the global silence for this. DY will happily give up his life if it draws out such a big ultimate. He does have fire back if he really wants to come back for a fight. Actually, he might trigger it. They have heroes stacked up in the area. And they have the Diffusal blade newly picked Ghosts. They might think about making a jump here.
Maybe they can fight. Let's see. They have Yules as well on Kaka. They can go in here.
Oh no, they didn't go in the same combo. They didn't get the Yules into Interrem. They might get Yules into pounds. No, it does not happen. Emo gonna be staying very much alive. Massive arcane curse from QX will zone back the entire team. Xtreme Gaming lineup. They just run them on you. This position too close to the tier tower. Doom easily killed off. No protection available there.
We can even go further. Let's see. Paparazzi has. Can he catch PY up?
The remnant is up. Oh! Black Gold comes first. UIW is gone. And he will be allowed to stay alive.
Usually I would say that we would see them fighting that, but had the strong and an arcane rune on top of that before. Well, yeah, you're gonna probably take that fight. There's no global, absolutely nothing stopping. Medusa, she had a force, so maybe she thought, okay, if I pick things out, if I maybe get some stone gaze before the Doom, I can survive. I think it's not too terrible for IG considering Doom was used.
Fortunately, they lose the tower as well. That's less space, I guess.
I guess too. I don't know. Towers being that usually means less pace on them, but this mid lane tower, I think it's still very important. You can't move from bot to top very easily through it, but you don't even. You always use the twin gates, so it's kind of important. But I never find myself going like that. You know, usually in the old patch, you might actually fine. In the old patch, usually you have to do it. This patch, there we go. Kaka goes everyone right here. Just as perfect goes into the pit.
Okay, they're gonna jump on the silencer first and foremost, killing them off by QX, giving away some more stacks to the clock.
And they didn't rush. This team does not rush easily.
Does forever. They don't even have anything to remove mana, like to remove armor. Once PIW, people blast off into the river, but both can chase them. Very nice work coming in from Shangya to save his compatriot. Techies will live there, and this will open up tier 1 tower in the top lane for the side of Xtreme Gaming if they do want to play around there.
I'm surprised, like, forcing this top lane area that much, considering they have a Battle Fury and a Blink on Ursa. They can fight. I don't feel they're extremely strong at the moment. I don't think that Medusa has what she needs. I don't think that Storm has what he needs. But you also don't wanna. You also don't want to give away that first Shurkan, as you do have an Ursa and a Storm. So I can get that.
So what do you need? What do they need? I'm just waiting for BKB on the finish first.
Yeah,
most definitely.
Exactly. I think that's what they probably need, but they spoke up once again. They might catch some strays on top lane because Slark and Phoenix left.
This could actually be really good for IG here. Get a quick kill and then get the uninterrupted. Good for them.
Damn, DY.
Dude, what a player. He's not under any influence right now. He is on it. Kaka managing to get off the supernova. Do apply to the Versa, but he does manage to destroy it first. Beautiful stone hits from Shangdon into the fight. Starting up these heroes, they corral one inside. But here comes Ghost. He comes to clean up house right now, taking out the techies. But the rest of his team, Swollen, surrounded. Down to the double kill already. They block him, trying to stop the pops away. They will not manage to do so, but they still have the catch up and they still have the kill. A triple for Dust on his sir, a massive team fight win for IG, and a reward of Roshan that they're gonna claim once they go to the thing game.
Damn, like, I felt that would be so good for XG because they break the smoke with glitch and they just move away, but instead Kaka returns. He gets instantly jumped up, so he's forced to. And yeah, you doomed the Ursa, but I think he even used it in Rage before he doomed him, right? Yeah, like even in Rage, so that doom lasts 5 seconds. Instantly after the continuous fighting, Ghost used his newfound shard to save DY a little bit, but they just didn't have the firepower here to do anything. Already the Doom and the activated. The majority of your team fighting is gone. You cannot fight there. Unfortunate, very unfortunate for XG, but on the bright side, they didn't lose Rush. Right.
I'm kind of surprised that they didn't go into the Roshan afterwards. Like with this Ursa, he had maxed out views. So I thought they would have had time to do it.
Yeah, so maybe because it was switching conditions going from bot. They decided not to, not sure. But one good thing for IG is they never truly have to worry about Rush that much. This XG's lineup is terrible at taking it. Just terrible. In like a DD or Holy Spirit or something, they tried. Or a full team fight that they win.
Void infusion.
Oh, whichever comes first, of course, they'd be happy with. Safe waits, but it does have an arcane rune. We'd love to be able to utilize that somewhere onto someone. Xtreme Gaming, that fight that they experienced is going to be great, but you know, they were still okay beforehand. They didn't lose any additional structures or objectives on the map. They'll still get Tormentor, they'll still get their Wisdom Rune. And I think it would have been the only worst part about it, Slot dying. Slot dying, that would have been my game.
Yeah, I think there are some bad things about it. see Medusa getting an Aghanim's completed off of that. She's got it through the creep wave on mid. There we go, point booster flying in.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, suddenly you cannot kill her. Sinister Gaze will not work. Luckily for them, they have a lot of abilities that kind of target the hero, but you don't have to point and click, so it's not going to trigger the Mystic Snake. Actually, that's a shard. Never mind.
No, that's
yeah, I literally played her last night. I played her 6 hours ago, and
I think I have to increase the confidence interval in your memory being bad, bro.
yeah. He's gonna get the shard. He has it queued up. You don't get the shard without getting Aghanims. That's the point. I mean,
Radiant
you first buy Aghs and then you get the shard, and
Dire's
then it feels really damn good.
That's your IG to pick up this Aegis as well themselves for another game.
You literally, you could contest this if you were all in position. But for Shiso, Ursa, it's really damn fast. Looks like they'll give it to you as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
If you answer about to click on it, Emo's like, bro, if you click on that thing, I kicked from the team. Okay.
It looked that way because Dust actually gave himself an inventory slot. But actually, they still want to fight. This smoking up, even without slurping there. Not sure if the smoke
can't
will
work his way over. Starting to run that right now, but I also don't know about this. We'll go on Medusa. Remnant will be there. Get a 4-star pretty back, and the Sinister won't be good enough either. And here comes in, jumping directly on the left side. Bro, Bloodstone from the Jackie. Oh my goodness, Kaka though does put Supernova close to the Stone Tower, forcing the rest of IG to get back. Stone Gaze are popped on the Medusa as the 2 has elapsed. They're going back in on Paparazzi. Emo really wants the void spirit, runs out of even. They run out of damage. Kaka might be as lucky. Comes down from the Dual Scepter though, that gives him the Icarus dive away. Somehow, all these spells being popped, all this action happening, only a lonely Lich dies at the very end here.
I can't believe it's just a Lich that died in the end, but yeah, like all these spells used, a ton of big ultis, 3.5k damage dealt by the tech. Is nothing wrong here. Let's keep buffing it up a little bit, Ice Frog. I think he needs some buffs. What one item literally saved the game for IG here, the fight that is. And that's Gossamer Escape, whatever. Medusa. This shit versus Dome is way too good. Like he jumps in with the Infernal Blade, boom. Medusa just, the Infernal Blade misses, so she can turn, she can force that before the Dome even comes. It's probably the best item that you can have against him in that neutral slot. Feels good, man.
Yep. Any other circumstance, if he doesn't get off that 4-star, the fights is closer to the tier 1. Actually, very easy to kill Medusa, move on to the fight. Man, I love Dota. Everything just stacks up upon each other. Plenty of chaos. Beautiful to see. We might have another one. Then coming in, Xtreme Gaming, looking for QIQX. At the same time, though, Dust QIQX will not end up dead, though. And 2 for good measure, but he got off the enrage for the Emo. Into the middle of the fight, one QI. Falling so while he's here. Give up the Aegis. The heat from far. And they now jump up. But yes, being caught with the blast off. It's worth some time, but it's not going to be enough. They end up losing the Ursa. Emo jumping now on Paparazzi with the help of Shanyu. They almost kill off this World Spirit, but he gets away by the skin of his teeth. Now Emo himself has to get away by the skin of his teeth. They've abandoned Shanyu, however, as he's left behind to deal with Xtreme Gaming. It's a force up another clutch one onto the high ground away from the Supernova. Dodges the Aether Remnants. This Snake Lady might not have any legs, but he's dancing around Xtreme Gaming right now. Is the question. Gets shoot down again. What is Shanyu on right now? Eventually, though, they will come around him, instigate him, and they kill him off. Goes with another permanent agi stack. Xtreme Gaming, incredible team fight victory.
Talking about these small little things, a lot of things happening in that fight for both sides. First, jumping the Ursa. That's about to use Doom Kaka. You will say. So there's something just to get off both the BKB and then Rage before the Doom. Still though dies, so it didn't really change a lot. But one big thing is Nemiga and Storm. Like your two cores were fighting to kill off Lich. And they didn't finish him off. Like this survives. I think that was pretty big because it gave them a little bit extra disable later on. He had Pabs and Frost Shield on him, and they thought they had him, but just lives a little too long. I really thought I'd be this next game. They had Aegis, Emo dies, Rocket Why. Only Lich killing off server wars on the high ground just to survive. So they can't see him. He interrogates the percent afterwards.
What a play, DY. Really showed off a little bit here.
Is under attack.
Again, we did see the was forced off from Medusa.
Dire are
Also
scanning.
positioning up. But for Extreme Gaming, that's the kind of fight that you back on and say, hey, we won the game right here and here. And if they do, Blizzard, they'll be the first team to overcome the curse. Hasn't happened in
Dire's
this
middle
region
tower is under
today.
attack. Radiant's top tower is under
Retweeting your
attack.
tweet me tagged. Thank you, Snare. Very nice.
While you're on the socials, Extreme Gaming actually walking around together, holding some hands, looking for a kill. They do not cross anything, however, so they just have to keep farming. But they are getting some really big items. Like we're about to have the
Radiant's
Aghanim
top
set
tower
for the
is under
Slog,
attack.
and then after that you can start building into the Harpoon, and that's where this game starts to feel
Dire's
really,
middle tower
really
is
scary.
under attack.
Especially for these silence and these techies on the backlines. And speaking of, we're gonna fight bottom. Techies doesn't get killed off here. I pop around with the DD rune. Okay. Can't steal our wisdom runes, buddy. Those are for our support. Only DY can get these.
I think it's for Phoenix even. Who's gonna snap? Never mind, paparazzi is like, yeah, smile, hated.
Do not get this benefit of the Medusa. Those at the pounds in 3 seconds. They get the inhibit out with the diffuser play. They should have the kill onto Dusa. The snake he goes down. Shanya giving it away at last. 10 Agi. Slog permanent. So it's starting to feel a little bit scary.
Yeah, he's getting a lot. So keep in mind that he went for a little bit of a different build than you see in normal games. Storm, next target.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
They
attack.
do not find the power time.
I really don't see the world when she dies there. It's not possible at all. They have the pawns to work with and that's it. Maybe some Yules, but no real Zapel. Got Lincolns even on the Storm, so very unlikely. Yeah, Slark didn't opt to go for Aghanims first. He even got the Shard before the Ag. He even got the BKB. Just making sure that he's able to stand and actually make these full game engagements. You know, usually Slarks, what do? They just jump in and out of fights, right? It wasn't Ghost. If he goes in, he stays in the fights.
That's true. He's been playing a on Slog. 20 minutes earlier than expected, but he's already in the play style. Probably gonna have a big fight around this next push on the W. Just gonna go drop a mine to scout this, but I think they saw him. Both sides know each other, have scouted this. Pings all around, and we see IG. How many times have we seen just monstrous fight happen right on this twin gate? So adopting this positioning can be very beneficial for them. They don't want to wait here, Liz. They're going for a fight right now. Do not here just yet. Can they get the jump is the question.
Remnant sits. So the Lich's shard is killed off.
To restore
So something that they will miss, but they smoke up. It's the one to go. It's kind of hard to go onto this high ground, especially versus techies, right? Like he just loves going around the twin gate.
So yesterday though, Those big wraparounds coming in from Xtreme. We've seen from them so many times, and they will QIQX and the more. He doesn't have violence, however, but it's not really. She's already been doomed up. They really want to find this kill. That will now be applied. They have all their efforts on killing the snake lady, and they will succeed in doing so. Will I be able to avenge her? And they buy back. Now there's no flow over here now. Juicer will return. But their team fight prowess is not nearly as strong. They defended BKB and Enrage in that fight.
Okay. Like they're missing something, right? But so are W though. Right.
Okay, now that's an excellent bomb, but it's not going to be able to do it if he does. So at the same time, though, the blast goes up. Some more damage it goes. Might enable him to take the rest of the fight. Does thinking about the keeper and showing you about the gates back Xtreme Gaming. Though, as open gate is killed by he is full on play. No buyback either. QIQX also gets caught into by the rest of the lineup. Now the slow producer doing the run away. Not only will she not put it so
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
opened up not just for Rogan, but to do whatever how they want on the map. Extreme.
Really nicely done. I don't know. Like this dude is a huge different maker. JT find the right target, fight booming that dudes are forcing the buyback, and they're all kind of because problem with Reggie's lineup. They have good idea to destroy the lanes, picking the loser, right? The loser techies, destroy the star, first statement, destroy the doom. But things didn't go that well. They're lacking ability. All these small little things that works to the table, small things. The ones that are getting eliminated the fight. Easy of fight. He starts the fight. Can't do most of these. First at all.
So, but again, we see Doom getting a Doom. If they win this game, I know you're a candidate for MVP, but won't be able to actually get the kill. Does draw some reinforcements outside of the map though.
Bombs for the dead.
Drops that Doom, but has a Korean core. Not really care way too much. We'll probably have it. Right?
Paparazzi is also getting quite an influx of items. What happens after it finishes the spell of their data? Is it being dateless for Celebrate, I wonder?
I feel like
dateless.
actually, sorry, we'll see. I feel like
The thing is, right now they're not struggling for damage, right?
yeah. Like sometimes it gets daedalus because you are struggling for damage and you're in that situation where there's all or not. I don't think they're there, so you can do both daedalus or the slow edge.
Yep. Honestly, even if he doesn't do either and he just buys something else, it's fine as well. 2 humans right now. Paparazzi. As they're sieging the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane,
Radiant's
trying to
bottom
expand their
tower
map
is under
control.
attack.
And you know that into the game you mentioned where they don't have to worry too much about Aegises. Long says past that point, the more map control they lose IG, the more future Aegises will also put XG.
Doom.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Zooming
attack.
around.
Oh no. I was gonna say that he jumps back in. Oh no, JT! That's BK.
That's good BKB. He's fine. He's gonna get the kill.
Boom, kill QIQX. Alright, good guy JT.
3.5k HP together with the Doom. He's well. Just to
Radiant's
save
bottom
on
tower
Void
has
Spirit though,
fallen.
just make sure that he doesn't die.
He's so scary that as soon as he shows
Dire's
up,
middle
Ursa
tower
just
is under
BKB.
attack.
It's like, oh
Because
no.
you have to, right? Like he has travels too. He TPs on the Void Spirit. I don't know if they're gonna go on you or fall back. So hope that BKB make sure you don't get killed off.
Invisibility.
Really good game from Xtreme. They're looking towards getting themselves into the third and final
Radiant's
major
middle
of the year.
tower is under attack.
They missed Lima. They made a presence in Berlin. They didn't go that well. So they want to get qualification. Now they're going top and they're going to find
Radiant's
us.
middle tower
Those
is under attack.
acting as an important point. He easily able to mop up this first.
He went up.
Right on you. out, and I don't think he'll be allowed to blast off here. He got caught there, so he will be killed on the ground. 2 heroes fall. That should be at least 1 tier 2 tower through the mid lane. And do they potentially try to breach the high ground here? Please force a buyback from Ursa.
I think they can. They'll probably go for the other tier 2. Let's see. But they don't have Green Wave on top, so maybe mid lane would have been a better idea. It's not easy. They're still pushing into Medusa and that are alive. So they probably won't do a lot, but I feel like it was possible for to damage it a little bit at least. Instead, they chill, they wait for the harpoon.
It's gonna be so big. Like, he's gonna finish the harpoon, the Panther sword right now, Slug. Gonna put in the basher once this Aegis elapses. My goodness. Not like he's finished, right? 25 armor, 2.5k HP. Oh my god.
He's not, yeah, not at all. He has that shard as well to work with as his ultimate, so
Radiant's top
multiple
tower
ways of
is under attack.
surviving through these fights.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
More or less everyone has some sort of deal global at this point. Just Lich doesn't.
On void split. Okay, don't click on void split. Split as a data and a double damage you just picked up. So this next fight, outrageous numbers emerge from Paparazzi. They try to jump onto Ghost right now. They do zone it back a little bit. However, this is a Slug. Someone immune to poking. As you kill him off, he just waits, replenishes his HP, and they're gonna come back and try again.
At least they push him away before the Aegis, right? So 15 seconds, it should be reclaimed by the time they push high ground. Like, and fewer IG. I'm not happy with the state of the game, but at least the next fight will be a bit more fair. It won't be 5-on-6.
That's also been lacking for the side of IG is that outside of PYW techies, the team fight control really been lackluster. But they're gonna try and ameliorate that. Emo building into the Aghanim Scepter, so we'll have some blue hole shenanigans.
Do you think that helps them? Like I guess the Battle Fury and Ursa, you have some cleave, melee damage. That's
That PYW has been finding blasters, it better help. And Doom is gonna be found out right now, but just pops BKB. His team is actually miles away from him, and they still lack confidence they can take this fight. And they are correct because the team has really high mobility. Get the holy shit! Blows PYW with Astral Step, and they do the same to the Ursa. What just happened? Now and onto this Medusa. She gets caught in by the newly picked up by Ghost. Paparazzi, the DD rule, who's on QX, comes back for the Medusa. Turns it into a 4-hero moment. Emo at the very least jumping in, looking for Taka. Does get him. Yes, it was a trap. He has another one ready to go. Throws it in onto Emo. And Emo will be killed. Paparazzi with the triple. More attributes for Stark. But there are no creeps, so they can't turn this into a lane of grass.
Yeah, very unfortunately for them, no creeps. I love how 4 of them went to gank Doom. They saw him and they were like, God damn, poor us, run. We need someone else.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That is nobody else out. They all end up dead. Ain't no racks getting sieged into. There's no buyback on the other side either. The one bright part is that their push is not the fastest in the world from Xtreme.
Radiant's
I don't think his minds are everywhere. Look around the throne. Yeah, like we have at least one more fight in us. Right up, go def the throne.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
The
attack.
rats, it's just the throne, you know. Make sure they don't
Radiant's
game.
middle barracks has fallen.
It's crazy, like they only get one single side off. That's only because their spirit pushed in. Like if just one lane was pushed in, 2 sides, hands down, 100% for a buyback force. Who's getting the shard? Whitbird. Oh my god.
The scary thing about this wave shot is the decreased cooldown. It's very scary. It's very scary. And IG's already been struggling with their positioning in the midst of these fights. said, some additional tools. Emo has a X now, so I'm looking towards him and PYW to come up together. Perhaps Shanyu. I think Shanyu needs to stop building this Hex. The Hex is great, but do they need damage? These heroes aren't threatened anymore in XG. It's only Naka that's dying anymore. Everybody else is just chilling in the fight. So maybe he should try and scale as well.
They have Nullifier now on Ursa. It does change things a little bit. He can try to scale, but I have a feeling at this point he just doesn't like fast enough anyway. The UI, perfect positioning once again, and fire, amazing. Will die. All that said,
He has my back, he's fine. He's happy to do it. But TP coming in on the paparazzi. Where Prime is still gonna take the side that they shoot directly onto the Medusa. DUI doesn't buy back. Greg frozen the global silence. But Medusa Prime will not be saved by this. She is gonna get clicked down by those. Goes able to finish more two. And goes now going onto this person. Just cannot fight paparazzi. He gets killed. Goes out the super over on the wall back Medusa. She passes don't get to try and she really wishes she was anywhere else right now. And she got jumped on by Ghost, killed off by XG. And that might just be a second lane of Rex and potentially the end of game number 1.
yep, they have 80 seconds without Medusa to go. They still have one Doom left remaining on JT. He can jump in, perhaps Doom the techies or the Storm Spirit, doesn't really matter. Let's see if they'll push, because they're smoking up. They're kind of hunting the Storm instead. That's what it looks like. JT. Okay, I actually knew exactly where he was.
JT's sense pretty high.
Look at these guys.
It was a very easy way to just kill the goddamn techies. And the techies dead. No mines can be thrown out anymore. The racks will no longer be protected. It's 2 lanes. They could turn this into a third. 40 seconds, no Tusa. 1 whole minute, no techies. Unironically, Techie is one of their big defenders, so they need it right now.
I feel like they can definitely take it to their side. They can even take this fight to Versailles back. They still have Doom, remember, so it's not that easy. They have cheese on Point Spirit. I don't think they're losing points any longer, by the way. Maybe Lich or Phoenix might die, but even they are so difficult to kill off so much longer. Phoenix has an AC fight back. He's had it for a long time now. Lich as well. With the
Shivas.
Lich with Pavis, Solar Crest, GG. Oh, they're just not winning this single fight. It's not happening.
My boy GG. That's the right thing. Survivor India just for the key man. And that's probably a beautiful counterpoint to how this game just went overall.
Dire team ban.
Xtreme Gaming's turn to ban.
Dire team ban.
Xtreme Gaming's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Xtreme Gaming's turn to
Timber Saw!
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Xtreme Gaming's turn to
Khakis!
Ten seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Bad Rider!
Venomancer.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Xtreme Gaming's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the Chinese DPC. We
Dire
are
team
looking
back.
towards an incredibly interesting matchup of Invictus Gaming taking on Xtreme Gaming. All the marbles on the line right now as the winner goes to the bottom. The loser has to play Azure Array in a tiebreaker. So let's find out what game 2 looks like, since XG was so clean in game number 1. Lizard, your favorite
10
hero,
seconds
is available here. We've got the Timber Saw for Shangyu, his best hero right now. Does this
5
give IG a
seconds
bit of a
remaining.
better hook into game 2?
Does. I feel like already they have a cooler opening, but they gave techies away, which isn't something that I'm a big fan of. I do like the Timber Venom. I do like that. I like Venom into Batrider. I feel like Batrider right now. Venom, was he that good versus bad before? Sort of. Not amazing, but he was decent. Right now, I feel like he's pretty good. That Gil versus him, and he can't just easily get on top of you with Firefly. He has no sticky napalm to work with. Flame Break can be useful, but that's about it. Overall, Venom usually played as a 5, right? Like that's something that we're seeing most often.
We saw this just the other day, actually. The Venom Monster in the 5 position, able to deal and handle the Batrider playing quite well. That being said, it looks like this might be the JT Batrider, since the techie has already been picked up, and I presume it's going to be Kaka's hero. Things could still change as the draft unfolds, so surprises could be in store.
Even better
Don't you-
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
exactly.
like you said,
It's nice because it's flexible.
5 seconds
they
remaining.
still put techies 5 for DY and Kaka playing bad 4.
Dire
That's also
team
possible.
ban.
We'll see what they do.
Okay. So where do we go next year? Xtreme Gaming have to be picking first out of phase. I imagine. Do you pick a mid hero so you keep it at least still hidden between Techie's Batrider? Do you pick like your mid or safe lane? just pick up your 3, make it a little bit more obvious,
remaining.
and then try to leave the versatility for the 1 and 2.
5 seconds remaining.
I think you, if you're XG, you can still keep it kind of closed, just because of the nature of your two opener picks. The next one, you can keep it a bit hidden, and then you can give away everything on the last pick of the second phase.
Extreme
I think that would
Gaming's
be
turn to ban.
a nice way to go about it. But you know what? Like recently in this new patch, I have a feeling teams are valuing broken meta over ambiguity and just being sneaky with their drafts, right? They're just valuing the normal stuff.
10
Pick cores that are
seconds
broken
remaining.
straight off the bat. We don't play Dota. I don't care. You know,
5
those
seconds remaining.
some mid lane, whatever, universal hero,
Extreme
plus a Timber or a
Gaming's turn
Beast,
to pick.
and you're happy.
Make Dota sound so easy right now. Just play some of these busted heroes. Get yourself some easy dubs.
I feel like it's maybe easier to draft a little bit than it was in the old patch. The old
10
patch,
seconds remaining.
even though it looked straightforward, there was a lot of thinking
5
going on,
seconds
and
remaining.
you needed to know the right counters to everything, and you did know the right counters because 2 years have passed on the same patch, right? While here, there's just a lot of good shit, a lot of good stuff that you can pick up very early on and be happy, be satisfied with your draft no matter what.
Lots of happiness. The game is just a lot of fun to play at the moment.
Do you miss Lina Snare?
No. I do miss her as I miss her as a mid laner, honestly. As a provisional spellcaster every now and then. I don't miss the right-clicking Nina. I think that was kind of boring to watch, but spellcasting Nina was always fun to watch.
Imba
I haven't
spirits.
seen her in a long time. But we are seeing spirits very often, and Ember gets picked up now for IG. What's left in the pool for their mid lane, at least? There's Void Spirit. Storm has been banned out. They could go for Void if they wanted to.
10
There's like a
seconds
Wind
remaining.
Ranger. There are some other things that they can
5
put down there
seconds
that are
remaining.
universal still left in the pool. We'll see. I think
Ember
it's,
Spirits.
yeah.
This guy been banned like every other game.
Ember
Feels like.
or
Yeah.
Void?
Ember Spirit.
Yeah, he has.
Dire team pick.
Majority of the games, at least. You're not a fan?
You're gonna tell me you're a fan of IG plus Morphling?
I mean, there's no fly.
To be fair, when they looked
10
good at Morphling, it's when
seconds
Emo
remaining.
played it through the mid lane.
Yep.
I don't think he's gonna play it through the mid lane for this game.
5 seconds
But he could
remaining.
actually
He
into
could.
the Ember, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's actually
could play the matchup.
it's a pretty good matchup for Morph. Like, the lane itself isn't that bad. And later on, it's a good hero to ulti in. It just gives you a lot. Like Flame Guard, the chains.
Gaming's
You can use them
turn to
against the
pick.
Ember as well. Feels good. But this might be our mid even. It could be your Timber Dark Willow off lane as well. I think that's pretty. I know Morphling versus Bat on safe lane sounds pretty damn good. But if they want to spice things up, they could even put the Dark Willow on the
10
mid.
seconds remaining.
She hits hard.
I like that option.
Oh.
She does indeed.
5
She does
seconds.
indeed.
Oh, so cute. Get me out. I can't.
In case y'all didn't know, Liz is just here for the cameras. Just to watch the community, the Chinese crowd.
That's,
Wish I was there. That looks like a fun place to be.
it's hard to talk about the draft. I'm just looking at the crowd
Dire
having fun.
team ban.
Look at Coach Super. He doesn't look like he's having the most fun right now. He looks like he is in deep consideration as to what comes next. And unfortunately for all of us, Naga Siren is what comes next from Xtreme Gaming. So Ghost Naga, the Ember Spirits here. Oh, it's such an annoying draft, dude.
10
Batrider Tickies as supports,
remaining.
I imagine, and a different offlaner. Ugh.
It's
Yuck.
5 seconds remaining.
So why did they pick Naga? They picked it into the Morph, right? That's the reasoning.
Yeah.
She's pretty damn good into the
Gaming's
Morph, really
turn
good
to
into
ban.
Veno as well. Really good versus Dark Willow too, because you have your illusions to ruin all the brands or just to get rid of her spells. So yeah, like a pretty good Naga game. I just feel that this Timber is left unchecked still. You have some magic damage between the Bat, Ember, and
10
Piggy.
seconds remaining.
I don't feel like you have that oomph that's needed to kill him
5
though.
seconds remaining.
Xtreme Gaming can sort of fix that problem with their overall loss pick, as they do have 24 in their pocket. For IG, it's gonna be about finding themselves a hero that they will draw the entire draft together. We don't know if it's a mid hero, an offlane hero. It's funny, the first pick team is the one that has the super open drafts, and Xtreme Gaming with second pick have a much more rigid structure at the moment. And Xtreme Gaming seem to agree because they ban out an offlaner. Despite the Timbersaw seeming like provisionally the one that goes there, Brewmaster would have been good, and Shangyu is the best Brewmaster, so the ban does make sense.
Yeah, you saw IG switch things up in the last game. I think this is a very versatile lineup that they've got once again. You could easily put the Timber mid, Morphling safe, or Morphling mid, Timber safe, like whatever, you know, Dark Willow even kind of versatile, but most likely I'm expecting a carry from, a mid laner from IG, the supports from Xtreme. And what that support will be on Xtreme, it could be an offlaner as well, but Pangolier went all the way to the last ban.
Yeah.
Not something you see very often.
The tour started to Pangos every single game. He's been banned more than he's been picked lately. Even when he's been banned and going later and later into the draft. Wind Ranger also completely throughout our series. Honestly, I'm not too upset by this.
Just get the Void Spirit and let's play Dota.
Call it a day. Yeah. Pick Void Spirit. Don't worry too much about it. If he's not gonna pick Void Spirit, it's either that. I hope he doesn't pick Quap. A.K.A maybe.
There's some DK option I feel is good versus Naga. Like your scaling into her is extremely strong. Like you can actually, that Black Dragon just destroys the illusions, a lot of armor as well. Underlord is another option. Just another tanky
This is one of the other ones.
Yeah.
So it is gonna be Timber going mid there. Gonna be decent again. I mean, there's a big beef. Eventually, Naga gets very beefy, so there's some percent-based damage, some roots for both Batrider and Emperor Spirit. They have so much. Oh my god, that if it's a Dark Willow Underlord lane, that sounds disgustingly annoying to play into.
Yeah,
I like.
I don't even know what you pick into this to feel good. Like some Enchantress, maybe get some creeps to help you out. I don't even know. Like I'd actually love Ench here. Not only because of that, but because of Impetus and heals versus Venom, Impetus versus Timbersaw and Underlord. If you can actually get some gold on her, just a Dragonlance and some power treads, and you're already dealing a lot of damage to these high armor heroes.
How would you feel about Cuddle in this game by Xtreme?
Sure, with the Ember, right? It's also really good. You only, where would you lane it then? Like Cuddle Bat, I guess.
Yeah,
you don't want
you Cuddle Bat. You just keep spamming out that wave. You force Morphling into the jungle sooner than you want to.
Your hero.
Okay, so it's
just pick a watermelon.
Yeah, bad support after all. Yeah, they switch things up.
Okay. Oh my god. Oh, we're getting some fun stuff here. Dust is playing the Underlord. Emo is on the Morphling. So several things could still happen here. Timbersaw is going to be played by Shangyu. I'm glad they're keeping it on him because it's his best hero. He goes off lane. Dust could still go safe lane with this Underlord. You play it into the Tidehunter. And yes, Tidehunter does have Anchor Smash, but honestly, with Firestorm, you don't really care. And then Morphling, you do pretty well into the Ember Spirit. This could work if they are going to be running this Morphling mid. Because I do think the main issue I have with Morphling right now as a safe laner is you just need too many levels on this hero because of the changes they made with when you get the bonus attributes. So if you put him mid, the time period where he's uber weak is a little bit shorter because he's getting more experience. He can back off and farm with his crew. This could happen. Where do you think they're going to lane this? I think it's Morphling mid, safe lane, Underlord, and off lane Timber. What's your read on the situation?
Yeah, I think Morphling will be mid lane. That's a pretty good lane for him. When it comes to the side lanes, I'm not sure because there are some ups and downs, some positives, some negatives. Like whoever plays into Tide, like you'd like to have the Timber play into him, but it's Tide plus that. And Timber, even though it feels like a good lane, that can go really wrong. They have a ton of magic damage against you, so it might be that easy for. And you want to have a fat Timber, so maybe Underlord into him, but Underlord is better versus Naga, so
prepare for battle.
It's kind of weird. Let's see which way they put it. It's actually
Let us
Underlord
see
mid
with our own eyes.
bottle.
Are they going? Is he going mid? Oh yeah, he is queued up bottle. All right, how does that go into this Ember Spirit? What do we anticipate happening in that matchup?
You should be crushing him, right? Like you're Underlord after all. He's gonna find some farm, definitely. Underlord into any melee on mid lane feels good.
It's gonna be interesting to see how he goes about playing that lane matchup. Paparazzi probably won't be happy to see Dust in this mid lane, but we shall see. Also, I'm very intrigued to see that IG, most of this tour, they stuck to Emo being mid and Dust being in the safe lane. I love that they waited until the last 2 days to go back to these swapping shenanigans. But it seems more considered, not as haphazard as it sometimes did at Tour 2.
I still don't like it though. It's like Emo is, yeah, we're about to lose, I need to carry. Dust, here you go, Underlord, have fun.
Thrown to the wolves here. Worked out last time around that they ended up doing this up against some pretty strong opposition. Let's see how it goes here in game 2 though, as we have our first start breaking out. QX on a very decent Venom of Gale, but he's losing too much HP. They need to get the Venom out of here. They can't do it, so he does end up dead. First blood drawn by Xtreme Gaming. And, let's see if they get these. Although after what happened in 1, maybe they don't want 3 bounties, you just want 2.
Used to be the strongest hero in these early game engagements, but ever since Blood Grenade is a thing, he's still strong. Blood Grenade it replaces him a little bit. Emo.
The battle begins.
Should be fine. Not gonna be happy about what's happening. Should be okay though. So regen quite a bit before approaching the lane.
I think you even go base at this point or something. Or just block a lot, I guess. Yeah, he's gonna be... He'll heal up very fast. He's a Morphling after all.
So let's get to it for game 2. XG. Just 1 game. If they win this, they go to the major. Well, they have a much more interesting day. So which lane looking towards here, Liz? Where is the action going to be breaking out?
There's a lot of potential on both these sides. On top lane, I feel there's even maybe a bit more potential on Emo and QIQX to kill off that, but as I say that, QIQX is about to fall.
They flame break back. They end up bringing him down.
It's
Man, your Cosmic Curse is on point these last 2 days as well.
Today in particular, I agree. The Blood Grenade was awesome, right? The Flame Break, Blood Grenade. I don't know, I see Venom, I'm thinking, yeah, this lane should be solid for him. But Morphling doesn't contribute way too much this early on.
Morphling gonna be struggling for a little bit. On the other side of the map, have Ghost and DY versus PYW and Shangya. DY taking a bit of damage and showing us potentially what could end up happening to him once Timber Chain is available on this Timber Soul.
Which will be like level 4, right? So up to that, he should be fine. But as I say that, probably gonna get it level 2 instantly. And he does it.
And indeed he does get it at level 2. But he had to get it. He was being aggressed into by this Naga.
Yeah.
So it was the right call, wasn't it?
It was sort of, because he doesn't have the active armor, right? Like, so that might hurt him a little bit, but at the same time, his aggressive power is much stronger
middle tower
with this
is under attack.
How does this mid lane go? Right now, it is mostly even in the CS department. You said that you anticipate this Dust Underlord being able to do really, really well. I imagine once you get the second point, Atrophy starts to get a little bit easier for him, right?
You need to do the invert lizard today. Everything safe. You just power of -1.
The inverted lizard, right. That's funny.
He's 16-2 on Ember, so he's doing extremely well here. Paparazzi versus Dust. I really feel the Underlord should be doing a bit better. He's missing a couple of last. It's not even the denies.
Well, to be fair, Paparazzi is a phenomenal laner himself. So maybe Dust falling a little bit behind on that regard, but he should still be A-OK himself. What do you want to see build actually, Underlord, now that he is playing from the mid lane? Is that going to change his usual progress and itemization?
Like if you click on him, he's queuing up QIQ Express. We're gonna salute this brave Venomancer as he sliced dust once again. But does it himself. He's queued up some bracers, some guards, some arcane boots. I thought maybe Atos wouldn't be that bad. Some extra catch. You know, like the good old Underlords with Atos. In a game such as this one, bottom of EY.
All right. Oh, we knew this was coming.
Yeah.
Timber chain into him. And now it does not get any easier from this point on, because not only do they have that aggressive posture, but Timbersaw will now have the levels to defend himself as well.
No!
Still level 1 armor, so not the greatest, but he has Ring of Health on top of it, Magic Wand. Yeah, probably should not be behind in this game. PY'd up.
Might try to go for PY'd up. He's falling low, he does end up dead to the top of PY. Killed even through the Shadow Realm. Shangyu, unfortunately, can do absolutely nothing about this. Just watch his combat die.
Yeah, like, luckily for him, he's a Timbersaw, so he just stays in that lane, right? You can't really zone him out even with 2 heroes. One of the best parts about having a Timber on your side is that you can leave him.
Doesn't require that many resources.
Right.
Take care of this guy after him.
Yeah, Underlord did queue up Atos after all, so he will be building that, hopefully. I would like to see utility as well would be nice, but I feel like Underlord in this game for the old Atos Radiance build, right? It's kind of old school. But versus Naga, I feel
no idea
pretty solid.
how happy I would be. If I saw that Radiance build on Underlord, I'd be ecstatic. Finish the Atos for the sake of catching the Ember, and then finish the Radiance for the sake of entertaining us and dealing with the Naga. Thank you.
Yeah, it would be a bit greedier, I guess. So maybe because of that we won't see it, but I won't mind it. I'll probably get some kill mid lane, but he's already level 6. Easily get away.
He should be fine. Yeah. Outstripping does quite well on his Underlord.
Right up, bottom lane, Kaka has rotated in. He should be done.
Gonna be finding a blast off here. With the Shadow Realm, it does hit PYW, and with the Flame Break back, he is dead for sure. Okay, move. And you're talking now about this Timbersaw, how you can leave him alone. Similar things are true of the Tidehunter, so you don't feel bad at all having made this movement, leaving Tide alone with his Morphling.
Yeah, the only difference is JT maybe same problem as the Timber in this game, because sometimes Tidehunters, they're all about ravage, but this guy, he's going for Helm of Dominator actually. He's gonna have it in a couple of... So, try and pressure your lane. Dust.
Coming middle onto Dust, and they're trying to kill him off here. Amaranthi does have the Remnant forward, and they do have the damage to get the kill. Kaka gets the credit, and they're still trying to maybe make a move onto GT, but they don't have enough damage in the top lane.
Yeah, that's just not happening. Way too big of a watermelon.
Dire are scanning.
See what
Melon
creep
Man
he take.
doing his thing.
Get it. That tire. Right. It's a decent option. Not my favorite one, but gives you some of that unholy aura, which is really nice.
Get some of that regen.
Yeah, he zaps the Morphling with Shocking.
Dude, if you can kill a Morphling with Hadouken, then it's a destiny. You're supposed to win this game. Valve itself, I deemed it necessary.
So you have that feeling as well, right? Sometimes the game you win it, and it's right. Like you not lose. I know what you mean. Had those.
The tree is perfect. You find the crew at the perfect time. You find the perfect camps. Every small gank works out. The supports are de-warding perfectly every time. It's magical.
Yeah, for now though, Hadouken will be used more for attacking. The Y2X meanwhile will be used for killing.
Yes. Yeah. It's actually quite a big problem for these died several times. Need to find some way. Does let's get the pill minus off onto DY. And they enable the catch up and the kill. So 4th death on the monster. Only the 2nd on the techies, but we finally do get to see Dust involved in the game. Besides, he's not playing a very dynamic and mobile hero. So it's very beneficial for him. And the kills can come in his direction rather than him searching them out on the map.
Yeah, I have to admit though, I was praising Venomancer as a hero. It hasn't been living up to its potential so far.
The cost is curse, man. What can you do?
Yeah, whatever happens, Caster's curse.
Yeah.
What's happening on bot? So Timber so far, Vanguard, Arcanes, just easily soloing this lane. Naga still should not be falling to everyone. Doesn't have Song of the Siren.
Top
So
tower is under
Gold
attack.
is finding a lot of farm. I feel like a
Dire
really good thing for
structures
Xtreme Gaming
are
is the center. He's had a really good lane. He's way more mobile, obviously, than the Underlord. You can see the Dust. He's rotating down
Dire's
bottom, but
top tower is under
Amber
attack.
is already on top, taking your tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And again, they're gonna get the tower, and suddenly, same move can't really come out of IG, as they have a markedly different
Radiant's
draw.
bottom tower is
The one
under
big problem I
attack.
have with this IG draft is that it's so reliant on Emo to win this game.
Dire's top tower is
There's so
fallen.
many chips into this morphling. So if he doesn't perform, there's no real fallback plan here. It's the kind of game I anticipate Timber being able to go like 1v9 in. Morphling for damage, especially because Dust, he might not be the person to deliver it in a sustainable fashion on the Thunderbolt. Just a bit too slow.
And he's actually going for Vanguards first before the A-Toss. I do like the Vanguard, I don't mind it. It just feels, if you're on mid, it feels like maybe an overkill, not sure. Maybe getting an A-Toss enables you a bit faster. You can mirror these in the game, but with Vanguard, you can be that beast. You know, let's just dance in front, defense towers. A different approach.
IG has been the team that has been very well versed in bringing us different things all across this DPC tour. Right now, though, they are suffering a fairly hefty gold deficit. I'm going to try and recover by taking in some ancients. Shang will farm these up, get closer towards his Sanj and Kaya. But the hero I'm really worried about is this fling. How long is it going to take before Emo can actually do effective things on this map? Doesn't have any items just yet.
My God,
Still just finishing the Yasha.
I'm sorry, but Kaka might die. Like he almost died there, just fast through that. Let's look at net worth of 6k. Go away, Amber, stop it. You're ruining my math.
Dire are scanning.
Of double damage.
I think Ember stole about 200 gold and Titan got about 450.
Yeah.
It's a lot of gold that he got.
A lot of it, yeah, and building into so just a pipe afterwards. But that was the juiciest stack I've seen in a while. And he has another one on the left side of the Ancients, like he's been stacking it with Satire.
Oh, JT, the real carry, mid lane, QIQX, almost got killed off by Paparazzi. But Papa did not want to make the full jump. Tower middle is still actually at full HP on the Dire side. Between QIQX and Dust, I don't think you ever have any road to actually touching this tower. He's gonna take a Dark Rift, going to the top lane to try and get this Dark Rift kill onto Kaka. And they will manage to do so. Dust and the crew also just give PYW a ride back to mid. Thanks for the express trip to the fountain.
Yeah, I love this Satire. I love the JT just stealing the creeps away from Paparazzi mid. Yeah, he's like, oh, come follow me, boys. Let's go.
That's so funny.
Who is he gonna take this to? That's the only question. Is he gonna get it? Is this like some selfless move? Is he gonna let the Satire
Dire's middle
down?
tower is under
What's
attack.
happening?
Okay, here comes Paparazzi.
The Satire actually gets killed. He's made like a big wave on it. The Paparazzi.
Nice.
It's interesting.
Thanks for stacking up my wave, buddy. You're playing
Radiant's
support
bottom
13 minutes
tower
in
is under
through the mid
attack.
lane. I appreciate it.
I'm just like thinking, JT is a kind of a guy that strikes me. He'd do that for fun, even, right? But it's not for fun. It enabled them, I guess, to be a bit more active on the map because he doesn't have to farm it. It's being pushed in anyway. Interesting move, in any case.
These are those next level strengths that we love to see. Teaching us some things about how to play this modern map in Dota 2. So JT, also not like he's not keeping up with his own farm, as he is still the net worth leader on the map by quite some margin, feeling very, very healthy about himself.
Radiant's
However,
bottom
even though the
tower is under
gold
attack.
lead has increased in favor of Xtreme Gaming from 3k to 4, they are starting to find some of their items on the side of Invictus Gaming as well. They have the full Vanguard Sanj for the Timber Soul. Morphling finally has Yasha. And even Dust not that far away from having the run of Atos. And they've only lost one tower in the process. They're probably still okay for the next few minutes.
It's like they can find the gold advantage, but they can't translate it into anything. That's how I feel. Mostly because of the Titan from the offlane. I think he's... I won't call him a problem, it's just the nature of the hero. It's really double off into Timber into Underlord. He can't make any big gains. He can kind of stand in front, but even that's easy versus all the percentage-based damage.
Right now, Tier Tower will fall. IG claimed their first one, and they're picking up several heroes towards middle. They can like one on fight to defend their own Tier 1. Timbersaw, he's the one that puts the body on the line first and foremost. Back the Rex of SG. XG realized that, you know what? Yeah, pushing this, like you mentioned, into Timbersaw, into Underlord, into Vendo, it kind of sucks. So we can't do it heads up. It's on a smoke adventure. And maybe catch a small thing, because they did catch a glimpse of him down the bottom. Kaka knows he's here. Will Kaka be able to find him? Waveform comes too soon. He's still chasing, but I don't think he'll be able to close the gap. He will turn around for a right click. Somebody else might get there, get caught out instead. QIQ might volunteer himself, he gets lost for a into, but now Emo, he goes back in for the fight as they come in with Dust on his Underlord. They kill off Kaka, they get the Bramble Maze out onto DY as well, and this Techie should end up falling. Planting a double towards the Water Boy, and they still can go back mid to defend the Tier 1 tower. Great play coming in from IG right there.
XG, they wanted to use the vessel that they have on Batrider, so they really wanted to get that Morphling, but they don't have any ways of initiate. That's a huge problem. Like at the moment, what do you have? You saw what happened. Like, literally, we're just running Morphling down until he was all the way under the Tier 1.
We blink Tiger for this Batrider ASAP. It's not negotiable. Otherwise, those kind of moves are very difficult to pull off. You can't always rely on paparazzi to always find a slight change, right? It's not realistic.
I mean, it's not even that big of a disable at this point, right?
The longest stun in the world, or the longest route in the world, mid lane. We do not have the route just yet for Underlord. It's flying in off the courier. QX will catch some damage here. He's putting fairly low. Wants to panic himself.
Invisibility.
Soaking in damage from 3 other heroes. Still alive for now though, as JT realizes that he's doesn't really want to be a part of this fight. Commands the team to retreat. They all just leave the area. Paparazzi just still need to buy though. They get the bit of balance out of them with the run of Atos, and they have the damage to kill him. Papa got greedy and Papa got punished.
Well, he was farming exactly under the ward, so they knew where he was, what he was doing. The Atos is there on the Underlord. I love the build. Next stop, pipe, which is also okay. And there's a lot of magic damage against them. Like the Radiance build is, you know, it's good, but perhaps not that necessary. They have the Firestorm, they have the Timber Saw. It's already a lot of damage into the illusions. The illusions which are completely, by the way, left unchecked. Naga has been farming up. She's on top of the network. She's got Manta. Orchid will be completed in a minute as well.
But speaking of, okay, could have been used necessarily in this mid lane. Paparazzi found a beautiful series combo when they got the blast off and they turned that into 2 kills. Emo though shows up looking for some revenge. Will be able to take over the Ember form and secure a kill at the very least on the techies. Unfortunately though, his team will not be alive for him to help him out. So 3 heroes will fall and finally the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, dude, that was a really good fight. Good combo of blast off and steering chains as well. Well, I just thought the JT is constantly using his creep to run around with it, give info, stack up. Look at this Albert, zoning out PYW.
PYW. But we have a Yule Scepter not long from now on this Dark Willow.
Look at Tomato. He's actually gonna go and farm this bottom wave. Or maybe just creep skip it, we'll see. Yeah. Like Hellbear is actually strong enough. I feel like if he wanted to micro it, he could farm this with the clap.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
See what he decides to do here. He's stacking it up, waiting for the next wave first. And then he's gonna bring that somewhere. Top lane in the meantime. Dog going in onto Shang here, and they are gonna be able to kill him. Last wolf comes in from DY. It's not even necessary. At the same time though, Dust and the boys were thinking about revenge. Pit of Balance down on Tidehunter is a bit too beefy with this pipe.
You know what's crazy? While that was happening on top lane, he was still controlling the tomato. He was still microing it. Like they're going on him. He's still messing with the goddamn creep wave.
JT plays, man. We see them make a play on Paparazzi, roots him up, but Dust doesn't have his allies nearby. Crucially, doesn't have the Timber inside the fountain, and Morphling just casually farming down bottom. And of course, JT's still doing his thing. The Hellbear, all right, it's gonna die eventually now. There we go. But this is a mess. Who's gonna come down to collect it? It's Kaka positioned as the closest, so he's the one likely to finish it off. But he just used Firefly, so maybe not.
I don't know, man. This is some Lord of the Rings army rushing down bottom of orcs. Someone needs to defend Gondor.
I've been playing the new 3 Kingdoms game, the strategy game. So this feels very much like the battles I've been in lately. Like, oh, we have these catapults, lots of units on the front lines. Yes, good. Right.
Well, both the Batrider and Naga Siren can dispatch this orc army, so let's see. Maybe Ghost will do it. Imo is around. He's pretty big, and they don't have the dagger on Bat just yet, so killing him, very unlikely.
I showed up as well, so maybe they were thinking about some kind of song combo. But it ends up not happening.
Yeah, the blink was actually flying out. If he had it before, then sure. Like that was an opportunity, because you have Orchid as well. Didn't happen.
They should be looking to try and find a fight somewhere on the map soon. They've got a BKB for the Ember Spirit, the blink you just mentioned for this Batrider, and even a 4-star for techies. And somebody just got a smoke. There we go. It's time, boys. Let's go on a bit of an adventure. Let's go hit up the club. See what we can find. Sadly for Morphling, just got a Scotty. Him and Timbers who are playing close to the Tormentor. They just positioned really well against this. Even though the Radiant scan did connect very slightly onto these supports, I don't think IG will get put out by this. They should be fine.
They will still try though, but if he sees anyone, I would be surprised he doesn't go and even go on this Timber. But instead, they're pinging out Rosh. Now it's on IG perhaps to go in, and I think like they have what it takes. The Scotty have completed on Morphling.
See how fast this Roshan ends up going with a double damage on Ember Spirit, so that'll accelerate the process of it. Some of the fastest in the world. However, with IG not responding, does seem they'll be able to get this. And yeah, IG 2, the first Roshan in favor of Xtreme Gaming. Just give it to Ember Spirit just once.
Still Ghost, even though he has heart in like 500 gold. One thing that IG's lineup does not have is mobility, right? Like they're super sluggish. They have this Underlord. By the time it gets to a fight, the fight is already over. Timbers okay, with Timber Chain, yes, but even he is queuing up a Blink Dagger on Timber. And they understand that initiating for them is an issue.
Kind of do have to roll as this massive ball of heroes together. Getting on top of these XG heroes, not that easy. However, you know, I think they were aware that this probably is going to be the case at this stage of the game. They were banking on the fact that it would be worth it to have shelled up enough to protect Emo's farm. And he has now caught up to the Nagasara and Medusa. A different lady.
Close. Sea creatures, both of them.
By the way, speaking of sea creatures, you know Slaughter
Yeah.
has Guardian Sprints as an ability.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you that a creature without legs has sprints as an ability? It doesn't make sense to me. Every time I see it, I'm just so confused.
I mean, you can sprint, you can call a swim a sprint or a marathon as well, right? Like you can, if you're swimming really fast, you can call it a sprint.
Chained in searing heat.
Ah, that's true.
I don't know, Snare, why do you ask me all the goddamn hardest questions in the game? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. I agree.
It's like I signed up to cast Dota, answer questions about Dota, not all of this stuff. What's going on here?
Under attack.
As a smoke Firefly, they really want to get this Blink Dagger. Have to. But IGF is doing a very good job of just evading them every single time they try.
Is it? Yeah. Let's see. Timber still doesn't still doesn't have axe. Just Blink. Just
Radiant's middle
English.
tower is under attack. Radiant
He
structure.
just broke me with his
Trying to do this. Mid lane, they're trying to break Evo. As he went to solo push this mid tower while the wall busy on bottom. And it does look like he's gonna be able to get himself away here. Maybe not. They fought up to more paparazzi, silencing him off a ghost as well. The rabbit pulls him up too. And they should be able to finish him off. He's still alive somehow. He gets last loot for this as well. Massive bit of mana coming in from Dust onto absolutely everybody. And Emo's not freaking dead. Now here's the turnaround from IG. And as Kanga GT dies, they realize they need to get the hell out of here. But he doesn't have the TP. He doesn't have a way out. He doesn't have a life. He does have an Aegis, however, so he will respawn on the spot. But I imagine that just means he will die on the spot as well. DUI thinking potentially about a big blast off. He wants to go back in. He's trying to hold his own. Ghost is trying to stand his ground. But ground itself must stand with him. As he dies, IG gets 4, and the man who drew it all, Emo, is somehow still alive.
Yeah, I don't know about sprinting and stuff. That was an amazing team fight for IG. Damn, the
Radiant's
damage
middle
dealt,
tower
it's
is under
crazy. The Timber as well. Like, a lot of good things connected there for IG. The Load Storm was there in place to save the Morphling before he got lassoed. And he managed to, obviously, as well, morph into Ember, dish out a ton of damage. This Ravage maybe was a bit too soon. Perhaps he could have waited for one more hero to get out of the
Dire's top tower is
portal.
under attack.
In any case, Portal, this sleep as well, wasn't really that big because it prevented DY from dishing out any blast stun and damage. And yeah, you cannot move fast on IG, but you also cannot die apparently. It's way too thick.
Thick with 2 Cs, of course. Bottom, maybe not QIQX. He might be able to die. And he will demonstrate that to us. Picking up his life for the sake of academic research. Thanks, man. The rest of IG
Radiant
looks so
courier
strong
has
on
been
that fight.
killed.
And Emo, BKB, Guardian Manta, more difficult to kill after everything that went down. So on the side of Xtreme Gaming here, Liz, what's the plan? Do they look like they want to just keep skirmishing and fighting right now? Is this what they need to be doing? Just trying to force fights and maybe have this Naga pushing waves in the aftermath of these engagements?
Depends on how they feel the late game goes. I feel that overall Morphling is stronger of a carry in the super late game, right? Like eventually he is the ultimate win condition of the whole game, but you do have Ember on the other side. So I think it's on XG to make plays just because IG cannot. It's not like XG has to. They can continue farming, but IG up to this point, I feel like they had to just farm. They just couldn't do anything on the map. They're way too slow. The only way they push or force a fight is by going on an objective, forcing a rotation on them.
Might see that happening soon, as we just got a Heart of Tarask picked up by this Timber Soul. So Xtreme Gaming know that they have to deal with quite a lot of hefted beef. They are getting some items to deal with that, but to help them out. Item center for Papa. That's gonna make a huge difference. And lots of blood arrives from this smart Siren. So definitely feel a bit better positioned to try to take fights.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, I don't know how you take down the Underlord being nearby with Fiend's Gate. Damage reduction obviously helping out quite a lot.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Naga gonna smoke up with the crew. They're coming for a fight. You mentioned that they can force rotations on top of them. They're doing so right now. With the stolen Naga form, using her own illusion to push. Xtreme stop this. Understanding. What a bit of malice. Stops the entire rotation coming in and disabling the blink ravage from JT. They're still trying though. Tier 2 tower has been taken away. We do see Kaka taking way too much damage down bottom, and he will die to the Timber Soul. Will they try to take more of this fight for IG? Sadly, they are very slow and lumbersome lineup, so easy for them to find advanced catch. They got what they wanted. They got the tier 2 and nobody died for it.
Yeah, they got that as well. Bit of balance could have been. The positioning was perfect, just that XG pretty much evaded the majority of it. By the way, Darkwill has Axe. We didn't really mention PYW a lot. He had that Philosopher's Stone to work with, so didn't die a lot. So full Aghanims completed on him. You have the... Yeah, never mind. I was gonna say you had Dark Willow Morphling combo, but yeah, not gonna happen.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm so glad they took that out of the game. It was so busted.
Yeah, but right now, XG, Snare, do they have the damage? Can they do anything? Tell me.
No, they cannot. And unfortunately, the hero that they have as their win condition, this Naga Siren, it's not like she gets that damage either, right? This big burst of damage that's gonna get through all these sustain tools that IG have. Naga's just not that hero. Her damage is lumbersome and sustained throughout the fight. So IG, I think they are very comfortable knowing that the damage is not gonna come. I don't even think they need to build tank ability anymore. I think everyone should just build damage items at this point.
Timber.
Who catches? Do they actually want the smoke with the Timber? I'm not sure. Mana punch Kaka and JT, and they get the run of 8 tosses to Kaka as well. And they're realizing that maybe actually we don't want to be here. Nemo showing up as well to aid his team, moving forward by the Timber, so going after Kaka and doing his utmost to run away. But as he does, they abandon DY in the process. Song of the Silent is popped for this. DY not spawning out just yet. Will die to a Shadow Realm hit coming in from PY baby. What a player. They force out the song and they still get the kill.
Yeah, it was a nice smoke gank onto Timber. They managed to take down exactly 150 damage away from him, from that smoke, in the lasso. Good stuff. I just don't see, I just don't see the way they take these fights. And I'm surprised by the smokes. Like, okay, you can smoke up. Even with the charges of Vessel, I don't think you're getting these kills. You need more. You just need more damage on your cores. And they're just not getting it. Like the Naga now has completed the Skadi, but I'm not sure. It's great. Don't get me wrong. It's great into the bot lane. I'm still not sure it's enough. JT.
As she completes the Skadi, Nemo completes the Silver Edge, and he will deploy it onto the Sky Hunter. And of course, that's going to bring him super low. Fortunately for JT, did manage to blink back just before the flip Silver Edge hit. So that'll actually, if that doesn't happen, he dies. Because it does, he stays alive. He might go back in for a fight. Emo. Still with the Silver Edge GUI coming up on the high ground. Just out a bit of malice. Gonna get right click down. Emo. He folds in from this one. The TKB active as well. They really want to try and find something. Haven't found anybody yet. Dark Rift also got dropped down. Just feeding Gate some dust. And will they take it? Will they go home? And EG can actually do whatever the hell they want. Despite failed attempts on these hero flies, don't feel in a hurry to vacate the area.
There's a rush for some reason. And yes, there's maybe a Radiant scan, so Dark can go in. By the way, I finally figured out what the zero above the twin gate is.
Did you? What is it?
Yeah. So I think what's happening right now is that this twin gate is programmed as the Underlord's portal in Queen's Gate.
So it counts down. It's supposed to collapse on the eye.
Yeah, it's supposed to collapse on zero. So twin gate.
I see. That makes sense. One and a half gate just by one time of jump to the course of Kaka. Almost immediately regretted. The Lotus Orb does come out. They save the Timber and they kill off the Mad Rider. As the rest of the fight goes, Timber with OG on the right down. Keeps the Techies buying a little bit of time. And eventually they should get the kill from Bell Monster. Somebody slows to the cores that remain for XG. Now they sold out those with Emo's the Embers Brittle, JD as well rapid, but not Albert. They almost the next up kill like Piggy trying to beat down the Appetite Captain, and they wanted to try to get the more under the Tide Hunter as he does the Magnify running more speed to get out of here. She does not have any legs, so she cannot sprint. As she dies, that's a 4.0 wide IG. Clear path to anything that they want. Going top Roshan, just going to the bottom to try to let for the rest.
Yeah, even the Ravage, you see that after terrorized rogues with the sleep or at least her TP, though it's awesome. The Ravage connected to the 5 heroes. It's gonna be the ultimate method for us to go this year.
Oh my god. Yeah, as his own getting Kane loading against them. He doesn't have mana right now. This is basically fortunately for him, he was the only person to escape.
Emo discussions in level what's on that to work with to continue the chase. But this should you or Rush or IG. You can show your face at that again. DY mid.
So DY
what's gonna happen is what's gonna happen is JD also that's the thing forever.
He feels like it's necessary for the situation. It's gonna be very rich. Emo now. He's on his number. He's to Timber. Even though he's going to die. No, he's
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I think that's the only item right now. All that's remaining.
I think he tries to push this. They try to adapt with everyone else. Sure, let's see. Yeah, he's scripting I'm on some points to try and get a bit more farm BLE on the full shit key with it.
That's gonna help. Get tower additionally the top lane pushes off with mid, pushes off bottom. He's still can't take a hit off fight.
Still don't see it. I don't see it happening. They are behind us. It's like, still like they're 30k behind. Just look at the nature of these heroes.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm not sure what they're doing.
Is where... So you... Okay. Get it. Don't be doing that. You need to rewind the clock.
Get ready,
channel, channel V. There we go. Let's radio on the members that own the way out of this place.
I'm thinking the same thing. It's not gonna happen, don't get me wrong, but it feels like the only way that they're gonna have enough damage to take down the or the Morphling that's completed the Titanic, by the way, and the BKB on top of that.
Even if we're gonna go for the rapier database rounds, and items will not be available right now. So whatever they do next has to come from pure execution. At the very least, they do delay the long series from PYW. Hit them over the courier, but it's not gonna make that much of a dent. It jumps forward, jumps into the ladder, and immediately gets sold back to the rest of IG. Damage on the sideline. That's now. Run of 8 that matters. He's maybe to go back to a IG slow down on the low ground here. Leaving Emo by himself to siege these buildings. Sold back to the rest of Xtreme Gaming. Close to getting the rat here. What do XG want to do to try and stop this? Jump in from Shangy, forcing back DY. And will create a window of opportunity for Emo to bump up the racetracks. We still need the melee though. That's the big target here. Can the Bramble Maze drop down, but Red is being completely demolished because JT is on it again with his hammer dom. But baby saves the game potentially through his mid lane.
JT just delaying the inevitable, really. That's how it feels. Delaying, doing JT things. He's been doing this the game. You know, I've been praising the helmet dom and stacking it up with it, but besides that, what did this accomplish, really?
But they do have the damage to keep them down. So really good. He's gonna set him up, and the terrorize comes to him. End up in with Emo fighting with the Satanic, standing his ground, forced to waveform back. The left lane just but paparazzi wants to chase us. And we get the kill off the first one for the Morphling, but it almost killed paparazzi in the process. Survived by the skin of his team. Literally 100 HP. As he does die though, Jay got down by Shanyu. And then left alone here. He's in between Ghost and JT, and he won't be able to kill him as he waveforms away. They popped us off from Ghost, trying to chase as much as possible. Will not catch up to the Morphling. Do find Simba, but Simba's not easy to kill. Blinks back in. And honestly, I don't know if he dies here. 5k HP, they buy back on Bad Batter. He timber chains away. Shaggy might be good. Ghost is still chasing him. But Emo right next to him with the Silver Edge. There's not a safe chase to be making as the Naga. Eventually they give up as he crosses the river. The fight eventually comes to an end.
Yeah, PYW in the end also TPs from the Radiant jungle. That fight, all things said, I feel gave me at least a little bit of confidence for Xtreme Gaming. It wasn't a clean fight. It's not like they won it or anything. It was a huge dive by Dust for the tier 4s, right? But they did. It's a proof of concept. They have proven that they can kill some of these heroes, that they can actually take them down. Mostly on the back of the Bloodthorn that Ghost has.
The crazy thing for me about that fight is that somehow they still have no melee racks taken, despite how long IG spent at the foot of their base to defend it.
It's the JT Wild Wing.
Actually, you were asking just now, what impact does it have? We just see it.
But that's it, right? That's literally the impact that the Tidehunter had so far. I mean, the Arm of Dominator had so far. Like
if they win this game, Lizard, and that's the play that turned the game around. I'd be demoralized as IG.
Yeah, it's the win probability. I really love to see, like, check it, the graphs, let's see, 80-20. I feel that's something that may be generous.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It does feel like an
Radiant's
80-20.
bottom tower is under attack.
We're at point where if XG want to win, they're going to have to outmaneuver, out-strategize IG. Heads up fighting them might not work, but
is under attack.
proof of concept was demonstrated through this mid lane. It was them defending the base though, and high ground is notoriously hard to reach. So we'll see how they fare in a more
Dire's
open
top
field
tower is under
as
attack.
IG smoke. They want to deliver the fight towards them. Ghost is right now in the Dire jungle, right next to the outpost. The safest place for this not going to be. She does have Song available with the BKB. She might not die here. They break the smoke, the vision, terrorize, gets dodged by the Mantis now. Great plays from Ghost. We'll be able to get all the Song Siren, TP out, and there's not going to be in jeopardy anymore.
Did you see how close he was to get caught? Hold that thought, Timber.
I don't think Kaka has a Manta, so he won't be given as much luck, but he does have Firefly. We're not on the high ground, but he gets chased in by the small fling. That's going to expose the positioning of DY as well. Move Scepter into the air, prevents the TP out, and that ends off his life and opens up Roshan for the side of IG. Fortunately for Xtreme, the big man is not up yet.
Yeah, fortunately, he's not up. Unfortunately, he's not up only for 34 seconds. He has been spamming out some creep waves down. Once again, as you can see, there's a bazillion entire creeps going down bottom.
Ooh. Okay, this could be juicy. That's the month soul up. Oh, he's gonna connect both of those waves. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's satisfying to watch.
Dire's middle tower is under
I feel
attack.
Ember needs to be the difference maker in these next couple of fights. He's getting closer and closer to level 25. Has a refresher or as well queued up. Have a ton of remnants to work with.
He has the pressure. A bajillion remnants.
Dire's
Max
bottom
damage.
tower is under
Just
attack.
more presence in these fights. He doesn't have a safety remnant where he's at right now. Doesn't have a TP though. Let's see. Nice. Okay. Does have a TP if needed. And he has more than enough remnants to dance away from Shanya.
I feel like this move from Timber is more or less just move away from my creep wave. Let us push in. Because Aegis is being claimed at the same time, or Roshan is being killed at his.
So some nice goodies that they're gonna get here. Refresher shot, Aegis cheese. Who do you give the shot to actually? Who's double barrel still the best?
Not sure who takes it even. Who took it in the end? Morph? You can get the
Double
BKB
BKB?
twice, I guess, yeah. I get Scepter as well, twice the Morph.
Twice the wolf.
It's the Morph, yeah. Twice the waveform, you know, like 6.3 seconds cooldown, you can refresh it. 8.9k gold on him as well on this Morphling, by the way. Just sell the boots, buy Swift Blink straight away.
Yeah. Who needs boots anymore? Once he has Swift Blink, he's still picking up the Naga form and pushing in these waves. And did commit the full buyout for the refresher.
Look at them.
So we are at that point without buybacks for a lot of these heroes on XG.
But they're like the 9 skills in the Radiant base
Oh my god.
on top. Sadly for them, they're moving bottom.
Is this Dota or Korea DMZ between SK and NK? My goodness. So many minds. Emo. He's on the forward lines right now, wanting to take their first lane from Max completely. Just the shower falling low. Kaka looking for the last 2 jump onto the head. They couldn't get the full jump going. JDT also wants an opportunity for a Blink Ravage. Not coming in so far. Maserati trying to make that space. Jumping in onto Venom Monster and QIQX didn't end up dead. BKB was committed, however. IG, let's see how much they care. They could buy back on the Venom. They could just stand here until he respawns. Have options in this.
But that's what caused refresher was used. So Ember used everything he had. Right now, it's not gonna be that easy to stop them. Oh, Lasso is
They get that last two out onto the more play, but this hero does have any. Just even if they do manage to kill him, Emo losing his first life would eventually get taken down. After the boys off the high ground as the tier 3 Wolf, can they protect Wolfing as he comes back? The BKB goes in onto DY, mops him up very quickly. Another Siren will be utilized by Naga, catching the point here. JT, will he follow up with the Rabbit? Too soon, so it misses completely. JT will get killed off for this. The Digicom zaps them away. Naga Siren, she passed BKB. She did her best, but with the BKB finishing, she's gonna get X'd up and very easily killed off by the remnants of IG. Hit of Malice allows her to see, get a little bit of healing from the fountain. They might not keep her alive for this game. It's a triple kill for Shang here. They might go for the Ultra now as they look for the Naga slice. Do they get it? Give it to him. Give it to him. Oh no, Emo steals it away. But it does not matter. It's a team wipe. It's a GG call. And it's game number 3 in this major deciding game here in the TC. IG, show us what they made of.
Yeah, IG, they mixed things up once again. In the first game, they switched the lanes with a couple of picks, right? In the first match, they, what was it? Medusa switch up. This time around, it was the Underlord switch up. They put the dust on mid lane. It worked out.
Xtreme Gaming's
Dire
turn
team
to
ban.
ban. Xtreme Gaming's turn to ban.
Welcome back.
10
And we're
seconds
here to
remaining.
witness some greatness in the Chinese DPC. It is the final
5
day
seconds
of the
remaining.
DPC, and we still have 2 major slots to award right now. IG and XG are competing for one of them,
Dire
and it's gone
team
down to the
back.
wire. This third and decisive game tells us who goes to the major, who has to wait for their turn up against a tiebreaker with Azure tomorrow. Brother Lizard, in a very entertaining, interesting series, game number 3, who do you back? Who has the momentum in your opinion here? Who has impressed you the
10
most based on what you've seen today?
5 seconds remaining.
I understand, my friend. I think that it's very even. Maybe
Xtreme
XG
Gaming's
have
turn
a
to
slight
Dire team pick.
advantage in my opinion, just because of the way the draft went in this last game. I feel like it was mostly down to that. If they had any way of dealing with this draft, I feel like they could have taken that game with execution, but they
10 seconds
no matter
remaining.
what smoke, sometimes the game is just not winnable, and that was
5
one of those.
seconds
Default
remaining.
win by IG, I would say even, but actually they snatched up Timbersaw time around, so IG will not have that to play with.
Yeah. Isolate the problem, and they believe the problem is the timber. This does give away the techies if they want it for IG. Presumably keeps away Medusa as well, as a potential option. I mean, they played that in game 1, it didn't go so well. What else is there's still Magnus in the pool?
Dire team
Some
pick.
spirits are still around.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I feel like Timbersaw it's only a solution. Like they snatched the Timbersaw away. It's also the fact now with Timbersaw on hold, you cannot
Extreme
be
Gaming's turn to
Silence.
down the way they were in that game 1, because Timbersaw just doing enough damage to take down anything in the game.
Extreme
But IG, they
Gaming's
switch things
turn
up
to
a bit.
ban.
They go with that silencer. How did they not pick techies though? That's my question.
They didn't pick techies. It was Timbersaw on the other side. Didn't go for the Monkey King. I honestly thought we were gonna go Monkey King +1. Now, unlikely Monkey
10
King
seconds
survives the second
remaining.
ban phase. Extreme Gaming should certainly remove it from the pool.
5
Okay,
seconds remaining.
Techie, we know the strengths of this hero. We get both of these guys on the same team. Who was the third one again? Like, wise back in Warcraft days. So the Timbersaw Techie, then who was the other goblin thing? Clockwork, yes, it's Clockwork. Keep forgetting about Clockwork.
Yeah, the 3 of them.
Dire team ban.
You actually buy them from the
Extreme
Goblin shop.
Gaming's
Or
turn
like
to
mercenaries. You couldn't build them, you would buy them. Clock actually was... Clock was a different thing completely. He was made by Tinker made a factory, and the factory produced Clockwork. That's how Clockwork was made.
Look, the
10
lower deep
seconds
cuts.
remaining.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah, good old days. In any case,
5 seconds
Clockwork right
remaining.
now not really picked up a lot. I'm surprised some teams have started picking it in other regions. Pavis and Dragon's build feels pretty good, but still not that. There are other position fours that are rather picked by most of the teams.
Certainly much greater preference for other heroes we've seen involved. For this, IG could certainly run Batrider Silencer as their supports. Batrider could be the offlaner. Although I don't think I've seen Shotney play this hero.
I don't think I've seen a bad offlane in a while as well, right?
One yesterday from JT, but that's the only one I think in quite some time that we had in the region.
Yeah, teams have decided to play this guy on position 4 instead. And he's been doing quite well
10
on
seconds
4, so
remaining.
understandable. They can get
5
things
seconds
that
remaining.
can help them against the Timber, perhaps on the offlane. I'm not sure what that is, because they've banned out the Slark. That would have been decent for them in Timber. Monkey has been banned out. When it comes to position 1s, what else is there? Ursa, right?
Yeah. That's the other one. And He already got it,
Bloodseeker.
like you said. Bloodseeker is the other one. I would actually want them to. It's a bit risky. It'd be nice if they would get Bloodseeker and have Tipples in the game, but I imagine it might be too difficult to give away Bloodseeker and have to play it into Rider Silencer. Like Rider Bloodseeker, that sounds phenomenal. So I hope they do ban it.
Yeah. There's that one hero as well that kind of goes through counter here any stretch, but the lane itself is really good with Silencer. That's TB, right? And TB and Silencer that can be hard for anyone to deal with. It's the reflection, Cane Curse, and the Blood Grenade. You're just moving with the 50 movement speed.
I actually wouldn't seeing a TB anyway, even though there is a Soul and the Piggies, but it's a hero that buys BKB, it's a hero that buys Scotty. I want a big raid boss for IG. I don't want them to end up in the same situation as what we saw at Xtreme Gaming. And I think generally speaking, IG do always feel good when they have an inevitability about them. That
But
the game goes too long, just wait.
I just want to say, if he doesn't get banned, it's gonna be Storm pick for you, right? But of course they banned
Xtreme Gaming's turn to
Medusa. Yeah, okay, of course, okay. Mage banned out, Slark banned out, Medusa left in the pool. I get it. If it does get somehow countered hard, but see, this is a TB for Xtreme Gaming, then, right? Like, you go TB plus something here. It's just that you don't really have too many options.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see. So they need a hero for Ghost.
TB
A
Oracle.
hero for the mid lane. Oracle. I'd like Oracle. Let's see. So TB Oracle could be good. TB CM, not that great. Raptor, I don't want to see. It's a little bit complicated to play. How about TB Lich? How would you feel about that?
I think it's also pretty good. It all depends on where they want to run the techies. Do they want it again on 5 or in Kaka play it? Do they want to put it on 4? But in any case, I feel like TB is that one last remaining carry that's in the pool that feels very good into Medusa. Everything else, that as much as I can see, has been banned out. Like, you can go try and play the tempo with some versatile TAs, but it just doesn't feel that good. Instead, they get Voice
Windranger at your service.
and the Wind Ranger. Okay, Kaka Wind Ranger. We have
Xtreme
seen
Gaming's
why
turn.
just 2 games into a Medusa with Wind Ranger. So building that diffuser on would work. Maybe this is the reason why they didn't PB instantly. The brew was still left in the pool, right?
Ah, yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
That's true. And when they picked that last game,
5
an illusion
seconds
start,
remaining.
they did make sure to ban the Blue Master before that pick emerged. That actually, that's cool. We thought
Xtreme
2-2 watching
Gaming's
Shangye when he
turn
played
to
3
ban.
heroes and Blue Master was full every game. The later you get to pick these kind of heroes and the bigger his overall repertoire, seems like it's complicated of drafting for enemy teams. Can't pick up some of these big counters to heroes like Medusa. Now IG can just ban Terrorblade. Feels good.
Xtreme
I was thinking
Gaming's
maybe they
turn
won't
to
even
pick.
ban out the TB because they have brew, but yeah. You still want to ban it out. It's one of those strongest carries, Medusa, even if you have a counter. Maybe that counter might not always be enough. So, okay, they ban out the TB, the PL.
10 seconds remaining.
What's left? Out of illusion heroes, there's Naga, but you don't want to play Naga here.
5
I don't feel
seconds
that way,
remaining.
at least. For XG. What's really nice is that you have this semi carry in position 4 that can scale really well. The game is good. With the Fusel, you can deal with the Medusa, but I wouldn't count on that completely. They don't even have a lot of time left.
So most of the few builders have
Dire
banned out.
team pick.
Only one that's left is Jug. I hope they don't pick that. Oh my fucking god.
Okay. It's not that. Like, we've seen some games in which Jug doesn't, but maybe this time around it can. Let's see, what did we have here?
10
On the offlane
seconds
versus
remaining.
some LC. Life is good, I feel like. You get that
5 seconds
A.K.A.
remaining.
piercing disable. The lane itself is decent. One blade mail, link duel. Jug is always. Actually, never mind. Wait, what am I talking about? We need a mid. Brew is the offlane. My bad.
You can commit, it's fine. but it's presumably gonna be
You may now
DK.
select your heroes.
Of pain. I mean, before this, it didn't have much burst magic damage. Looking at the IG lineup, this gives them also a way to have persistent damage through the wind run of Kaka. This gives them like the catch on Xtreme Gaming. It's okay, it's decent enough. But a careful enough Queen of Pain, once she picks up the Lincoln Sphere, should be able to evade a lot of it. I'm okay with this. And you have silence to bail you out of trouble when things are going south. And you know, we've seen a lot of these co-ops end up losing the game because of being over-rotated into in the earlier portion of the map. Kaka will come, definitely, as the Ranger can leave the Timbersaw alone, but PYW can also respond, so it makes it harder for them to consistently jump and kill you. Like this, not only do I like it, I like the IG drops, right? I like Queen of Pain at the very end. I hate Juggernaut, then you know I hate Juggernaut. So tell me where it's going. You know I'm uber biased against the Jug Hero. I know you're uber biased generally against Quab. Oh, which draft would you prefer to be a part of for this third and deciding game?
I'm not that biased against Quab, like in general. You're also biased against Quab. I want to try and put one on me, but I think Quab is fine here. It's okay of a pick. Maybe some Storm would have felt a bit better, but it gives you that extra magic damage that you can deal with Timber, right? To actually take down the egg. It feels good here. It makes Brewmaster in that game. There's a lot of things about the Quab. I'm not really sure which way the two drafts are gonna. I'm not sure how it's gonna go after the link, and because of that, I'm not sure where I'm leaning. I'm leaning towards Medusa always in the current patch. That has to be set first. But it's a good time if he gets his goods farm fast enough. I think they can play the tempo. Like Timber, Void, Jug, they can play the tempo. Perhaps prevent her from getting that first just ending the game 25 minutes in.
Another real treat we have here. Man, how the tide turned. IG, PSG.LGD, Shang Yu. They thought he wasn't good at. He's only really a boss at this Brewmaster. They wanted more out of their offlaners.
30 seconds to battle.
But in two different ones, neither of them has worked out at this point. And yet here is a game that take him to the major, saying, you know what, I still believe in this Brewmaster. We all know it's really good. I'm really hoping. I'm a card on the table. I've been a fan of his since I watched his Brewmaster the first time. It'll be very poetic to watch him go to Bali off the back of it.
Yeah, I think it's hero when he played it. Like everyone else, picking up this Brewmaster doesn't feel as strong. 2 for 2.
So I want to see a nice even way to start off of this. No easy advantage given over. So one of the big sources of action that we've seen throughout the whole particular game has been his mid prowess. This time with Emo on the Queen of Pain, what do we anticipate happening here in the mid lane?
I think it's a matchup that, like, long time ago, was an answer to Void Spirit. You pick her up against him and you just make the lane. It's very difficult for him to dodge single shot strike. Things are a little bit easier for Void Spirit now. I think you have a damage, you have holding that race. So it should be a little bit better now, but still, more should be under pressure.
So far, we've seen putting on some of that pressure.
Why bottom lane already dropping really low, but I should be fine in the end. Too close to the tower.
Once level 3 though, this becomes very difficult. Flame, Firefly, has more Shang-Yu spells. Do I need to be very careful with how he positions himself in this lane? Won't be able to always bail him out with Blade Fury, but a stupidly long cooldown.
You're a real Chuck Joyer in the laning stage as well. You're like
Dire's courier has been killed.
My favorite hero, fam. My favorite hero. But it's my like if you know anything about me, you know that Juggernauts, Techies, Naga, Morphling, Tinker. Oh, lot of techies does give onto POW. That's gonna give them the ghost. That's just fish dump at rather. Secure some bonus gold and lane.
Just as I want to say, like, he might not be your favorite, but it feels like one of the better heroes into Brew as well. Like, you get the built-in sort of a BKB to run him down with a lot of damage. Goes versus the bad. Bad attack a bit. Refill the bottle.
The right thing. Another aspect of this jug is that you just need that one value point into healing ward. All the sustain you could possibly want. That's firing of health. That's good.
Mid lane, the way Paparazzi and Emo basically just shows strike spam 24/7. Even he doesn't quit spamming Paparazzi, trying to beat out Simulate. So for Paparazzi taking the bluff.
You've been noticing a lot of world spirits skipping them entirely until like level 7.
I think you can do that, but not versus co-op. Like, if you need it, it's like the only way to dodge the Shadow Strike.
What a spell. Still before the buff up of the items. Once
Dire's
in this game,
structures are fortified.
lots and lots of damage. Of course, though, it can be mitigated by a members who are buying potentially down stretch. Doing quite alright in the laning phase. Gets us do so far.
Yeah,
Radiant's
it's
courier has been
all right.
killed.
Like Medusa, she should be able to farm freely. Sometimes she shouldn't be able to zone out the Timber. You can play around this man, like, will spam out that Mystic Snake.
Everyone just farming out. Down bottom, looks like we are going to be having a Battle Fury Juggernaut here. If you go Battle Fury, you can actually skip going the healing mode, right? So you will just get the ring of, just get him some items, just farm with the core, yeah, good times.
Dire's top tower is under
Not drop
attack.
really low here, but he could stay. He's healing boats. Should be fine.
Yeah, it'll be okay. Blood Grenade and Arcane Curse. Oh no. I just want to, is it like the himself?
20 seconds
Don't want
without
to
the...
go shame.
Yeah, 20 seconds without the Ranger. Boom, it's-
Mid lane. Okay, never mind. But then I thought was gonna get over. Emo thought about it. You really thought about it, but you decided not to.
No, not a lot of Nemo as well, so kind of hard. No, just in vain being dead forever. He's still dead. With that age, here you go, the tip. You will refill the mid, at least. And one thing, like, you have the Timber, so it doesn't even matter that much. You've been dead,
Radiant's
the Timber
courier has been
still
killed.
won't. It's still kinda alright. If it was any other offlaner, though, that would have been punished much, much further.
December, he has the ability to just stand pretty much forever, so he doesn't have to leave. Kill him. JT, he's not going to be having much responsibility for the team fight as Sean Yubo. The Brewmaster was picked for a very specific reason. We see him do what he did the other day, just like as quickly into the hack as possible, and just the whole map. Keep playing like that, I'm dumb.
I think it's solid here as well. You can go some more utility perhaps instead this time around, but he had a specific reason why he was going with the axe.
Oh, nice. They interrupted the attempt as well. Kaka making his presence known. Brewmaster will end up dead. There for the
Crimson this game is also pretty solid if he wants to buy that, but Agams, he makes it work. He's constantly annoying, like you just said, sending those
Radiant
spirit
structures are
candles
fortified.
everywhere.
Dire's top tower
frustrating thing to
is under
witness. Top
attack.
lane. AT might be in some danger here. They're half HP. PYW does show up. Instead, putting pressure into Kaka with the Firefly. He has wind run, but should still end up dead. Off the back of this, Master Shackle Shot to buy some time. PYW just needs one more right click, and they do end up finding a kill. JT thinking about revenge, but he needs to be careful. QIQX is here. JT Timber chains forward. not the direction he really wants to go. Techies is here for the blast off central. Finds the stun. No, he doesn't. Flame break back from PYW. It shows he doesn't get caught. Now DY, he's the one in danger. When he moves, does dodge the flood grenade, but still end up dead. No matter what. And it will be +2 for QI2X. He has the Glaives of Wisdom, baby. Stealing that intel.
Emo mid lane dropped also very, very low as Kaka rotated in. The shot connected. It just wasn't enough. Not enough of disables to take down the core before she blades. So far, I feel like Timber and Windranger, they were actually setting things up. Medusa on dust, but they didn't see fast deeping in and they punished because of it.
Nice kills to be able to pick up. Allows Dust to still stay in the area. Not gonna get bounced into the jungle. Shawn Tower will still be healthy. Mid lane, and them they failed the kill of Emo early on, but himself is still finding decent amount of farm. Person is not finding farm same at the moment. Is showing you. Really struggling with the network department. What you expect, Rumas want to get level 6, so things get a lot easier for you. In the save, DY will end up getting brought down here. PYW and Emo do get that kill. They might want more on Paparazzi. They're trying to him. Not gonna be able to just though. While this is happening, we had a first Rumas of the game committed down in the bottom side of the boat. Already used the split in 8 seconds. Can he get it out of here? Throws in the GG slash just to buy space and time. Can he get out? Our boulder will be there. One more right click. Shanya gets him just as the Bruce split ends. And both will end up at 1v1 against Shanya's Rumas.
That's why teams don't let this guy have his brew. That kill was crazy because only Flash almost hits him. He needed 1 second to use Blade Fury. I feel like if he uses the Blade Fury, he's certainly allowed. He manages to get away. Have enough move speed to spin and
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
kind of fortunate for him, but Setup had to do everything perfectly to make that.
Dire's
Also did have
top
the
tower is
quote-unquote
under
reports
attack.
just before he died. So not as much net worth lost. Because we committed the split to kill the Juggernaut, nothing left available to pressure the tower. One of the big weaknesses of the Brewmaster is his building damage when left on his lonesome. Gets better later. The Earthhander is quite bad with the Demolish.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's
Now though,
structures are
very,
fortified.
very solid game for both parties. Ghost died, of course, but still been quite decently in the network department. Emo has been able to hold his tier 1 power against Paparazzi and Kaka's constant incursions in his life. And of course,
Dire's top tower
JT,
has fallen.
him and just trading farm top, but they do finally get the tier 1 tower for JT in there.
We're just waiting really for levels on these supports. I think that's a big one right now. Evo still going for Papa.
Dire's
Doesn't get
top
Papa.
tower
He should be able to maybe find DY. DT has shown up. Nice little blast. 1 to 2. This is gonna put Emo in a awkward place. He needs to get out of here. 1 second until he can blink. Throws in Sonic Wave, kills DY and buys him the space to escape. He's still being chased though. DT misses the chakra. Out of mana now, so the chase might just be over. 2 seconds on split. And I think Emo will be allowed to live. So close. 1 away from the Queen of Pain.
No, done. The Sonic didn't connect on Spirit. I think that was maybe one of the goals as well. Razzi dissimulates it. Like playing really damn well on the West so far. Dodging most of the things that are coming his way. So, when it comes to network, it's 600. Find the top.
But the special Zeko say, so hopefully.
Look at that. Juicy.
Dial. That is nice. Ooh, that is nice.
Yeah, that's
When the snake. Is it juicier than I don't know? Maybe not as juicy.
maybe not that juicy because Tide Hunter was in the juice. So drilling in, you know, Medusa
are scanning.
Tide is inside of it. And he became juice.
He is the juice. Juice top lane. No juice for QRQX. As he's still introduced by Kaka Voice. BT did just get that kill. Continue to perform well on the timber. This team, although Medusa is farming very, very well right now, she is gonna remain quite large for a while. Does still feel like it has in the balance.
Radiant's middle tower
put
is under
things
attack.
around. However, I hate to talk about Liz Juggernaut with no Fury build. If you're gonna be going back to Fury, user is not on the here for Ghost. What's this best to go for? Without bad user base.
Battle Fury!
This was brutal, so maybe it was. You didn't have too many options left remaining. The Fusel can be built by Winter Ranger, and he is queuing it up already. I think that you need to buy Fury anyway. Like, let's say you had the Nursa, you'd be doing the same thing. But Jug allows you to go to still lose them, so I think Fury is early. If you go to Fusel and you miss a couple of fights early on, your game is done. With Battle Fury, you can still die a couple of times, maybe make some mistakes.
Bounty.
Hope that late game farm to eventually online. One thing that you definitely need, needed, I would say, so far
Radiant's
from
middle
PG
tower is
are
under
levels.
attack.
And
Radiant are
they did
scanning.
level 6 now. Sounds. I wouldn't mind seeing them trying to move on Voice Spirit now. Or maybe
Have the tools to be able to make these things happen. Juggernaut have his Manta style just yet. That is one aspect of the hero that you build naturally to wait low at low wall. Still just though. They come bottom with this Medusa. She's being backed up by the silencer. Would it be surprised if no more heroes came that could secure this for at long last? But it's hard though. Yeah, building damage at the moment is not really the best.
yeah, I don't think you're in any rush if you're IG to take down objectives. You can take fights. Also, if you do fight around the Brewmaster, I feel like an objective or two are possible. Let's see. They see
Radiant's
paparazzi for the
middle
Invis
tower
drone.
is under attack.
They have a blink to refill on the backside and he's gonna go right in. PYW shows up on the paparazzi.
Dire structures
They
are
cover up the
fortified.
global, make sure no possible
Radiant structures
escape.
are fortified.
Straight towards the mid tier, right? That's the play. You show the global, you show the blink. Have to be careful after though.
Radiant's middle
You
tower
have
is
just
under
utilized
attack.
everything you've got. There's a split, I guess. So
The bit is so
Radiant's middle
hard
tower
into
has
them.
fallen.
Just between these two spells. They might not be aggressively weak spells. Okay, that's the high one right now.
Radiant's middle tower
Push
is
a lot
under
of both hit
attack.
and the broom on them.
Dire's bottom
The last
tower
actually
is
down in
under
the stone
attack.
gate. They want Dust to go in with the ultimate first. Has any stash if needed. And they're thinking about it. Right now, IG happy to just use the informant from that being said though, with the jump to PYW, maybe IG will learn a bit of shit now and retreat this 5v1 scenario.
look, this had to happen. Like if PG allows them to take the high ground
top
early,
tower is under
punished,
attack.
even though they don't have lasso, even though they don't have global. Game would be looking extremely rough. Showing up, they can still take a fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is
We
under
don't have to
attack.
continue of their big balls to make that. We just come and get back the area. To soak up the net worth at the same time.
Radiant's bottom tower
It's
is
not
under
that far away
attack.
from Manta style. If he follows fast
Are
enough, maybe
scanning.
before the next dig, maybe not the first time, but the second. Level 5 he'll have Manta available way through it.
Farming really damn well, keeping up with the Medusa, even though she had that huge stack to farm. He's what, only 300 gold behind?
I have another Nasu play here in this. Alright.
Dire's
That was
bottom
a
tower
score
is under
into
attack.
PYW. Took him a second to realize his mistake. He gets out Malay. I don't want to the gang potential. You see, Timber Chain, he doesn't get across the river, so he certainly is in danger here. PYW want to make this reach. They feel a little bit skittish. They know he has a Lotus Orb. PYW doesn't trust that he's gonna execute him. So,
Yeah, there's also your own power that can. So I just love the Kaka.
Radiant's
This whole
bottom
time
tower
over
is under attack.
pulling the hard camp on top lane, farming it, so that he has completed the full diffusal lane. Now suddenly they actually have ways of dealing with those as
Drop. We've seen F1 do miracles with diffuser blade on win rate. However, you still have to be able to see where the hit down. You actually have enough to kill them. They do indeed. They break down, blow back. Potentially under the last two does come off, but that come from the hero die anyway. Get 1-for-1, but the one that was
Dire's middle tower is
super
under attack.
for they and they have to come over for this. My bad. Shadow shot on into that. Get shot and killed instantly by
Dire's middle
Monka.
tower
what did you
has
do?
fallen.
Oh no.
It's okay, like he just ran in, he got shackled. It happens, right? It sort does, I guess, yeah. They're still on the way. He's getting closer to his axe, he's 100 gold away, nothing too terrible is happening. And the most important thing is that is continuously farming. He needs only the list, and he's gonna have that. But
Dire's top tower is under
the
attack.
butterfly, I believe, on minute 20 is a fair assessment.
Goes to
Radiant's
the
bottom
battlefield,
tower is under
finishes
attack.
man's back to farming KB. I'm actually wondering, like, is those gonna just like MKB, not MKB, sorry, the man fusel anyway, off the battlefield.
Radiant structures
Similar
are
to
fortified.
the slot today. Yeah, he so missing media and he's doing it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He has Manta completed, and next item
Radiant's
is the
bottom
refusal.
tower has fallen.
I actually think this is goes diffusal against MKB offense. Actually, I don't think it's MKB, otherwise G is better. But MKB maybe eventually a part of his own. It's really strong struggle.
You sound like you are formed without skates by the snare. Where is this new love coming from? Tell me, please.
Radiant's
Brother,
bottom tower is under
no,
attack.
actually positively fling as well. Did that perfectly.
I see.
You know,
I see.
I leave my hate outside of the game.
You are a true, remarkable professional, I have to admit. That's something. That's something else. Because if I hate a hero, I continue hating them. I really like the fact that they told what the ages from it. I think that first ages timer on the place as big as I don't even know. It's huge. They just snatched it away from her as she was finishing off that butterfly, which she still does have, and because they still will smoke up.
Right, I just wanted to lead the charge. He has the blink dagger. Catch a clips on Kaka. And where he's at, he's not the one they beat. Let's go for him though. There's nothing else to play. We'll find both himself and DY in fact. He's on to Kaka with the save. DY kill. Some right clicks from Dust. To the reveal.
Dire's bottom tower is under
pain
attack.
in there. So, a lot of damage in a very short span of time.
A huge reveal because they also didn't use global, they didn't use brewmaster, they didn't use anything really. Lasso as well. That's the shock wave. So if you're IG, you will continue taking over the map.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Available.
You know the move you saw earlier where all the IG heroes stack middle to secure the tier 1.
You sought to
That move, you know, we started seeing it's you
Dire's
from
bottom
Master
tower
around
is
the
under
12-minute
attack.
mark. He replicated that. But the we're starting to see all these dark sides rushing headlong into Radiance at between 15 and 20 minutes, trying to secure their high ground from them, take away the triangle.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I think that comes down to not necessarily only the side, but the amount of farm and the type of heroes you've got. If you're able to fight
Dire's bottom
do that
tower is
on
under
either
attack.
side. But yeah, I've seen it as well. You can go with the triangle versus a huge deal. It feels like, yeah, but we have those other ancients, right? Well, not necessarily. Those other ancients are also really the tools. So if you go and farm those on sidelines, like, you can still caught easily. The fusel has been completed. Just need to play out.
actually a scary amount of news on this hero. GG dashes you. Yeah, you are dead.
Dire's
Maybe
top tower
Nemiga
is under
survive,
attack.
but everybody else.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Well, Brewmaster won't die. You just press. But except those two everyone else can. I mean, we're gonna put death on PY Dub.
They are taking down his back quite a lot.
Dire's top tower is under
He's been
attack.
utilizing his lasso well, but he's also been caught a couple times now.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
T2 tower gets taken away. Ghost. Looking into Eye of Scotty next. Okay.
Radiant's
I get
bottom tower
so also
is
some
under
stats for
attack.
himself. Doesn't want to be in that position where you can kill enemies, but if you get caught, you just die.
Bro.
Let's see if they can kill Brewmaster. Global Silence will be there. They're going to activate the global. With the activate from Medusa as well. They should be able to take this fight. Timber Storm was very low. Timber Chain doesn't connect, so he ends up dead to the Sonic Wave of Emo. Yule steps into the air of Ghost. Not the Yule, it's the Storm Panda. It's the Slap Stone. Goes in another Slap Stone onto this voice. Kaka, low HP. Kaka looking like he's gonna die. Emo gets here. And now they want to go further into the fight. Paparazzi, though, trying to create some space. He gets lassoed by PYW. Going in towards the tier 2 tower. But more importantly, away from the Medusa. At the same time, Ghost trying to run from Shanyu and Emo. And he gets found out and killed off. 4-for-1 exchange here. The Aegis does also get taken away. And a massive fight for IG around the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, you could even call it 5-for-1, right? Considering the Aegis has been claimed, so a massive fight, like you said, for IG. They used all of their big ultis. Meanwhile, on the other side, you didn't really have a lot to use. Yeah, Wind Ranger, she got on Medusa, she got really low and
is under attack.
they had nothing to finish her off. Like, she just wasn't enough. Control, same goes for voice. Just walked away, slithered away.
How did you make them taking that fight to begin with? That they knew global was available.
Yeah, you have ages to trying to force it.
Radiant's middle
It's not a
tower
good
is under
one,
attack.
obviously, in hindsight. Especially because you're initiating on a Brewmaster. Like, if you're initiating on anyone else, maybe you can take them down. Brew, with the cover of global, is gonna live. Can't stop that.
In that fight, was able to find some pretty tough cycles.
Radiant are scanning.
The super fast, of
Radiant's
course, that
top
engagement.
tower is under attack.
Nah. They don't have a gold lead for themselves on speed, but that's the
Radiant's
strongest
top
on the
tower is fallen.
now building into an
Dire's
NKD.
bottom tower is under attack.
Crazy strong on us. Although I would like to see a Scotty. That last fight was kind of scary. So I do think he's a better stats on the main lady.
Again, he can prevent Wind Ranger from taking him down, right? Like, Ranger pops in front
Dire's
and
bottom tower is under
ulti
attack.
and just return the hits. So he can just stand there. I think that MPB.
Radiant's top tower
Good
is under
idea.
attack.
But having KP and Daedalus, it feels like a bit overkill without a lot of stats.
Right now, she is just leading the charge. That team is backing her up with the smoke. And look who it is, the man, the one who he wants to kill, Kaka. But Twin Day to join up with his team. So this move, IG, some more rewarding expeditions than anything else.
And mines were, I think that right, like they're trying to go for mines. So Xtreme Gauge know exactly where the smoke is.
So with
Radiant's
this
bottom
daily,
tower
so
is
strong.
under attack.
Or excellent output. They can expand your so dare Extreme Gaming to come fight them. That's what they're doing. Tier 2 tower. Already at half HP and without any teleports, it's too late to defend it.
Radiant
Before.
structures are fortified.
She brings a lot of damage, I'll give them that.
Radiant's bottom
So
tower
with
is under attack.
Butterfall,
Radiant's bottom
perhaps
tower
not a lot of
has fallen.
stats like we're used to, right? To all the Scud builds. But she brings a ton of damage, and one other thing that they do get from
Radiant's
this amount
bottom
of damage
tower
is
is
easy
under
rush. If Pro respawns,
Dire's
which
middle
might
tower
take
is under
30
attack.
seconds, they can get much faster than usual. So that's something that Xtreme have to be aware of.
Roshan, both sides to ping it around the area. And I thought was that scout where Xtreme Gaming are. I say that if this was a nighttime rush, would have also fight around.
Radiant's
They
bottom
smoke up.
tower is
So they're
under
gonna take
attack.
twin gates. Try to surprise IG that way. While they waiting for them to come through the gates. Looks like it's the latter option.
Radiant's
Unfortunately for
middle
them,
tower is under
IG
attack.
and heading directly toward them, not taking twin gate. Most secure those routes. We'll see if it ends up being effective here, Liz.
Let's see. 4 heroes smoked on both sides. You obviously have a small vision advantage, but it's not big.
The high ground, do scout out. Shutting you and P1 up. You know what's happening. Smoke again. The XG. Really considering what kind of angle they find it in the mind everywhere from UI. He's waiting with the block hole.
Yeah, the difference is she can't wait. They don't know if the result. Maybe she's already doing it.
Trying to just slowly spam out with emotes. Agate Scepter. So far, it's not enough yet. Oh, PW. Almost grab onto the Timber Sword, but didn't actually find the last. So Timber Sword is still okay.
Looks like slowly but surely they're being stolen away from the pit. No one has a smoke anymore, besides Kaka, who 3 on them. And another smoke from XG, let's go.
This weekend, the amount of smoke that is in the Chinese DPC has been somewhat ridiculous. XG, they don't find anything, and IG, they cheated for a second, but they're coming. Mo's not here though. He is going to up an illusion, but he can't put in on potatoes. The leader of Tron is starting to get taken. And the illusion from this Medusa will give them information that this is happening. That precipitates a TP from Emo, and I think it's going to signal that we're back into stalemate territory because both teams smoke. Both teams are going to find provision. Both teams are going to find the first jump. You see that, but QA was taken down.
Yes, bye-bye.
Okay. UW used Firefly as well, so this is just the life of the balance about the start of the back. Number 4. Going a little bit forward as well. It's gonna eat some shadow strikes. I think be a very big jump coming in from PW. They kill off this Wind Ranger. Almost silence Unified as well. As JT, he's getting caught up. He's stuck in between all of these IG heroes and will kill Paparazzi. Jumps in, looking to the base, brings the Bat Rider. Dust standing his ground and leashing out the stage. Right clicking through Levi's life as well. Also forced to buyback. Goes in the meantime. Out the head by the side of Shang. He needs it out of here with the split. Does he have a TP? He does. Doesn't use it though. Does he want to come back and...
Still has Omni Slash, remember. Still go on here.
Maybe what would be the difficult part, but that's pretty true for GT. But as does finally go in. We see goes going, but it's not enough damage here. He wants about to die back. He's run the hell away. Teaming abandoning the rest of the lineup. He is a lot of leave. Not so sure about everybody as they now catch up to JT. TP's out of fuck this way. She goes to his credit, getting a lot of damage, but unable to finish anybody off. He dies, turns into an almost team wipe. And IG, they won't get the nighttime Roshan, but they will find him in his daytime cabin as they go through the twin gate, the radiant side of the map.
Yeah, they have to rush back. It was probably the best hero we shit on. Going on top of that silencer. Every good silencer for the attack is my we saved. Just to get that buybacks, that silence. Even better off. So they still got too much damage. Just I think there, no one can touch her. They tried to. They tried to go on her with Omni Slash, but let me see.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, Queen Bane. So with E-Blade, stay Medusa. Yeah.
I was about to ask about that just before the fight broke. What do you make of the hate for the
Stay on, right? Like you're buffing up your damage, definitely. So it's good. I won't be buying unless in a game such as this one. In the game in which you're playing versus both Wind Ranger and Chug, so I think it's super situational, but also really good.
So, I'm clutch that particular frame. doing is output of damage. And Alpha just yet doesn't. So basically, what you're saying is the sword that Juggernaut system is useless now.
Well, until Moonfire is there, right?
He's not building. He's going for MKB first.
Radiant's
there is one on both.
top
There is
tower
one.
is
Spirit,
under
yeah,
attack.
exactly. The Void Spirit. That became very standard build too. Like the Wolf the Spirit, they go man to Echo Saber, it's Echo Saber, and then only. And some
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
if you really want to, you could even build it on Kak. It's a second.
Radiant's top tower has
Right
fallen.
now, we've reached that time a couple of minutes late, sure, but that would be pushing it background.
Radiant's top
You're
tower
happy to
is
see
under
timing
attack.
with Aegis Manta Butterfly. She has Aegis Manta Butterfly,
Radiant
MKB,
structures are fortified.
and is not that far away from having a Hex. And of course, Shinya is going to do everything. Sit in the third grouping. Yes, I playing but Medusa can freely hit the tier
Radiant's top
tower.
tower
Any threat
is
to her
under
own life.
attack. Radiant's top
Even the
tower
Panda
is
itself
fallen.
hits hard, right? Like, Panda
Dire
is a problem.
structures are fortified.
Okay, only
Radiant's top
almost
towers are under
180
attack.
damage. Well, it's a
No one just like 4 damage. It's
Radiant's
insane,
top
Mr.
tower
Muller, bro.
has fallen.
yeah.
One thing in a little bit over the years.
Radiant's top
So
tower
quite
has
crazy.
fallen.
Tough commit. This is frustrating. He can do that over and over again. Nothing. Like these are. This is where they want to be gods.
You still have Aegis, have the difficulties, just the Brewmaster using his final companion. On the other side, perhaps you're thinking about waiting out the MKB on
Radiant's
Drug,
middle tower
but
is
you
under
honestly
attack.
don't have that amount. Like
Radiant's
Ghost is gonna
middle
have to
tower
join
has
this
fallen.
next fight. It's up.
What do they do here from XG? What angle can they take? They don't have any positive vision for themselves. They might come across PYW. Up and forward, but he's already retreated. And to make match as well as QIQX waiting in the wings with the global silence.
Came off perfect. He doesn't have buyback now.
Okay. They do get a quick pick, and that was global use. If they can get out of here, this is huge. He survived it. He falling so he brings him even lower. He's still alive for now. Shanyu goes in with the ultimate. The Stone Gate also after Medusa, and they isolated Ghost. They're leaving Jason alone for now. Some of these guys will come in from Ghost though. It's going to get a lot of damage. Take away Medusa's shield. Focus Fire was with the Wind Ranger as well. She's eventually gone. Once she comes back though, they have what it takes for the second round. ID still have their core standing around even though they lost their supports. Spike them up onto this Wind Ranger. Evo get some damage out. Stream of Pain will be there and they are going to be able to finish them
Radiant's
off.
middle tower is under attack.
Everybody.
Exactly, no buybacks, only slash one spirit can fight a little bit and he'll have to want to keep this
Radiant's middle
side
barracks
alive.
are under attack.
That's
Radiant's
just
middle
not
barracks has fallen.
realistic at this point.
Radiant's bottom
All those
tower
out,
is under
they don't
attack.
have the hex. If you approach, you're most likely dead.
Radiant's bottom tower
I feel like
has
the
fallen.
fight went even better at the beginning of the fight. They did get over, but they down that immediately.
Let's see what they can here. They've got a 2-hero buff though, but unfortunately these heroes is fishy. GY is already gone. Ghost is here through some run clicks. Hero buff was just look at it and say, okay, what? Oh, retreat, Demon's Boss slows him down. Here's on top of him. And with the sonic waves that no buybacks available. GG is
Radiant's middle tower is
Gaming
under
in the
attack.
tower. Invictus Gaming get W. They are going to the bottom. But more importantly, they have restored Blizzard's faith in the organization.
And yeah, that's definitely what they were worried about. So right now, IG has 5-2, right? 5 wins, 2 losses, and that's how they end the season with. Like you can see how happy they are on their faces. really nicely done. Just
PSG.LGD's turn to ban. Team Aster's turn to ban. PSG.LGD's turn to ban. Team Aster's turn to ban. PSG.LGD's
What's up, y'all?
Aster's
I'm
turn to
here.
pick.
We made it in time. I was just going to start the game. I was tired of all these people complaining, where's the game? So I went by myself. I clicked the start button. We're in it. Team Aster versus PSG.LGD. Finally happening, Lizard. And because they've had so much time to think about the draft, both of these teams seem to have a very clear idea of what to do.
Tell the people the truth. The moment you stepped away from your PC, the game started. It was you all along.
Because I went to start it. That's what I'm saying. I had to go start the game. You see, I went to the other room, get the game started. So now we have Team Aster and PSG.LGD. Whoever wins gets to the top of the division. And if Aster wins, not only do they get to the top of the division, they also get into the top 12 and nominally find themselves qualified for the International 2023. So let's see the drafts. Let's see what we got. LGD, first pick Piggy, no surprises there. Silence of Void Spirit on the side of Team Aster. So we don't have a Timbersaw thus far, but crucially, LGD did the right thing. They showed the respect here, Lizard. They ban out the Storm Spirit from Sumail.
Yeah, the first phase ban.
10 seconds remaining.
Usually is for Team Aster, that's Storm Spirit anyway, so better make sure he doesn't play it. It doesn't matter what you pick against it. At least it doesn't look that way. No matter what counter you get against him, and there are no great counters at the moment that are in the meta, he still does extremely well in the Storm. I think Emo comes closest when it comes to that Storm Spirit performance, but Sumail still being insane on the hero. Okay, so the mid laners we see already. We have Ember on Void Spirit, just a Spirit matchup on that mid lane from Nothing to Say and Sumail. Meanwhile, Silencer and Techies will be our supports, obviously. Both are in the meta, both are being picked up quite a bit, but Techies, you know.
PSG,
I like the hero the most.
Turn to ban.
It's only just recently been taken over as the most contested hero across all the DPC, being pipped to the post by Doom very, very slightly. Only 6 additional games, but still available and contested in 91.28% of the games. Techies does it all, man. And he can play in multiple roles, tons of damage. There's too many good things about this hero. Although, the more I've been seeing of the Silencer, the more stock I've been just placing in the hero. It just feels so good to play when you have these lineups that you know the enemy can't just jump you. You can play heroes that might be a bit too risky to play without the Silencer and then itemize without them having to go defensively immediately.
Yeah, I agree. Like we saw that in the last match, the last series as well, right? Like you have this Brewmaster. You're usually afraid that if they jump him, they'll eliminate him, but every time they jump him, use global, you make sure that he can pop his ult, and then the game is much easier afterwards.
Turn to ban.
See, LGD, they ban out the Bloodseeker, they ban out the Slark. I feel like they want something tanky, they want something big. Medusa is banned out, Timber is also banned out by Team Aster right now. So that's not gonna happen for you. He's gonna have to dig a little bit deeper when it comes to these offlaners. What's left? Like there is Underlord still that's kind of being picked a bit more recently. What's interesting?
Magnus is still in.
10 seconds remaining.
I know it's not popular here, but some Mars Phoenix would be also very solid in my opinion. Like none of these 3 heroes deal with Yag very well. Global is annoying, that's sure, but I don't think LGD plays that. Like from all the games that they have picked so far,
PSG.LGD.
They played some Phoenix, but mostly with Doom. Magnus, let's go.
Yeah, bring the Magnus. I like Magnus for the game. We've seen Magnus being able to buff up Ember Spirits, can buff up some particular core, or just buff himself up. I would like Phoenix is actually a really good shot. I think also Planet plays really well on that hero, and also why Smile is quite proficient at it as well. Like you mentioned, no egg hitters. It'll give them that bonus sustain. I'd like to see it, but we go the opposite direction. Instead of getting some sustain and team fight, They do still get some team fight, but now we have some root onto the Void Spirit and some mana regeneration for Ember. I don't hate this.
Yeah, it
10
opens up
seconds
your
remaining.
safe lane for domination. Like you can actually play versus the Kotl
5
+1 with this
seconds
Crystal
remaining.
Maiden. You can get some Ursa. I believe he's still in the pool, and then Crystal Maiden Ursa, Crystal Maiden Jug. All of these heroes feel pretty solid. Jug with Magnus would be okay. LGD has played Ursa quite a few times before, so maybe that's an option for them. There aren't too many offlaners left in the pool that are, well, let's say, popular at the moment, that are in the meta. There's Visage, right? Like that's something that you can go for, but Visage and Kotl, it's not great. It's not really the combo that you're looking for. I still wouldn't mind it, but maybe Spirit Breaker. But also not a great combo with the Kotl, and can be punished a little bit. What else is
The
there?
Team Aster.
Yeah. There's Pango, right?
Bad Rider? Is it in the... Oh no, Bad Rider's gone. But Pango is good.
Yeah. Like,
PSG.LGD.
if you want to play XXS Pango, like you could, but he doesn't play it very often.
Get a Morphling instead for the side of Team Aster. So we have the Monet hero at the moment. Let's see. LGD, what stuns do they have? They have RP, Frostbite,
10 seconds
as well as
remaining.
the Roots from the Ember Spirit has 10 techies blast off. Either way,
5 seconds
most of them are
remaining.
not fast enough to prevent the positive attribute shift.
Yep.
You should be able to get that for
Team
yourself
Aster's
almost
turn
always.
to ban.
I think if you're Aster, you're banning out what Naga and maybe PL, or Naga and maybe TB.
I think TB.
Something like
A
that,
bit
right?
scarier.
Morphling used to be long time ago to the TB, but I don't think
10
the
seconds
matchup is quite
remaining.
the same anymore. Naga, however, in that last
5
game, she
seconds
didn't do well
remaining.
into the Morphling, but she didn't do well against him because of Timber and Underlord. This time around, this is a really good Naga game, I feel like. So
PSG.LGD's
if they wanted to, they
turn
could go for
ban.
that anti-mage as well. I think that's a good ban. And for Team Aster, for LGD's bans, that is for Team Aster's offlane, they ban out the Axe, Kotl. I think that's a really good ban. Axe is one of those heroes that I still don't actively think about.
10
You know,
seconds remaining.
it's good, but are you really worried that much about the Axe?
5
Most of the games
seconds
he has
remaining.
done well in this region, at least.
He sort of creeps up on you, right?
Aster's
You're just like,
turn
oh,
to
but there's an
ban.
axe. And then the game doesn't always go that well. And you're like, oh, that's an axe, you see. So that's BKB piercing disables banned out from both offlaners. No axe, no LC. So it could be one of these illusion heroes. It could be Juggernaut potentially.
Yeah.
Could be like Lifestealer.
I think
10
Jug
seconds
is
remaining.
very likely. Maybe a Nursa
5
as well, but
seconds remaining.
seeing these two bans, I feel like Jug makes a lot of sense to be banned out here. You can build into a diffusal if you want to. You benefit a lot from mag. There are other options, like we called out illusion heroes, but they could still go with something else that benefits from empower. Some of these melee or
Speaking of illusion heroes. Oh, sorry. You know, last game we saw Shanya playing that Brewmaster to excellence. XXX doesn't play a terrible one. And maybe they let through one of the illusion cores, expecting it to be picked, and then you just go for the Brewmaster yourself.
PSG.LGD's
that's an option.
turn
They
to
ban out
pick.
the illusion though, Naga at
Team
least.
Aster's
PL,
turn
I
to
feel
pick.
is still a good option. They go for it. Yeah. And now you have Underlord or Brew. Spirit Breaker, okay.
Oh, okay. That's the call you made earlier on today. I suppose this is a hero that can find the PL. Do you like it though versus like an Underlord or a Brewmaster? Because it doesn't feel like they have great options for these illusions anymore.
It makes them play the game a bit faster. It's a hero that combos with Sumail a bit better. It's not a hero that benefits that much from Kotl. So overall, I don't like it. I called it a bit earlier, right? But I don't like it as much as these Underlords. And I think Underlord was a good pick. I think maybe the Brewmaster isn't that great into PL though. So out of everything that was left in the
10
pool, maybe
seconds
Spirit Breaker
remaining.
feels like the most broken at the moment. He's very active,
5
and
seconds
they will be
remaining.
looking to punish LGD's a long cooldown on the offlane. I feel like Spirit Breaker can play the game 24/7. You don't really care about the PL that much once you get the Vanguard. As the Spirit Breaker, you're extremely tanky. So you do have some things going your way, and you will free up Boca to be, I don't know, rotating across the map, maybe stacking, maybe helping out Sumail a little bit.
Okay. We're going to be witnessing what they're going to accomplish on the side of Team Aster, utilizing this last pick on this Spirit Breaker. Of course, we do have PL for the Shiro PL. I mean, if there's anybody who I'm going to ask, hey, how do you beat Morphling? What's the best hero in the circumstance? It's going to be Shiro. So I have a lot of faith in his ability to deal with this Morphling. I am a bit concerned as well for the fact that Team Aster, if there's no global, their team fight is trash, brother.
Yeah.
So I'm a bit worried about that on their side. But if they can execute on the high enough level, we've seen them in the past, they can certainly make up for their lack of overall catch by just very crisp execution, especially from the league phase.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel really, in my opinion, here is that Aster have got a hard job in front of them. Unless they just make something crazy happen, unless Void Spirit pops off, unless there is a matchup secret that I'm unaware of between the Morphling and the PL. Like Morphling with an Axe perhaps is a bit better against PL than he used to be.
Prepare
but overall,
for
me, LGD look like they're set up for success. I just bit my tongue. Ouch. Maybe wrong. I should stop talking. Holy.
GLGD set up for success, and Aster set up for XXX.
Yeah, these, yeah. Are you gonna do bad puns now as well? Is that what's gonna happen? But
I casted one game with Lacoste, I got infected, bro.
Yeah, but no one else can do what he does. That's the trick. I feel like LGD's lineup though just feels so damn good. Like it's in the meta, they have everything that it takes. At the same time, Aster, maybe if they play this game real fast, they can dominate it. Remember the good old Morphling Spirit? Well, sadly, he can't do the same thing right now, but it would have been really difficult if he could to deal with.
You know, this is the second time today that you said, remember this good old Morphling combo. None of them were good combos. They sucked. They're all way too busted. This Morphling hero, it's awful, man.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. No one liked playing against that. Good old Morphling plus Earthshaker combo. Making
Willow, Spirit Breaker.
you know, all of these they came after. The Morphling and Earthshaker, that was the OG combo, right? That was the combo that made SCA relevant back in the day. Like they were literally owning with it.
Crushing games with some cheese. Although we're gonna have our first game of these two titans taking each other on for the honor of being called the best in China. LGD in this mid lane, Sumail versus NTS. Seen this matchup many times, but the skill level of these guys makes it. You know how much I hate mid lane matchups right now, but this one is probably worth watching. Oh no, no! Say it. So,
I hope it's not. I really hope. Sorry, I interrupted you. What were you saying?
I was gonna say this mid lane is gonna be fun to watch. Like this is gonna be very high skill, and mid generally very boring these days. But these two guys have never done anything boring in their lives.
Never,
bro. Not even once.
Seriously, they don't wash their face in a boring way or brush their teeth in a boring way. Do they do it with their feet?
Sumail brushes his face at 9k MMR, 10k MMR level, bro. He brushes his face, brushes his teeth, and washes his brushes his face and washes his teeth with like a rag. That's what he does.
I see. So
it's new tech beyond us mere mortals.
Yeah. You need to win PI to unlock this new tech. I see. No one is on that level just yet. You usually ask me which one of these lanes are gonna have the most amount of fun happening, like kills. I feel like bottom lane should be very volatile. You have techies plus Magnus. The silencer needs to be extremely careful, but it doesn't have to mean that he's gonna be the one dying. You have Blood Grenade, you have Arcane Scourge. You can, if techies is out of position, you can take him down with Waveform. On top lane, however, I feel like Spirit Breaker and Coffle, how much can they do? How much pressure can they actually dish out here? If Spirit Breaker, if he gets a good start, I feel like he can be really difficult to deal with.
We are back into the game, so we're going to be finding out which one of these lanes will fulfill this prediction. Down bottom, you should also just be farming away for the most part. He's starting to soften up the silencer, just to make sure that when they do get to level 2, level 3, they have all the tools necessary.
Yeah, he's marinating right now. They're marinating him a little bit.
The ones are on trade to be nice and juicy.
Nice
and nice and boring, but so who wins here? Like not the heroes, just like skill wise. Who do you think is a better mid laner at the moment between Sumer and TS?
And TS, of course. I love the silence.
I love you just win and I was like, oh, is he gonna know? I will not justify this.
I love the silence. No,
I will not be answering questions.
There's no justification from my side. It's just I see too many. Oh my God, my Emperor in the chat, so I want to mess with them. That's all. Nothing more.
Okay.
But Sumail is on fire at the moment. I feel like when his heroes are being free space banned, the patch in which offlaners are the most broken. Baboka.
Really? Almost died for first blood, but instead the first blood happened on the other side of the map. Crystal Maiden will end up taking a tumble to the Spirit Breaker. That's so sad. Shiro wanted to chase and get a kill, and instead XXX gets off to that good start you want them to have.
Yeah, it was basically this trade-off, which Gil thought, okay, I get her, you get CM, but keeper. There's a bit of a difference between him and CM, and that difference is basically boots.
Yeah.
Boots amount of movement speed of that level 1.
Have been denied.
Speaking of the CM, she got charged into again. Okay, I thought Babuka was gonna think about lighting him back, but decides against it. It's still in the marination phase, so cool.
Yeah, no, I'm not ready yet. Not ready yet to jump them, but yeah, I was a bit wrong when it comes to the action. It happened a bit sooner than it did. By the way, why does this Lotus Bull spawn on the exact team bet mark? Why do I always have to wait like half a second before I use it? Please fix.
No coin.
Because you're a beta gamer, bro. That's why.
Ah, okay, yeah, of course. Tomato.
Almost got 1v1 by NTS, but didn't manage to get himself back to safety. Baboka shows up with a healing salve as well. And he came immediately. Well, the new twins are now occupying this mid lane together.
The best thing is he can also just leave. He gave nothing to say with the... So he's like, can you get out? Let me have a fair. What the hell is this? He came in with the salve, with Chuck Magic, gave him a tango. Hey, come on, bro. Let's have a normal match.
He can also prevent from picking up the wall. Oh my god, Baboka, what a player. This will cost us life potentially here. Remnant from Sumail keeps him alive. NTS doesn't have slight change again for another 5 seconds. But why he's not? He's at the frostbite, so they do get the kill. Does NTS get out? That's the question. Last will come in on Sumail buying some time, but eventually they find the kill. The planet might also be in some jeopardy. They can't all the damage from Piggy.
Where we have support such as these, well, I feel like I can't say that even I would do well, but Sumail is very lucky to have both Baboka. Is it Pichu? It is Pichu, right? On his side.
Both of them, of course, made his life a lot easier. Ensure that NTS dies. Give him a juice. But you have a boost in the net worth department. You like to see it. Down bottom, unfortunately, they weren't able to punish anybody else on the side of Team Aster as these moves were happening, as they also had to respond with their own supports. So the side lanes just ended up being farm fests doing these rotations mid.
Yep, I think that's pretty much what always happens when you have Spirit Breaker into PL. Spirit Breaker into most of these carries the Torrent lane dominators. It just does well. He actually dishes out an insane amount of damage with level 2 charge, level 3 later bash. So you can even be aggressed upon by a split breaker if you're not that careful. Mid hit 6 mid for nothing to say does. Oh, but the remnant doesn't connect.
That remnant connected, he definitely goes on the Astral Standard. But it does not. And yes, gets to stay alive. Still gets to remain very, very close middle. And we now have a 6-minute rune contest. Boboka gives to Mail some chakra magic. The rune will spawn on the top side. It's an Invis rune bottled by NTS. And now they also want to kill Boboka. Smile. We'll have Frostbite again in 2 seconds. NTS has chains already. And this should enable them to easily get the kill. They are looking for revenge. Sadly though, as Sumail was coming in, thinking about using the Astral Step, they don't have any vision, so this Invis rune will provide invulnerability to NTS.
Yeah, he's still not level 6 though. It's kind of hurting him a bit. Can't make any huge movements, but okay, they do get a Kotl. Pesky again tried to take away the rune. There's just, you know that those are gonna be on the mid lane every hit their amount of minutes. 4, 6 onwards, 6 people. Nothing to say, get some stacks at least, so that's nice. If you're LGD, it's a small
that's
recovery.
Gonna fund his recovery.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower.
Well, right now, while he's busy recovering in that area, Magnus is busy farming bottom. They actually could potentially bring in another hero, because New does have level 6, so Monet is the safest person on the map. The techies is right behind, so they're all gonna try this potentially. If he goes too far forward, Monet, he could die, but it's hard. It's
a hard small for that. They can try, maybe with some blast off first. It's still possible if he's not careful. Here we go.
Blast off does come on first. There's the RP. Frostbite out as well. They skewer him back, but he should just be able to waveform away. And they don't have the damage. They tried though. Had that come just before the attribute shift connected, then maybe. Mid lane though, gonna have some danger onto Sumail, NTS. Potentially choose to dive him here. As a remnant at the ready. About to be 8 minutes, so where's the rune gonna spawn? Bottom on top, it is gonna be bottom.
Yeah.
It's a haste rune, so you could trigger this and use this elsewhere.
Yeah, this could be a Morphling with top rotation. Let's see, because Shiro, they're also trying to be aggressive on him.
Does have a Smile coming into the system here. Looking now for the silencer. Want to punish Piggy. They can't find him. And if XXX is the one you're going for, you'll be very disappointed. You're not going to kill him. They don't even attempt it because they realize this. So this early game is so far not having many kills happen.
Sumail is changing.
NTS will want the edge. Sumail going in, trying to get something going in the top lane. Will be able to pick off Wise now. Still involved in the fight, so hopefully he can pick off this PL as well. Shiro falling lower and lower and will eventually take the topple. At the same time, down bottom, they're going on to Monet's Morphling. They're chasing him down. He's out of mana. And last time they had to commit everything to just not kill him. This time they bring in even more and they do bring him down. Although it does cost Planet's Courier to make that happen.
Oh, the tragedy. Will he ever survive? But yeah, okay, the Courier was bringing like a stick and some boards, I think. Overall, mirrored movements from these teams kind of to be expected. The skill level is very similar, and you can see it demonstrated right here. LGD, they take down the Morphling at the same time. The EL dies on top.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
And tier 1 towers. In 10, they do fall. Now the question is, which one of these teams is happier making that aggression on the mid lane? It's usually Aster that does it, and they smoke up.
Yeah. We're getting close to their nominal 12-minute timing where they bring in the entire lineup to the middle. It could be accelerated if you find a pitfall from this. The 8th remnant out while you smile, but looking at the circumstances here, jumping in does feel a bit difficult. So Sumail and the boy will give up the attempt. Just full active.
Yeah, say he got that arcane board as well, so you probably don't want to be fighting him. Well, he has that. What's our boy Mag doing? He's actually building into Mech Saber. Vanguard Echo, nothing really special. It's the same old build, right? Like the Echo with into Blink, into Harpoon.
It's become the standard Magnus build. The only player in the entire division that doesn't build it that way is JT. But JT is a special lad in everything he does, so he can do what he wants. Mid lane is setting potentially for super here, but does get away from Money Smile before the frostbite connects. And this might set them up to jump back in.
Dire's middle tower.
Not the global silence just yet, so need more experience on the silencer before you can make these moves happen.
I very, very rarely see a silencer with level 6 minute temp. Like his lane has to go really well. Like he needs to be getting some kills, and if that is happening, sure. But besides that, like you in general need to give him some space, some farm.
Who was it yesterday that were they level 7 at 11 or something on silencer?
Yeah, there was a game. There was also a game where silencer was level 4 minutes 13.
Yeah, that's true.
It was charged, but instead they smoke up and cancel it. There's a Shadow Blade, by the way, on SB.
Yeah, Shadow Blade, and he still has the Nether Strike available, so you might want to utilize that. Crystal Maiden, she will end up popping the smoke. She'll give up her life, but she has scouted out the gank. Information has been preferred, and she will end up dead. Mid lane, they might actually be able to kill NTS as well. XXX has a charge again. He throws it in onto this Ember, and he might go all the way.
Oh, he cancels it.
He has level 4 bash, but he cancels it. Maybe he was scared of getting steering chain in front of the tier 2 tower.
100%, yeah. That's what he was scared of. But little did he know that he actually could have done that. Maybe, I mean, he could, but he wouldn't get the kill. There's 15 magic one charges on Ember. They don't kill him.
Dire's middle
Instead, they'll content themselves with killing the tier 1 tower middle instead.
Yeah,
Opening up some space on the map.
the 12-minute mark, mid tier 1, dying. Classic Aster move.
We'll also see how they decide to defend these stacks here, because while they're farming all these ancients, PSG.LGD will certainly be incentivized to come and steal this, and they have the heroes that can do it. So it needs to be a priority to ensure that they're always available for the Morphling and crew to farm.
Yeah, they don't really have a lot of stacks though. Both of these sides, like LGD did create some and they farmed already. Ember farmed the medium camp and he farmed the hard camp in the triangle. But besides that, yeah, the teams haven't really focused that much on the stacks, which is interesting. Usually they do. Global silence, and why you smile once again.
It's charged into. There's a glow, but they won't need it to kill him off. We'll see if they require it if they want to go onto Shiro, but they don't decide to make that jump. That's what they really wanted with the smoke. So that's 2 attempts right now from Aster to find a core hero on the map that instead get intercepted by the Crystal Maiden.
Charge. Shiro, they see him.
Going on to Shiro now. They have Nether Strike as well. There's going to be global silence to ensure they have the cover, but do they have the damage for the kill? Shiro is still alive, but will eventually fall. The question is, can LGD find revenge for his life? Beautiful blinding light, keeping XXX alive, and he charges away. He's actually going to live. The Spirit Breaker's not dead.
Provoca God right there, saving him not only with the blinding light, but with Pavis as well, casting that shield on the Spirit Breaker. Just making sure, and Chakra Magic obviously getting that Charge of Darkness a bit earlier. Really nicely done. Ninjas, they go in, they kill the PL, and they all get away.
Big plays from Team Aster, putting pressure onto Shiro. And while all this is happening, Monet's just been farming, getting bigger and bigger on the Morphling. And this is certainly going to be one of those games where if they find themselves on the back end of a uber big Morphling, they're going to have some difficulties as LGD. But they smoke up themselves now. Hopefully they find the Morphling. That's what they're thinking at the moment.
They want to get a counter, but Morphling is very difficult kill. Even if they find... Who do they kill? Like, if you go on Spirit Breaker, you're probably not killing him that easily.
Radiant structures are fortified.
That's a problem for them. And they don't have blink on you, so... Much more
trying to protect themselves with the tower. He does get charged into. Beautiful 2 hero steering chains coming in from NTS. It sets up for the blast off, which enables the kill onto the silencer. Nether Strike XXX pushes Magnus right back into the waiting hands of Monet, who has shown up for the fight. He got off the Zero chains, throwing in these right clicks. He's not being able to kill off the Magnus though. RP will not be permitted by you. However, before NCS can get there, Aether Remnant from Sumail drags the Ember Spirit back, keeps the Morphling alive at least for now. He does eventually temple though, as we have a charge going on to NCS to kill him off by XXX. While you smile, did his best with the freezing field, but he cannot stand his ground all that long. And he ends up dead as well. They're even TPing in onto the outpost because they don't have his planet escape. And they have charge, the Arcane Curse to slow him down, and more than enough damage here.
Very good.
Okay. What's happening?
Taser.
Remember, you still gotta get the kill first, brother. There we go.
Yeah, it was the taser, I guess. He tried to maybe move away from the range or something, but
Radiant's
gets disarmed
bottom tower
twice.
is under attack.
In any case, a pretty damn good fight from Aster, and you could see the problems. Like, they just don't have the damage to take down these heroes fast enough. Even though the initiation was good, it wasn't...
Radiant's
like,
bottom tower is under
They
attack.
can initiate, don't get me wrong, but they just can't finish targets off. They barely kill off Morphling even in the end. That's because of a couple of mines that were planted by techies, by Planet. Smoke up, charged up, onto the Ember.
They're going directly on Ember.
He needs...
Does have some safety remnants plopped down, but he could still end up Nether Strike and killed here. Oh no, that's exactly what's gonna happen. Nether Strike, but the Aether Remnants! Rare mistake from Sumail and a rare mistake from Piggy.
Yeah.
They commit the global after the Aether Remnant missed, so he just gets out for free.
Yeah, the
Radiant's
thing
top
was,
tower
like, they
is under
probably
attack.
communicated that they don't need global there. They can just initiate Shadow Blade ulti from Spirit Breaker. And they didn't. Realistically, they didn't need the global. Unfortunately, they missed the Remnant because of that. They lose both the global and they don't kill off Ember. So, nice opportunity perhaps for LGD to think happen. Like, they're
A big deal.
yeah, the thing is, like, LGD, they're not in any rush. That's how I feel, at least. For them to play this game, all they need to do is create enough space for PL and not fall behind too hard. Just wait for his axe. Like, he gets axe, Penta, Heart of Tarrasque.
To restore the void within.
It was almost gonna be impossible.
It's also surprisingly difficult to secure hold of the PL with the Morphling Axe in a reliable fashion. Just don't get the work focus from the blade though. Sumail needs some help from it. Realize the help will be coming. I'll get brought down. XXX charged in here. At least get some revenge with the Nether Strike onto Planet. One for one of there, but they definitely want more. Charging RP will be there. Not new with Cap with 2 heroes. They finished no Piggy, and now they want XXX. Piggy will buy back, however, forcing NCS to step to the other side of the river. Why is now likely killed off by Monet. This fight might be over. 2 heroes doing chains from NCS. Move back onto XXX. The hero involving himself properly for the first time in this game, and that sets him up to kill onto the Spirit Breaker. He potentially wanted to chase Monet, but he had enough mana to get over the river, keep his life on the one boy.
Yeah. In the end, Max gets the kill. Well-deserved kill, because he's the one that broke the charge of Spirit Breaker with the RP. Perfectly placed. Also, just enjoying the way Monet is playing Morphling. It's obviously a good counter or a good hero to Remnant in, if nothing else. He uses it very often. Almost in every fight. Morphs into Ember. Waveforms, and by the time the waveform is over, he already sleight of fisted and chained the target. It's crazy. Like, it's very fast. Blink and you miss it.
Yeah. He makes it look like it's an easy thing to do, right? He's doing it so regularly that, oh, this is just what you're supposed to be able to accomplish on Morphling.
Yes, doing
That fight also finally gives them the gold lead for PSG.LGD in this game.
Yep. I think they punished the global mistake on top lane. Well, it was a pretty big one. Sumail, let's say on mid lane, if they initiate on him, he doesn't die if they're global, obviously. Global defense, at least Sumail is absolutely free after. But they didn't. Now some things are coming together for LGD. They have Harpoon almost online, 1,000 gold away from Magnus. They're getting closer to... Is that Yules? I think it should be Yules, right? Flying out to Ember. Or is he just going Ags with... No, I think he should have Yules. It's in the career, yeah.
Yo, Scepter. We saw exactly how much work Jules can do against the Spirit Breaker already in this tour. And it's not much work that Adam can do with a Magnus. Both of those conditions are met in this game.
Honestly, it's mostly it's really good versus Spirit Breaker, but I think he buys it because of the silencer. Yeah, global is the most important thing for you here.
It's also good against Void Spirit, right? Because Void has a harder time setting up for Aether and combos now.
Yeah. A lot of useful things coming with the Yules. Useful, I'll stop. Anyways, Phantom Lancer with the Manta, with the Diffusal, getting towards his Axe now. And that Agonist, I feel like it enables him to join fights, but it's still not kind of his peak. The Heart, however, if he does get to that point, it's gonna be a mess for Aster to fight into.
It's coming quite smoothly right now. I suffered 2 deaths in the game, but for the most part, he's been allowed to just mind his own business. In this bottom right now, near some Radiant heroes, you could potentially decide to jump them, but they want nothing to do with the PL at the moment. They still find their farm on their hero. Want to finish the Ags on the Morphling and get this man on the Void Spirit. So until those are available, Shiro can pretty much do what he wants. So this game's slowing down a little bit. We've seen a lot of smoke attempts coming in from Team Aster. Not that many jumps from PSG.LGD. But you also said that they are very patient about this game. Now that they have the dual heroes though, is this maybe not a time to try and make something happen? Even if it's not like a big bombastic move on the map, just to get the tier 1?
They could, and you're completely right. They're smoking up. Emperor isn't in the smoke, but here we go. Harpoon. Global. What?
Piggy. Oh no.
That was...
Okay. No global available now.
Radiant's middle tower is under
interesting.
attack. Radiant
Keeper of the Light has Vanguard, right? So he had it at the moment, I guess, because it was assembled instead of Octarine, but there is no way he lives through that. Maybe, I mean, there's no way. Literally no way. Zero chance. Even with the Blinding Light, he's gonna get used up. He's not gonna escape. So global, I'm not sure what that was. A rare mistake.
Oh. Now we do not have access to this for another 90 seconds. It gives PSG.LGD even more freedom to play around on this map at the moment. Getting crazy amounts of farm on all 3 cores, and all 3 of them have now overlapped the Morphling and are starting to beat him out net worth. But Aster, yet again they smoke. Isn't this like, how many times have they smoked this game? Is it like number 5 or something?
Yeah, they do have Agonist now. Spirit Breaker, that is. You've got Spirit Breaker Ags, you've got Octarine Portal. Like your Spirit Breaker will be just charging every second in the fights. Some Manta on Void Spirit. I'm not, like, you still don't have global, so your team fight is kind of weak, but... Okay.
Sadly, they can't even demonstrate the proficiency of their team fight right now. They don't find anything. Like you say, they don't have globals, so maybe in retrospect for the best that they don't find a hero to go on.
Yeah, the problem is they don't even D-ward. Like, look at this casual, old-school cliff ward scouting all of their movements. So if you're LGD, you know you have everything you need to decide the next course of actions.
Oh, I don't think Planet caught the memo. They got charged into down bottom. It's not able to escape just yet. He loses up and he's
not fine.
Well, he's fine in the water. I hear the fountain waters are very calming. Should have a good effect on his body.
Is under attack.
Yeah, not sure what he was trying to accomplish. That will open up Roche perhaps, and it looks like they will go into the pit.
LGD are aware of this. They did trick the scan over the area.
Yeah, but
too late.
Your kill actually has Axe now. He's got gold, he's gonna purchase it, but still, this stage will be clear.
Just control for the Morphling at the same time as he gets an Agonist Scepter.
Yep.
If there's anything that should ever resemble a go time for this Aster lineup, surely this is an amazing timing for them.
Yep. Now we're gonna see if the PL axe is busted.
Shiro, what you got for us? What he has right now is that he's being charged in. Didn't change. Who holds in the first They will be able to mess up the combo because they wanted harpoon, but they got the Yules out first. There's gonna be a global silence. XXX nonetheless still around it. Yule Scepter again onto the Spirit Breaker. And they still haven't killed him off. He's surviving. Finally, NCS finishes him. NCS very deep in the fight as Ember chasing down the silencer from the north side. LGD are starting to really put the earth onto the Morphling. Monet losing out on mana, losing out on health. And that was line 1. They have all need for line 2, but I'm not sure they need it. They just get off the freezing field. He's trying to TP out. No way, dude. No one gets up that easily. He does have very high strength morph, but it will not matter. They kill him off to win the team fight. They deny them keeping the Sages. And now LGD showing their strength on the map as well.
Yeah, I feel like this lineup is just coming together. The strength of the draft versus Morphling being very well demonstrated in the last fight. What can he do? He morphs into PL. He's trying to do the same thing, but he doesn't have diffuse, so he's not gonna build plants everywhere like the PL is. Also, the Magnus, that whole engagement, never used his RP at all. Like not even once. I feel like right now for Aster, they can't even fight. The BKB is needed on the cow. Once he gets the BKB, I think it's possible, but before that, he's just being controlled way too hard.
It's very scary that that fight went as badly as it did, despite the fact that LGD started it off by overlaying some stuns. And there's a world where things could have turned much positively for Team Aster, but LGD executed well. Shiro's just farming everywhere, so is NTS. So now we have a, oh my goodness, NTS is also crazy farmed. He's not that far from Aghanim Scepter. That feels really problematic for a game like this, to have an early Axe on an Ember Spirit.
Yeah, he's finding his farm too, and he's gonna be playing with Empower. Like, they have these 3 cores that are really getting a lot of farm. Same can be said for Radiant, just not as much. Like, they're also keeping up very well. You'll stop.
Just unfortunately, the difference in the impact these heroes can prefer with all this net worth. And in the lane, indeed, XXX find himself killed off on the Spirit Breaker. Still no access to a BKB, so those moves pretty much always lead to his death right now.
The Planet was just setting up perfectly. He was waiting on the high ground the moment Spirit Breaker charged in. He gets used. There's also a gem on the techies.
The rune of illusion.
You just cannot escape with Shadow Blade or Bulldoze.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're reading. LGD is really reading
Radiant's top
like a
tower
book.
has fallen.
PSG.LGD. It's kind of intriguing how this game is going right now, given that there was a point where it was looking not super bad for the Radiant lineup, but time has been going on. Just haven't been able to play uber proactively on the other side of the map, so it's given time to LGD to get everything they want. So now what's the plan? Is there anything that they wait for on the side of Aster before they can move again? Because Agent didn't work out for them last time. What's the next port of call before they can have an advantage again?
I'm looking at the items they're buying, and I really think that on Aster, the big one is the BKB, like I mentioned earlier on Spirit Breaker. Everyone else, the items that they're buying, yeah, they're going to be helpful, but I don't feel like they're extremely game-changing. Maybe the Mjolnir on Void Spirit. It's also kind of fun, right? Like, it's not really an item that you see very often on the Void Spirit, but he doesn't even have to use it on himself. He can cast it on Spirit Breaker and make him charge in. One additional way of dealing with the PL illusions. It's always nice. All the procs as well.
That's definitely true. Lots of small instances of damn well. It's not small anymore, but you know what I mean. Shiro speaking on this PL, building into an Eye of Scotty. Him and the crew
Dire's
are
top tower is
thinking
under
about
attack.
forcing through the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane.
So he's not actually going for... Okay, yeah, it makes sense. Like, he could have went for the heart, but as he bought Lincoln's, I think Skadi is
Radiant's
better. After all, he's playing into Morphling, right? So
Dire's top tower is
he
under
will be
attack.
just a tiny little bit more useful.
Let's go into the
Radiant's
Morphling.
bottom
It'll help
tower has
a bit
fallen.
against the heal from the Coddle. Lots of good stuff to emerge from this item.
Are you gonna push?
Looks like it.
You're gonna force them
Look at
back.
these heroes who are from Aster. They're not in a good position to defend, so might as well force these TPs.
Yeah, they'll force them back. I'm not sure if they commit
Dire's
heavily
top
here,
tower
but
is under attack.
Looks like once the top already got to halfway, they're thinking about going all in. Big harpoon play coming in from New. He's able to drag back the Coddle, and they kill him off. The BKB from NTS allowing him to have the damage even through the global silence. Now they want to turn onto XXX as well. They bring him down. Sumail's already been killed in the fight. Tried his best to interrupt this play, but he was right on top of him with the RP. 3 heroes have fallen. And with all these heroes dead, well, that really simplifies whether or not we commit for the 4-point Blizzard. The answer is yes, and they're gonna get it as well.
yeah, very, very clean. New is finding these pickoffs with the harpoon, even though global is used. It just isn't enough to cover your heroes any longer. Luckily for Aster, at least they have 2 remaining tier 2s, so LGD can't really commit to anything more, and they don't have the resources to do so. Fall back, finish off. I love when he is changing his items. You know, after you explain one reason he changed it, and then you're like, okay, damn, now I have to walk back everything I said. He's not gonna buy. I still think Scotty, look, I still think Scotty would be okay on PL, but he goes for hard. Hard is also extremely good. There's a reason why it's the most popular pickup on PL after X Diffusal. You just spam your Spirit Lance, you go in, you heal up, rinse and repeat.
Just did pick up at least the Reaver itself. It's north of
Radiant's
3,000
middle
right
tower
now
is under attack.
with 33 armor. Good luck killing him.
Yeah. They still don't have the BKB on Spirit Breaker. Like, this is just not a hero at this point, and you can see it in every fight. They
Radiant's
just
middle
control
tower
him
is
way,
under
way
attack.
too easily.
It's not that hard for them to just move the Spirit Tower around as they want, maneuver him to their will.
I love the smoke opportunity, yeah. So basically what's happening is LGD knows that Aster has to check it. Issue. Bye.
Peace out, fam. Nice to know you.
Yeah.
That's a Roltron open because the big man is online now. He just came back, so
Dire's
they
top
might as well
tower
go say
is under
hello.
attack.
Got that She's got that Aegis. You can't even split push them because they have Ember. Just TP, stop, defense, get Remnant back, on top, straight into the pit. It's not the fastest rush, like your heroes don't take it very well, but it's fast enough.
There certainly are no heroes inside of the Aster position to try and contest this. They will simply let it out of the rat. Complete it while this is happening. With the part, I'm not so sure heroes the one to. But if he gets it, that means he is literally not gonna. He cannot die. I refuse to believe it's possible for them to kill him 100-0
Dire's
through
top
3,800
tower is under
HP,
attack.
through Lincoln Spheres twice. That's not happening.
Yeah. Extremely unlikely at least, and I don't know what they buy to make a difference, you know, at this point. The BKB has been completed on Spirit Breaker, so maybe the next fight is going to be slightly different, but I feel like it came a little bit too late.
Radiant's middle
4-man
tower
smoke.
is under attack.
Basically what they're looking for is a harpoon target, right? Just jump in, harpoon someone out.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle
Because
tower
how effective
has
that it
fallen.
is, look at where they have to stand as Team
Is under
Aster
attack.
just to be safe here. They're hugging their tier 4 towers, trying to mount a defense on tier 3s. Super awkward place to be. The only person that can actually stand outside the Sumail. And he's actually going on to NCS. There's gonna be an RB though from New directly onto Monet, the Morphling. Can he get out of here with his BKB? He's trying to move back in towards the base, and he won't be allowed to flee. Spirit Breaker though, I'm not being so like harpooned outside the base. Killed off. Planet is the one credited with his death.
Yeah, even with the BKB, they find a way to take down the cow. It has to be said he used it a little too late, right? He was already out, but he had no reason to use it earlier. And one thing after is they're still figuring out who to go on. Which was nice. They tried to go on the Ember, almost brought him down. He had to use streets.
They almost got the catch onto the side. Scepter when he's going to Magnus. Sumail though has to jump away from the rest of PSG.LGD and they just mop up the Coddle. 5 of these heroes in the grave right now. And LGD can now mop up this mid lane over making it 2. And honestly, with how strong they are, they should just go for the throne. They bring back Sumail. Voiceburn has no way out. He's frostbitten in place. Killed off quickly. And honestly, that GG walk lane is called by Team Aster. They threw in the towel. And game 1 goes the way of PSG.LGD with the power of Europea.
I feel like this was a major... Okay, I won't do this. Like during the draft, I did say that I favored Aster's drafts quite a bit, LGD's draft quite a bit. I have to reiterate that PL into Morphling, I think if you pick Morphling that early on, the PL needs to go. They banned out the Naga, they let the PL go through. What did they ban out? They ban out the Anti-Mage and
Team Aster's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
PSG.LGD
Team Aster's turn to ban.
PSG.LGD's turn to pick. PSG.LGD.
Beastmaster.
Welcome one and all. We are here for some Chinese Dota action, witnessing PSG.LGD taking on Team Aster. And now which one of these teams will climb to the top of the summit, take the lion's share of the DPC points, and start their journey towards TI. So far, PSG.LGD have been able to take the first game pretty decisive fashion, good draft, good execution. We wait to see if Team Aster have what it takes to do something different and bring us a different result. Fortunately, Lizard, they started off with the XXX Beastmaster. I know how highly you think of this hero. PSG.LGD is like, well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Do the same thing we already did.
Yeah, but they didn't really do the same thing they already did, because they left Beastmaster in the pool.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know. I would be worried if I was LGD, because Beastmaster for me is still the hero that wins games alone, even if you have look, I'd much rather have Beastmaster than Magnus on the offlane. That's how much I believe in Beast. And Magnus is also really strong at the moment. It all comes down, obviously, to the general plan and what you have in mind how to play against the Beast. Like, a lot of teams still try something like a Timber. It's banned out, obviously, here, but a lot of teams still try it, and it doesn't work because Beast doesn't go for Overlord. He just gets Aghanim's very early on with some BKB, and he's actually the one hunting you down, not vice versa.
Turn to ban.
Sure, we'll see. Aster also pick up a monkey very early on, but look, it's Boboka wearing that crown in drafting. He's obviously not drafting Maddiz, but he can play monkey 4. So if you're LGD, you can't be completely sure. Even though it's most likely monkey 1, you can't be sure that it won't be some, support monkey.
He's the one that made it happen before anybody else saw it coming. Boboka was the one that popularized the support monkeying. It would be quite good if he's playing a Beastmaster. But either way, they have so much vision now on the side of Team Aster. And last game, they were struggling a little bit to deal with techies. Their movements across the map, as usual nowadays, being scouted by these mines. But now they have a lot better vision to plan these kind of routes. I'd like to see this. It's cool.
10 seconds remaining.
PSG.
What do they ban out? They ban out the bat, which is kind of make me think that they want he has as a Stark and Void are the next two. This is, by the way, remember, I don't know if you remember, but yesterday or the day before, I don't know if there was a matchup Veno versus Monkey or something like that, but I told you Veno versus Monkey and Faceless Void feels like one of the strongest counters. He's really damn good into them. And if LGD does like a Veno, you know what they could do? They could mag mid, Veno versus Monkey, and then like he's Veno or something else with Veno. Like he is really difficult for Monkey to play into.
Well, MTS is a god on Magnus, so that's certainly something they could look towards doing. And they have the last pick, so plenty of time to make up that decision for themselves.
The only problem with that is then you end up with the Veno on offlane. Even though he's strong, he is
5
still,
seconds remaining.
I feel like he's in a good position, but not still that great on off. There are better heroes there. And like we said, even though NTS can play the Magnus, so can Boboka play the Monkey King. So if you switch things up, there's still a chance that they switch things up too. And they pick something like a PL or a Naga against the Veno again, and he doesn't have a game.
So LGD is not a very straightforward affair just yet. Team Master, some information from them has to be revealed, as we do now know that this Monkey King will be a safe lead hero. For the Rubik comes in for Popoka and LGD. So Wind Ranger, only seen her as a support today. By and large, she's been ignored. I don't think we've even seen her banned, but she does now come in. I imagine that this could be the NCS hero, but I say could be because there's still a lot that could happen with the end of the drought for LGD.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, exactly. I think it could be NTS. It could also be like some 4 Wind Ranger, 3 Venom, mid Magnus, last pick carry, right? Basically, what we know is that we need a Shiro hero. That's like 99% he's not going to be playing the Magnus. So if you're Team Master, you need to be banning out heroes that are good into Beast. EB is one of those. Naga is another. I feel like that's good into Beast in the lane itself, at least. Later on with the Agnems, I feel like Beast is pretty solid anyway. We'll see what they ban out. I feel Naga and PL pretty solid.
5 seconds remaining.
That would definitely make sense if those are the options to remove.
Yeah, gotta think about the monkey matchups as well, right? Like that's another thing.
Yeah, you don't want to have this like leading hero that does okay into Beast, but then you get ruffled into NK later. So let's think. Heroes that we've seen Shiro play. He's played Morphling, of course. He's played Ursa. He hasn't played Troll this patch, or at least not in this tour. But that's a hero that's just completely fallen off the face of the planet.
Yeah, I don't like it.
I haven't seen a Troll in a long time.
I don't like it at all. I think for Aster, though, this could be your Ember that's left in the pool. Or maybe something else that is Universal versus Wind Ranger. I haven't seen too many different pickups versus her. Maybe some Lash or Mr. Sumail. Not also very popular hero, but he plays the mean Lash.
I like Ember, though.
Ember?
That's my favorite of the ones you mentioned. Yeah. Heroes that keep other heroes inside Wukong's command as long as possible.
Okay.
Not some reach from Aster. They don't have much reach at the moment, so that could definitely be improved a bit.
About some Wyvern Sumail that he played before. Breaks down Magnus. Universal hero brings a lot of damage from... You can't really approach him with Wind Ranger. He can get an MKB. It's weird. It's out there. It's not really very popular. They picked it once before, but it would be cool. Not sure.
Not the best hero in the game against Magnus, so wouldn't be too far afield. Hey, I like that sign. I agree with that sign.
Yeah, because of the talents, right?
Of course, yeah, of course. Even though they're in China, they're watching the PGL stream right now.
Yeah, of course they are. Of course they are.
Team Master. So we definitely need a hero that's gonna go mid. Sumail, Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, what else?
Yeah.
Ember Spirit, okay.
Oh, that's
And
instant.
wow.
That's an instant pick. That's your carry. Okay, it's an interesting one, yeah.
Have you seen much carry or bad in this patch lately?
I haven't really. I think it's gonna be some Halberd Manta build with Harpoon. Real main Manta, silence them, fight them. You get a Photic Shield to deal with Roar as well. I feel like you have Empower to work with too, which is nice. And you don't have to be like the ultimate end-all be-all carry because you have nothing to say as well to help you out with that, like, right? Like, and you have the Magnus. You have 3 of these like, semi-cores. Oof, I don't know. I like the idea. It's definitely a bit different. Like, we haven't seen a lot of Abaddon cores.
Yep. I was just quickly looking at the stats, and this is going to be the first safe lane Abaddon that we've had. The first one. 4 regions. Nobody else is doing this. Not going to be... Not 100% sure how it fits into the particular meta, having not seen it all that often, but I'm very intrigued to find out how it all breaks down. You said you wanted a hero that can play carry to carry versus Monkey King. Silence is nice into NK. I guess you get like Jingu, damage, Wukong's, contact Wukong with borrow time. I'm actually not sure how this is supposed to go between these two. I guess it depends on how quickly a pattern gets off to the races. But do you like it at the end here? Is it good enough for LGD to make it 2-0, or are we going to a third and deciding game on the back of the Ember from Sumail?
I'd like to see game 3. I'd like for us to go to game 3, and I think there's like this Abaddon. There's a lot of good things about him, but there's also one really bad thing. That's you're playing into Rubik. So if you use that Aphotic Shield, you basically winning your team. If Rubik gets it, everything that your team has got is gonna be in a key. And he's gonna have a lower cooldown most likely. So he's gonna be spamming that Aphotic Shield versus RP. He's gonna be spamming it versus Shackle Shot, Speltus as well. So yeah. I do like the idea, but let's see the execution.
All right, let's find out what they've got on the side of LGD. Let's find out if Team Aster has what it takes to dig deep and take us to a decider. Of course, for them, it's a much bigger deal if they win. Getting into the top 12 of the TI rankings could find yourself at the International. There's a nightmare scenario, Liz, where LGD wins this game, doesn't do well at the major, Aster doesn't do well at the major, nor do IG and whoever else qualifies, and we have no Chinese teams qualified. So, that's gonna suck.
So basically, if Aster wins this one, they have enough points already, right?
Yeah. Let's see what's gonna happen here. LGD 1, trying to make it 2. Have us the why you smile Venom Monster. Always bringing up some interesting things here. Shiro Abaddon. We saw it from him last season. Played really well. Won some games with it. This game, the one game that we saw getting demolished last year on Abaddon was when the enemy team had a Grimstroke for Kaka. This time there is no Grimstroke. No one support that just ruined your entire game.
I think the Radiance build, it seems like, by the way. Showing up the Radiance already. The Sacred Relic.
The battle begins.
The lane itself is going to be hard, right? Like you have Vandal plus Abba. No matter who you're playing with, even Beastmaster is not going to enjoy that very much. Beast Rubik can put on not really a great lane. Sure, can actually Aphotic Shield most of the team buffs, so the debuffs aren't going to be that effective.
I guess if you're playing Beast, so you just play Access game, don't worry about Call of the Wild. No, maybe uber effective if anything is.
Yeah, I'm not even sure which one is better. Access are good, Call of the Wild as well. We'll see. I think bottom lane, very volatile, top lane as well. There's a lot of kill potential on both sides. Monkey versus melee is always fun for Monkey. But he's playing versus techies as well, so it's going to be taking a lot of damage.
Lots of damage. Monet, don't want to see what he's going to decide to build on this Monkey King. Because we've had a bevy of different builds. He's in the top lane, but he's going to be okay. Middle, also had some danger onto ATS. You know, I see all these HP pools and I'm like, man, I wish someone was playing Bloodseeker. They'd be so fast right now.
I think we're seeing a lot of Bloodseeker in general, but yeah, in this game right now, it would be good as well. What's gonna happen?
All right.
Where are we gonna see the first? Ask you the question you always ask me.
First blood will happen top.
Top? What's top lane? East on bottom lane. You're going on him.
Oh no, right. That's the curse. Oh no, I was looking the other side. Don't do it, sis. Look away. Shiro gets the first blood by bringing down XXX. Oh no, game is hot.
Yeah, the classic. I love how it happened just as you said. It's gonna be on top. Instant go. Yeah, it's not an easy lane. Like usually in the current patch, you want to be dominating with your offlane no matter what you're playing against. Beast and Veno, I mean, this is some good strong laning coming from these two.
Shiro is farming away quite happily on that very strong lane, so he feels good about himself. Like, it's just good, top lane. New, and him and Planet are just putting some pressure as much as they can onto Monet. But for the most part, just trying to have him stay back, not getting as much CS as he would like. So that makes them very, very happy if they can achieve this consistently.
Yeah, feels like Radiant is winning most of the lanes. Ember kind of keeping up on the mid, but everywhere else, they should be satisfied on grading side.
So I'm just trying to think here. For this Magnus, I have exactly the same build as the previous game with Harpoon. I guess it can be pretty good for some of these more mobile heroes to catch them as well, right? We'll talk about it in a sec because they're diving for Boca, but they decide to back off before they go in for the jugular.
Yeah, I gotta be careful. Boca was actually going for that lift. As all the creeps were dying, he wanted to hit the Venom under the tower, but yeah, it's not that speedy to get on top of him fast enough. When it comes to the build, I think it can be very similar. You could opt to go for some Crimson Guard if you really want to change things up because you're playing versus Beast. Yeah. But I don't think it's that necessary. I feel like just a casual build on Mag. Get the Halberd, get the Blink, get the Harpoon.
Several options. Right now, Boca might be out of options though. As it's a power shot, already had a kick. And bye-bye Rubik. Sad, there's no dot damage he can send in the other direction. Now he smells like, okay, cool. We'll even leave the bouncy for Ember to refill his bottle later.
Yeah, I feel like Rook could have TP'd instantly. If you just, after you get Gale, like, the best counter to the Venom answer is a TP scroll, right? Versus Gale, versus Noxious, versus anything that he uses on you, just TP out, man. He decided that he's strong enough because of Fairy Fire and Magic Stick. Didn't for the power shot. And also, yeah, like you said, nothing on the Wind Ranger. Gonna get down people.
Yay! Nice refill for me. Still just doing really up against the Ember Spirit Nuddle. Him and Sumail. Farm for now. And for Sumail, yet again, we're in a situation where he has to make a lot of big moves on the map for his team. But this Ember Spirit, with the cover of the global, that's one of the big tools we've seen for a lot of these squads. Didn't work out in game 1, but I think Ember could be a lot more viable than his Void Spirit in game 2, given that he only has to really worry about like 2 stuns.
Yeah, not nearly as much cash as in that last game. Feels a lot better. Who rotates from this mid lane first? Like, both, nothing to say, and Sumail, they... Usually, there's like some 8-man Dota at this point, right? Around the mid lane.
Yeah.
But nothing like that's happening.
Top lane, we do have a rotation going towards the Mikey game, Monet. With the block move, should end up dead here. Try to survive, but it's not going to work out for him. Ismail very happy to take that trip through the Twin Gate and come back before the Rubik is around to apply pressure to Abaddon. Right, nice to see.
Yeah, let's see if he even has to leave. Venom, he can go back bottom, continue pressuring the Beast, and it looks like... I was thinking maybe he sticks around and tries to, you know, go for that funky once again. It could be... Because Abaddon, he doesn't really need help here. He needs help to kill the Beast, but he doesn't need help in the lane per se.
Some of the question you're asking earlier about who makes the first rotation, I think it could benefit them a lot on Aster to bring Ember Spirit to the top lane to try and curtail New. He's yet again farming a bit too much for my liking. He's so rich on this Magnus. Team Aster can't just let this go for free.
Yeah, but how do you stop it at the moment? That's the question. Even if you rotate the Ember in, I'm not sure that you got what it takes to kill him. At the moment, he's a big boy. Power Treads, Sealing Lotus, Magic Wand, 1300 HP.
One of me just ain't enough.
Oh, might have to bring 4 heroes to do the job.
Beast.
2 heroes though might suffice to kill off the Beastmaster as he's being seized upon by Ismail and Shiro. And he is gonna die, but he does get denied by Boca. Good stuff from the Rubik.
Nicely done by him. -2, Seltzer got his int, but I'm kidding. It would be cool. Imagine you deny your ally and you get the int. That would be great.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ember is.
About in 2030, we're still in the old days.
He's rotating bot, meanwhile, Wind Ranger rotating top. Monet is probably gone. Meanwhile, Ember.
Hurt.
He's gonna see why you smile. Is he gonna go on him though? He's blocked a bit by creeps.
Under attack.
Thought about it. He has remnants. And Shiro comes in to confront him. Shiro was holding on to the skill point for level 6, so he has to borrow time if needed. I mean, they would love to force him to use it as well. And Shiro, now awkward his magic wand, finally forced to go into the borrow time. He triggers it, but they're not hitting him, so he's still low at the HP. Doesn't have access to the primal roll, but now he's opened up. They might go on the planet. Beautiful usage of the jump in with the blast roll, but unfortunately it's not enough. They still kill Shiro, and Sumail wants even more. He denies Piggy. That's a 2 denies in pretty much one extended fight. That's hilarious.
Oh man, like, this is the saddest Venom Master ever. Just go hug him. He can't be happy. His master got denied, then he got denied again. Silencer as well. He's just, he's just so sad. He's not getting anything. Shiro as well. I love the way they played around him. They forced him into borrow time, and then just he gained nothing out of it, like no HP whatsoever. Really nicely done by Aster. Like they're just outplaying them.
It's definitely quite smart. They get the kill. They're not able to translate that into a power, but they don't need it at the moment. Top lane. Monet could be in some danger, but does jump away from the shockwave before it connects.
I deserve.
So far, this MK has been struggling for net worth, but it does change once he gets it. However, if he dies, it doesn't help, and they're trying to ensure that that's what happens. Bringing in nothing to say at Planet, and who do they definitely want? Monet. Can they get him, Liz? They're going in for it. For the angle for NTS, he's waiting patiently. There's the blast off to start things off, and now here comes the focus fire. That on top of the shackle shot is more than enough damage. They do get the kill. They also find the silencer. They commit RP for that one.
Why the hell not, right? Like, it's not like you're gonna get pick off at this point. But yeah, Monkey King is really suffering. He's under the Beastmaster, and Beastmaster got
Dire's bottom tower
pretty handled in the laning stage.
I don't think so.
Yes, GLGD really struggling at the moment. Not struggling, but struggling to not be winning so dominantly. Mid lane, struggling male almost got a big jump. Exactly, it's hard, man. Losing is difficult.
Radiant's middle tower
Sumail,
is under attack.
and he killed MTS here. He's actually going all in for this one. He really wants to. He's putting the aggressive remnant forward. But he doesn't manage to make it happen. Shiro comes in for insurance just in case. In the top lane, though, why he's smart, I'm not sure. He has some fancy footwork. He will end up dead still regardless at the very end.
The noxious plague of Baboka. It's him at the end. And they might get techies as well. Sumail.
That'll be nice. Piggy is here, ready to steal some experience if he can, but nothing to say. Will interrupt him. Has a shackle shot at the Radiant. Sumail already lost half his HP. Get the shackle, doesn't latch onto anything. Focus fire onto Piggy. Will he die? Nice little dodge on the power shot. He's still alive for now. Now NTS might find himself he's went too far. Stolen power shot thrown up against him. He does dive forward and secure the kill. And New now looking towards Sumail. He sees where the remnants are at. He doesn't have an RP though. But the rest of LGD are encroaching into this area. Shiro also shows up. Him and Planet finish off Baboka. Okay.
I just love.
This fight started in the river, it ends the dire jungle.
Yeah, I just love how
Radiant's
NTS
bottom
is,
tower is under attack.
not mistake.
Bearing down. Retreat to my house.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. need to use it definitely though, as Ember revealed the Wind Ranger and the techies, and I think that's going to signal that this fight is not actually going to happen. Both sides back off.
Yeah, wrap it up, game over. Rubik has Photic Shield. That's it. I feel like he doesn't feel a single thing in this game other than the Photic Shield. I would even say that it's more important than RP. Like, stealing RP is great, it can be cool, it can be game winning, but Photic Shield, it will always be useful.
Speaking of a Photic Shield, the hero that it originates from, just finishing up his radius bottom. He's playing behind the tier 1 tower. In fact, so many heroes on LGD can play safely behind their tier 1s, given how far away Aster is from taking them down.
The same goes for Monkey, right? Like, if you look at him, where he's farming, he's doing kind of the same thing. Not recovered yet, by the way. Do they have any stacks? They don't have any stacks for him. Just a tiny bit of dual ancient stack. Of course, he doesn't have Empower to work with either, so not gonna be that easy to recover.
Radiant side though has some very, very juicy stack. Global might have a quick kill. Global was popped here, but they might still be able to get the kill onto NTS. Will he get himself denied by these creeps? No, he will not. Just the eyes heads up. Sumail credited with that kill. That's a pretty decent chunk of gold and definitely worth expecting Global for.
Of course, like, you kill the mid, you can even pressure mid lane after that. And we'll see if they decide to do that. The thing is, like, if you're LGD, you have 3 of these cores. Magnus was too busy farming up a quadruple stack of ancients. So he has that Blink, he has the Echo Saber, 1200 gold away from Harpoon. He doesn't really want to be joining these fights.
Right now, LGD putting themselves in a decent position as well, experience-wise, as one of the slowest heroes on the entire map. Lumbered into Team Aster side of things, install their Wisdom Rune. So it's bonus for LGD. And they still really struggle with their building damage in general, because Beastmaster did not go for the I'm killing everything on the map by myself build. So their map's really starting to feel a bit small right now for Team Aster. They've been making sort of similar moves for the last 90 seconds. Not all of them can connect flush.
Yeah, but like you said, he's not building the Helm of Overlord. I suppose that's what you were talking about. But at the same time, he's getting closer to Axe. Mid lane, it's going to be a big fight.
He gets hit with the Noxious Plague, and I think he's dead. Well, you get to save your RPU. Good luck.
Yeah, and that's
good job.
Photic Shield isn't on Rubik any longer. And even if it was, you need to be in position to save your teammates, right? Like, so far, Boca has been more on the farming side of things. Because of that, he does have a Blink Dagger, but it hasn't been, like, the hero himself hasn't been that active on the back.
Not pretty happy though. There's no excuse. Want to see you being involved in as many frays as humanly possible. Once Nathan's next, and tier 2 towers being sieged here by Shiro and New. They're just putting in the waves, but that does mean they're not available towards middle. The Team Aster could try to make a play here if they catch vision on any of these heroes. God, this is so annoying. Venom Monster just getting cheap free vision and throwing out and spamming flavors. Pick you. Might actually end up dead here. A run of Atos emerges from this Wind Ranger. They get the jump in. It feels like that's way too easy for them to do on the side of LGD right now if they come across the silencer.
It was a bait on a ward, right? Like, that's also a thing. He wants to deward the triangle. They set up on him, eliminated him. Silencer, unfortunately, is usually played as a position 5. He doesn't have a lot, no 4 staffs, nothing like that. If he has a Pavis, he's happy. Which isn't buying, which is strange for me.
The enemy team's 5 position will also end up dropping. Primal Roll committed. What is he buying instead of Pavis?
Greaves. He's looking for a mech.
Okay. Some GG boots. I also prefer Pavis because it requires less positioning from you to save someone uber far away. But still, Greaves overall, you're never upset at having Greaves in the team.
Of course, especially when you're playing versus Venomancer, right? Like, a ton of damage coming from him, so He will manage to
Radiant's bottom
de-ward in the
tower is
end.
under attack.
Chamber, mid lane.
They're potentially looking towards middle, but
New.
when they went in for the smoke, of all the heroes coming across Magnus Wind Ranger while they're together, not the best.
Yeah, and so many good things for Rubik Steel. He actually gets a power this time around, and he's very happy, I'm sure, because, well, he might not be happy, but Monkey and Ember are, as they get that empower to work with.
It's even better that he has Blink Dagger because now he can get to me even faster to give me my empower.
Are they gonna rush? They're rushing 3 cores, moving into the pit on the top lane.
Just going ahead,
Middle tower
up for it.
is under attack.
We have the passive coming in from a Baron to hit faster, so lots of damage in a short time. Doesn't seem like Aster's gonna be here in time. They will clip the scan out, but it's too late. He just is about to fall. They're stacking up for a potential move here. But now the question is, do they have the bravery to take a fight after the Roche? And the answer is no. They'll just let it go. Maybe D here and there. But they're standing right underneath an observer, so it could actually be the side of LGD that come directly at them after getting the Sages.
Yeah, they do not have any smokes on the side of LGD, but the vision is good enough, I feel like, for Magnus to perhaps jump in, secure someone out of position.
Never refuse gold given.
Magnus and Christian does have Harpoon, but he's a bit too far away. So looks like Aster will be allowed to live. Also, so speaking of that Magnus, both him and the Beastmaster top of the net worth as expected. Beast, after getting the jobs of Slom and BKB, is anything special you want to see coming in from XSS?
What's he building next? BKB? I'm not sure. Maybe some break would be solid. Not sure what you go on Beast at this point. You could get a blink to initiate easier with the roar as well, right? Maybe just some more utility, really. Like the BKB and Aghanims, you're kind of set. Your game is set. You can always be in front. You can always dish out the damage. Usually the game ends at that point, doesn't it? It's the Aghs and the blink. It's the Aghs and the BKB, sorry.
Dire's bottom tower
you're
is
good.
under attack.
So far, XSS they're having a very good game for himself. Shiro, once again, style after he's picked up those Radiance. Still just chilling, only died once in this game. Becoming harder and harder to kill as time goes on.
Yeah, the game right now, it did slow down a little bit. Right, they gave the Aegis to Wind Ranger, she's farming up BKB. Shiro. Cosplaying good old... What was it? Was it Naga? It was, right? Like the build Naga, Radiance Manta.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's also...
I kind of missed that build.
Yeah. They are moving top with the Beast and the Ember. They want to take down the Abbott maybe twice. Let's see.
Yes, allies coming in towards him. Borrow time. Could get triggered and they can try and do a similar trick what they did on bottom, but it's not that easy. They don't even get the borrow time to trigger. But his reinforcements are here. There's going to be the Harpoon play. They did the global silence out onto New. He has no BKB, so could end the edge here. Can they kill him before the silence ends? Stone Obscure brings it back towards the tier 2 so that they can bring him down. Good job by Baboka. And Aster get their kill.
Yeah, Shiro needs the Manta. Once he gets the Manta, that's much more difficult to do. I feel the Manta will be the MVP item, the MVI of PSG.LGD, because once you get the Manta, you can actually lose the global silence, dispel it from yourself, and then you can dispel it on someone else, like on Mag. So the team fights will be way easier for you.
Not there yet though. Well, now I'm gonna just pick you, speaking of silences. Very easy kill happening on the global silencer himself. Also, now I just realized, Lizard, I'll be 5 universal heroes. I don't think I've seen this before.
Damn, that's actually true. I had to. I believed you, but I had to go through all of them to double check. And yeah, you're correct. I don't think I've seen that as well.
Zhao Riola is showing us the future right now with this draft. Smoker found his cure back onto planet and then beat the tier 2 tower. They just mop him up. That's gonna finish off the gold for the full big BKB to be finished for the Ember Spirit, so they could actually just go again immediately. They still have most of their ultimates outside of Global.
Was this be planned? By the way, getting 5 Universal Heroes.
I think we probably realized once they had like 3 or 4. And they were like, okay,
we have to do it
what
now.
can we do at this point?
At this point, we've got 3 already, let's complete the set, you know?
Yeah.
It's like when you go for the spirits, you get all of them at some point.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures
There's your Manta. It's up now for sure. The Abaddon a lot stronger as a Dispel. Doesn't really need to go for BKB, so probably Blink Dagger will come next. And just let them siege the tier 2 tower. Take it down without too much hustle.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
So now what are we waiting for next? We know that we're going to be playing with this Aegis. They're taking the tier 2s with it, so they're like, cool. But we have to wait a while until it's up again, so we just play around Roche, or do you now feel that, given that we have global online again, it's our turn to shine?
I feel like you look at Monkey and you see what he's got, but first Ember,
He should be fine.
yeah, he's taking a ton of damage from all the bots. They just don't have enough catch. I feel like you need to use that RP to get a solid pick off on a core. When it comes to Aster, I believe they are kinda ready. Their biggest issue so far was the fact that Monkey didn't really have a lot of farm, so he couldn't join these fights. Right now with Milk, BKB and Echo Saber, I think he would be very happy to go and fight, so they can get actually the Crimson that we mentioned on Beastmaster at the beginning of the game. That's something that you can wait for, but it's not a big deal.
Venom. He's the first one rushing forward. Comes across Venom Monster. Venom knows he's dead. Will put Pavis on himself to elongate the duration of his death. But the certainty of it is not in question. He dies, gives us some intel to what's pick you.
I love the range on Gale. It was really that long.
Some of these spells just have absurd cost ranges. You look at not just cost ranges, but travel range as well. You look at it, you're like, seriously, what's going on here?
Yeah, I just threw big right, like when you max out the supremacy.
Yeah.
Looks dumb.
That's plus the Aether Lens.
Plus the Aether Lens, exactly, yeah. It's just traveling. It's traveling. Like, you feel like it's a projectile. You can like an arrow. It's gonna continue traveling forever. You can just dodge it out.
I grow closer to the elemental.
Okay, so what's happening here for LGD? I feel like this is going to be a big power spike. The blink on Abaddon. Why is it a power spike? It becomes much harder to play against the hero. You're not one jumping him anymore. Like, he can use the Manta aggressively. Up to this point, it was defense or just a farm. But once you get the blink, what you do is you find the target and you jump on top of it. Manta, it's silenced instantly, like a Rubik or a silencer. Even an Ember, if you jump on them, you can pick them off, kill them.
For the Ember, they're probably also gonna have to commit RP, and New really want to use the spell. They haven't been able to find any willing participants to get involved.
Yeah.
Aster
He's like,
just farming back.
Anyone for a BKB?
Nope.
Anyone for an RP? Anyone?
We want nothing to do with that, sir. You keep that stuff to yourself.
The rune of haste.
They potentially smoking out themselves on Aster, as we have lots of heroes together, but it doesn't feel like they're in a rush really right now. I think they're also happy to allow Monet to become the real big hero of this game, because uber late game healers, this Monkey King is terrifying in the team fights, and LGD won't have the most answers in the world to deal with if he does get that level.
Yeah, I don't know, man. The game has been way too slow for my liking. The first series and the second series and the first game was action. They're all just chilling at the moment. Snare, go poke the bear. Go push them. Go make them do something. Come on.
Okay, I got you. I'm gonna all chat a question marks if they get upset. Yeah, Vision right now. Venom Monster, he walks from underneath the ward. They will be able to kill him off. At the same time, they almost drag back Silencer. Beautiful lift by Boca. Will buy space and time. The global will come out. But there are BKBs. They utilize them from LGD to get the kill they need. There's a BKB charge for the Magnus. We're gonna be uber happy about committing it for this fight.
Yep, nothing to say. I was connecting a little too late there, so they didn't have the glare to work with. As you can see, Aster, even though they use global, they're not really afraid of fighting, as they know Roche can respawn, and they really, really want to contest that.
Yeah, Rush, the big man is online. Okay, they've seen it. So Aster know what's up. They're in this area for LGDs. They know what's up as well. So they're not leaving. You do see now. They potentially want to jump on the Sumail. They got the Syrian chains out. He just pops BKB, going in the opposite direction. Will remnants away, but now he doesn't have BKB for the fight.
Can they continue fighting here? There's a double damage still.
Coming onto Beastmaster, he wants him, he pops a BKB of his own. Monet has a Wukong's, they use it. The Primal Roll being thrown down onto this Wind Ranger. They just want to back away from this fight. Monet still has a BKB pop if necessary. Hasn't utilized it just yet. Just before he gets skewered back by New though, he does trade it out. You still have access to RP, so he could still die, but you get there in time.
It's only
LGD put them away from the area list, so they get the free agents.
Well, Silencer, he's gonna walk in, I believe. Let's go. He's gonna walk in and snatch it. Not gonna happen anyway. Did you see the shackle shot on Ember?
Oh, yeah, like stretched.
Yeah. Imagine if it's stretched and then it just slammed him back into the tree. Gets Boca on the bottom lane. Meanwhile,
they're gonna get pick you. Yeah, he's dead.
Both of them. So supports die, get the Aegis, they get the cheese. I feel like this is a huge power spike. Aegis is usually a power spike on anyone, but especially on this lineup of LGD, because it allows you to play the game a little bit freer, be a bit more reckless, jump in with Abaddon without the killer. He's also buying Skadi, so on top of Curse of Awareness, he's going to have that Skadi to slow heroes down.
Yes, GD in very good spot right now. Team Aster struggling to find what they need from these fights. 15 and 9, 50 minutes in.
Yeah, it didn't look that bad for them. I feel like the biggest issue was not having a way to deal with Wind Ranger. The Nullifier on Monkey King will definitely help out a little bit, and also the damage department was lacking, so you're gonna have that extra secret relic on Monet.
See what happens as well once they end up picking up the AC from Beastmaster. But we're not gonna let them get there easily as LGD come in with the Skadi on the Abaddon, take out Monet's courier, and should be able to not only remove the tier 2 tower, but take away Aster's 3-minute tormentor, so they're gonna be down one shot. They couldn't get the prior wisdom rune, so they might lose the upcoming one as well. Like, a lot is being lost in these last few minutes.
Yeah, Monkey might still there, so he's on top lane. We'll see if he does that. Instead, he just buys the Sacred Relic, and he's maybe gonna even TP, because your tier 3 tower is half HP.
Yeah. Have to come do something about this. Also playing with an Aegis for another 3 minutes on the side of LGD, so it's very difficult to stop. Sumail is here. Trying to throw in some slides just to poke them. But Shiro, he has 3 lives right now. Very happy to commit at least 2 of them, trying to take down a lane of Rax. They do end up losing out on their creep wave, however, so backdoor protection kicks in. Now we'll protect the base of Aster.
I feel like he had no mana, that's why they left the most important thing. And he was dropping really damn low. You forced everyone back, you used a lot of your ammunition, you're very close to level 20, no reason to completely risk it, even though I feel like they could have.
Right now, given the stakes that are available,
he's getting the
time to be taking risks.
He's getting the 85 level time immolation, so he's gonna be hitting Ember with his weapon.
So he just his radiance.
Yep.
super idiots.
That's a lot of damage, by the way. 60 magical from Radiance, then on top of that, T5. Do the math for me, Snare. I know you can do it.
But 145 a second, it's a lot.
It's a lot.
But before reductions, right? And how many reductions do they have? Do they have a pipe or anything? They do not. They actually have like no magic resist on the side of Aster.
Versus Venomancer as well.
Yeah, kind of surprising. They're building one Glimmer Cape right now for the Silencer, but nothing else really to protect them directly.
Yeah, and there's another smoke. Now what's gonna happen is they're just gonna put the Abaddon in front and wait for anyone that comes close for Magnus to pounce on.
They already on it though. Monet outside the base, trying to creep skip at the same time. We do get dragged back onto Silencer. He's gonna get killed home. Another buyback, however. They do deal skewer from the Rubik. The TPs are coming back. Can they defend this? Or they cannot. They end up losing the lane of Rax. They try to creep skip Monet on bottom, but it ends up not being good enough.
40 more seconds. Ooh, that was close. Close enough though.
You almost got the drag back. Not close enough, but Boka's one. He's gonna get 2 heroes with his skewer stolen from the madness. Shiro is also inside of this. Borrow time enables him to break out of the Wukong's command. But obviously, he is not gonna be so lucky. XXX doesn't have access to Primal Roar, of course, anymore. Monet does still have Boundless Strike. Chasing, they want somebody. They get the Boundless Strike out onto New. Access will be there as well. Boka wanted to blink on top of him, skewer him back, but these mines everywhere on the damn map from Planet deny him the opportunity, deny him the access routes, and that's gonna keep the Magnus alive.
Beast has to be careful. They're going back in. Okay. He was taking the Watchers, so they had vision on him. In the end, they don't decide to kill off or try to kill off the Beast. Nice. Very nicely done by Boboka. You can, no matter how badly the game looks, like what state it is, these players, they're just so talented. They'll make the tiniest mistake into a huge opportunity for themselves. Nice little pure play from Rubik.
Seeing where Boka moves, seen those before in the past.
So the Aegis has been reclaimed, which means the Abaddon has an extra spot, and in that extra slot, Skull Basher is put. Like you have the Manta, the jump, not only with Skadi, with Basher as well. He's critical mass on Abaddon at the moment.
By the way, yeah, Basher, I missed the old name. Cranium Basher was way cooler than Skull Basher. Skull Basher is just like, yeah, whatever. Mid lane. They're going on to Why You Smile. Should be able to kill him, but Sumail did take a lot of damage. So I think you need to get well away from this place.
Look at that.
And indeed, he gets away just in time because New was there.
Look at how low he is. He just went on a position 5, by the way. And that's what position 5 did to him. Yeah, albeit he didn't use Blacking Bar, but still.
I must say, Sumail done a really good job at recovering in this game. There's a large portion where he was the lowest net worth core. Wasn't able to progress his items, but here he is on track to finish off an Aghanim sector.
I would say all of them recovered fairly well. They're still 16k behind, don't get me wrong, it's a huge difference, but considering how the laning stage went, it looked much scarier.
If I'm keeping it 100% with you, 100. If they win one more fight, I key think Aster is on top.
Yeah. I agree. If they get a really good fight, and they're smoking up to wrap around, but the mines,
their mines, that's gonna enable them to pick off Silence. He's dead, no buyback. He's the one carrying the global. XXX has to beat all these drums to stay alive. Still going in to run some interference, but he will just zip back. So they've wasted some time from PSG.LGD. At the same time, didn't commit any of their ultimates. They didn't commit any BKBs, so they are prepared to fight again.
Yeah, just a bro time, right? Like, but it's 30 seconds away from being like, you can't. At this point, I guess it's not even. It's on a very long cooldown, so it doesn't matter that much. But these mines, man, you just can't smoke on the map. As long as the techies player is careful enough and is watching where they are, which is everywhere, Like if you look at how many green dots do you see, they are literally littering the map.
This looks like, you know when you get that map of Dota and you draw like ward positions on it?
Oh yeah. So that you don't get
Looks
string
like that,
sniped.
basically.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Right now, LGD. 19k gold lead, a lane of racks up. However, you still need to play carefully to close out this game. As the big thing for me is that this Abaddon in particular is reaching his zenith point. Once he finishes off having the swift link, maybe you replace the boots with something else, but then you are maxed out. No more progression for him.
Even right now, he feels like he's at peak, more or less. And I know where you're going with this. It can be said the same for Monkey King. He still has an item to work with, maybe even two, that he can switch out the boots, right? Ember as well. Has space to grow, but we're pinging out the bottom side of the pit. It gets taken during the night, so unfortunately for Aster, they're going to have to play into now, like one on Windranger, one on Techies. And there's there's Magnus, by the way, with refresher shards. So he was buying an orb. Now he got it for free.
Still gonna build into his orb, but having full plays, double uppies.
Radiant's middle tower.
Now it's even more important for the silencer. Piggy, I think, is actually too close. He needs to be on the other side of the base right now.
I would say he's too close already, yeah. It looks like he's baiting.
Dire's top tower.
Does he have buyback? I don't know what's happening here. Jump in from the Ember Spirit. They really want to smash some kill. Kumail though, got stunned up. Him back. Inside the Wukongs. They right-click on this Ember Spirit 100-0. Hero now forcing Monet outside of his own Wukongs. Getting back half his AP to the Founder Strike. He's now gonna run down Monet, kill him off. And that's 2 heroes dead without buybacks. XXX will also get taken out. He does have buy, but he's already committed the primal roll. The silencer dies. No ultimates available, and I think you're right. This might just be the game. LGD going for the jugular, going for the 2-0 victory, and they get it. GG, well played is called. New does miss an RP. He gets the second one though, baby. Boca realized that he belongs to the best team in China. PSG.LGD take pole position in the DPC.
Yeah, considering how the season started and how much hype there was around Aster, I expected them to end out on top, but still, yeah, they're not looking very happy. If you compare this Aster and their
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
You know, for example, at this third major, 100 DPC points, for example. I think if you're able to get out of groups and get into that stage and get past the first round of lower bracket, that's probably enough, in my opinion.
I would agree. I would agree as well, but enough about how that's going to set ourselves up for TI. We still have a road to get towards the international. Betboom up against Nemiga with the first draft. Betboom going to be playing on the Radiant side. They've got second pick. Nemiga on the Dire side with first pick, and they're going to go down the Batrider route. So, of course, hero we've seen very often so far. Let's see what the response is going to be from Betboom, though.
Kind of feel like it's going to be a Pugner Quap, right? In this sort of situation. Maybe that means that you just flex the Batrider, but I haven't really seen Nemiga have as much potential to be able to flex it. Like Malrine, he's fantastic on the Batrider if you look to play him in that mid lane, but I've seen him in pubs dumpstering on like a mid Timbersaw against Miracle, for example. So the man is just the clear standout, in my opinion, on this team. And I mean, we'll see what they're capable of doing, but I mean, you got to give Save one of his more signature heroes, or you could just give them a little bit of the flex through the Magnus as well. But don't hate this option either. The Enchantress, we saw what the flex potential that had as well, with Pure being able to play it, Save can play it, Toronto Tokyo can play it. Feels pretty nice to me.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see now, Nemiga, you're gonna look for your violent hero early on, and we've seen a lot of priority on something like a Terrorblade for him. Of course, there is the potential for you to pick it up at the 8th if you want to continue to use those 3 bands. What else is even left?
I think it's his best hero, but I'm not sure you do it into an Enchantress just because Betboom have that potential to run like an Ench core into it that's going to be getting all this farm, and it's going to be just completely harassing you out of lane. I think that's pretty dangerous. Also, you don't know where this mag's going, right? So I think they need to, hard to do from first pick, but I think they need to keep a little bit of flex. They've got in the Batrider. I would just pick a position 5 here, to be honest, that you feel is really strong against both of these heroes. Yeah, I think it's fine. Like we've seen Team Spirit do it with the Lich, right, on this 8th pick. Okay, well, it is still flex, so it's something that Vajra can play as well as Malrine, so I can see this working too.
Well, like you said, that's the one big thing for them, right? Trying to keep the flex as you head towards the later stage of the draft, which can be difficult with first pick, but we'll have that now with the Batrider and the Timbersaw.
I'd have to imagine they're still going to ban out the Quap. Like, Quap's pretty decent against both of these heroes. One of the pluses of picking Timbersaw after the Batrider is that you know you're not going to get, so gives one of the big buffs to it there. Just thinking, like, OD has really dropped off the face of the earth. It's not horrible against a Batrider, just in terms of like being able to astral him in the lane, and good against the Timbersaw for the game. Could they... Have we seen any Muerta this tour in the games that we've cast? I kind of want to see it. Like, it's still good against Timbersaw. Like, yes, he can get on top of you, but as long as you're in that ethereal form, it's really not going to be the most damage as long as you're able to keep it range. And I feel like, you know, you've got heroes with repositioning spells that can stand on the front line already to be able to stand in front of you. So I want to see a team try and pick it up. Yeah, I mean, Nightfall can play anything, so I can see it working.
I think the only issue is how much value you're going to get out of the mag in power. Because there are some range carries, Morphling really in particular, the ones that with your high base damage where Empower does work pretty well with you. I don't believe Moitz is one of them.
Not as much as the Morph, or like the Deucer, for example, where, you know, no cleave, but who cares? You just a right-clicking beast.
Dire team ban.
I mean, Faceless Void is kind of like one of those hybrid ones, right? Where you are a physical damage hero, but the time lock where you get just fast enough and you can just hit like an absolute truck that the magic damage from the time lock kind of goes through what Timbersaw provides. Also, it's a little bit of a counter to the Batrider as well, just with that time dilation, making it a whole lot more challenging for him to just be consistent in a lot of these team fights.
5 seconds remaining.
I like that ban. I'm just thinking, like, I kind of want to see an Oracle picked up here, or I can see a Shadow Demon. come through for Betboom. You know, just something that's able to build up stacks for a Magnus. But against the Batrider and the Timbersaw, I obviously really value the cleanse aspect both for teammates as well as the enemy. I mean, with Timbersaw, if he gets into his Aghanim Scepter, that's... You want to just immediately remove that reactive armor active that you get from it. Yes, it's still going to explode for all of that damage, but once you remove it, it doesn't get reapplied after that. So things like the Nullifier, things like that offensive Dispel, really, really effective to be able to have. No Beastmaster ban yet, though. I wonder if teams might be considering that. Drums of Slom feels pretty nice against the Timbersaw. Also prevents a little bit of what Batrider is able to do if you just have that Hawk available around the map. Techies is gone though, so I remember we were casting a game the other day where it was like a Beastmaster Techies opening that I really liked, because you're either going to have Hawk to scout out when they're in vision, or you're going to have Mines to scout out when they're going for smokes and trying to get onto you. So you always have like that frontline presence. Silencer feels pretty good too.
So this was in every game we saw Spirit pick the Batrider, they banned out the Silencer instantly to try and protect it. I'm pretty sure it's a little bit of the just like you want to try and blow someone up inside a fight with Lasso, and instantly just the counter's going to be there with Global Silence to stop the follow-up damage, which kind of proved to be a bit of an issue. Now it's going to force Timbersaw to go into Dispel as well, which can limit some of your item progression, some of your early game damage. So gives you team fight.
Lotus is
nice.
Okay, at least, you know. You're naturally just going to buy an Arcane Boots and do all that stuff. But, I mean, the other thing as well is that if you do flex this Batrider to be offlane, for example, Silence is pretty good at preventing that. You know, you want to be spamming out that sticky Napalm, but you just apply the Arcane Curse. You know you've got at least a few seconds where they're not going to be reapplying it to extend the duration. And I'm really surprised that they didn't get rid of this Quap, because I feel like it's going to have a decent time against, obviously great time against the Batrider, but a decent enough time against the Timbersaw. You know that if it goes late, you're going to be able to scale with the Aghanim Scepter, and even against the Juggernaut, right? Some solid right clicks, and of course the Sonic Wave dealing that pure damage going through the spin.
Will Cobb actually have a good time, well, decent time versus Timber? I feel like
it's okay.
What are we speaking about? Okay, like slightly Quap favored, or?
No, like 60-40 in the Timbersaw's favor. Like, Quap still gets what she needs to be able to do things, but it's not going to be like a one lane for Timbersaw, so they feel fine with doing this. And it also basically lets them know that, hey, this Batrider isn't going mid now. It means that the Silencer pick is improved in the ways that I just said before, where, you know, the lane feels a lot more challenging. It's really just a question now of, is it going to be a Hellscream Batrider, or is it going to be Vaja playing it? And that's really the last little feather in the cap that Nemiga have to be able to play off of. So they're just looking to, I guess the thing that Betboom are looking at is, what will these bans reveal? Like, they're just getting rid of strong laners, it seems to me, that are going to be able to withstand something like a Batrider if he does get aggressive onto you.
Radiant team ban.
Are there any other strong offlaners that come to mind for that potential? Strong carries, I should say.
Well, I'm just thinking, like, do they want to pick a Tide Hunter here? You know, just something that's able to stand in front of everything that they have. Obviously, you don't want to lane to a Slark. Troll Warlord even makes it a little bit more challenging. You Global Silence and you take some damage. You're going to pop out with a Kraken Shell and you can get a Ravage off. RP, again, you can just Kraken Shell that stun off and then get that counter initiate. So I can see that working for them, and it's going to give Juggernaut time to be able to get a lot of the farm.
Yeah, I mean, the Slark Baton protects that, also protects the Batrider if it's going to be played as a 3 as well. So, see what the call is going to be, and will be the Tide Hunter. Very nicely done.
Got to be careful about a Monkey, though. Yeah, that's the one. I mean, Monkey, even maybe Ursa, you know, with a Magnus to be able to buff you up, it means maybe you get a little bit more of like an aggressive style of Ursa that goes into a bit more of this like kill threat sort of stuff. Get into an earlier Blink Dagger than Nemiga might be expecting. Enrage, pretty good against a Batrider. Of course, against a Timbersaw and a Tide Hunter feels very solid. Omni Slash, if you can hold the Enrage for that too, pretty good. I think they've got options on Betboom. Again, it really just comes down to what does Nightfall want to play. You know, I've seen even just a Magnus going up against a Tide Hunter. If you leave him alone, the Magnus eventually wins just off the back of the Empower, even through like a Vanguard and all that sort of stuff. They do go for the Ursa. Okay, I like this. because you're going to have the tempo to be able to play around the Magnus. Is it a core Enchantress? No, okay, Pure playing it. He was really solid on Mag when we saw him last, like just getting every single pick off perfectly, farming up like an absolute storm. I really like this draft coming through from Betboom. I feel like they've got the answers to the Batrider through the Silencer and the Queen of Pain. You're going to have an answer for the lane for the Frost Shield as well, with the Enchantress there on save. Pure, really don't think he's in too much danger, and then Nightfall's a good response to the Tide Hunter. We know that Ursa falls off a little bit, but again, you've got that catch-up mechanic with the Empower to be able to play off of. So I'm favoring Betboom for this one. Not to say that Nemiga have a bad draft necessarily, but I think they just left them with a few too many options with that last overall pick.
I'm gonna go with Nemiga. I feel like there might be some issues with addressing the Timber at the early stage, because I do think he's gonna have a very good lane mid, like we were speaking about.
He's a very good Timber player as well, Melry.
He's a very, very good Timber, and I wonder if he's going to consider about a Yules this game. There's a lot of value versus the Global, like we were mentioning a potential Lotus for the Dispel, but now you're versing an Ursa, so I think the Yules gets even more value out of that to Kite. So like I think he's going to be a really big issue as the game goes on. You've got some pretty decent team fight and a lot of damage inside. And my concern for Betboom, I really like the Ursa pick in regards to the core matchups, but I feel like they could have difficulties locking onto heroes. Like your only control is Mag RP and skewer back into Basher once he gets that. So I'm just a little bit concerned. Maybe at some stage of the game, Ursa might just get kited. But besides that, like you said, he has some very, very good core matchups, and he's going to be able to scale very nicely with the Empower as well. So let's see. I think we have a very exciting game one in store for us with the draft set. But first, a word from EGB.
Prepare for battle.
Come on now. You know your job.
Chill. Up to you to get the
translation going.
Translation? No.
They might have just spammed no, okay. Might have just spammed the chat. Before that, Betboom have a very big odds favor from EGB. So, I mean, you can't really blame them with the series count that we've seen Betboom have over Nemiga at the moment, but Nemiga, without a doubt, having a lot of their comfort heroes.
I am trying to
appreciate
look at what they're saying.
It was an instant, like Melrine, as soon as he got into the game, he all chatted. So,
to battle.
I mean, Melrine, I'm not sure what that is, but GPK is no, apparently.
Okay.
Is that how you write? Is it niet? Is that no?
I have. That sure does sound a bit familiar, but I don't know what it looks like on paper.
I mean, English language looks very, very weird for a lot of other people. Hey, can you imagine, like,
the battle begins.
The person in led the, all these sorts of weird things. Oh, they actually might be able to get a kill onto Nightfall here at the very start. Blood Grenade. Initial lockdown onto him. Need a tango on the escape.
Yeah,
can you imagine, like, learning, like, the difference between through, and through, and the fact that they're all pronounced the exact same? There, and there. All the same. English does not make sense.
No, it doesn't. But also... Well, I was going to say other languages don't make sense to me, but definitely English is...
They make a lot more sense than English,
renowned? Yeah, I was going to say it's kind of known as one of, if not the hardest languages, right? I know a lot of people mention it, but I don't know if that's truly a fact or not.
It's like... I don't know if it's like hard to write, but easier to speak, or something like that.
True, because that is the one weird thing. Some people have an easy time to be able to listen instead of actually being able to read or write. Learn in different ways. So,
I mean, you have a hard time reading or writing in English already, you know?
What? All right, I just don't. I don't know where this is coming from. You have no proof to back it up.
A place of love.
Place of love. And I mean,
messages.
I just type quick. That's it. and you can understand some of the mistakes. It's okay. It's, don't need to be perfect. I don't short type though. That's I don't know when I got that out of my. I don't even know. That's not just out of habit, I suppose. No short typing.
Lanes should be passive-ish for the start, right? We know there's scary timing up top with the level 2 coming through from the Juggernaut and the Lich, either the Frost Shield or the Sinister Gaze. You could see save. He's already just made sure that if they did go for that aggressive attempt, he's already got the Nature's Attendants leveled up, not just for himself, but also if they did, for whatever reason, want to make that attempt onto Pure, he's got the save, but Pure, he doesn't want to go the Empower super early on. He knows that the important thing is just not dying, not getting bullied out of the lane off the back of just not having HP to be able to reliably last hit. So he's going to be able to pick up a lot of that slack, you know, basically leveling up in power all the way up to level 7 now. Even bullying Violent a little bit in this top lane. Doing a great job. Already out of regen completely, except for Sobad's got a Tango left, but it's just the one Tango and a Mango, so really going to need to try and protect that healing ward as much as possible.
Lane, they're up to their good old shenanigans. I don't know what Melrin's doing with the whole creep wave behind his tower, but he's proving to be a bit of an issue. He did pull the weight before to easily get the water rune without missing any creeps, so looks like he's going to be going for the Vanguard as well. And you know, one thing about the Timbersaw now, you've got a bunch of damage, so it makes it very easy to be able to CS without being forced to use your spells. So you might... I really wonder what GPK, his like skill build. Do you just keep 2 points in the Shadow Strike? Because you know any more points, I mean, you will not be able to zone out the Timber.
Yeah, I guess it really depends on what GPK feels like his objective is for this game. Is it, you know, we're playing with a Magnus, so we're just happy with scaling, and, you know, we can see with the Timbersaw, if he's putting multiple points in reactive armor, he's not really going to be rotating around the map and making plays with huge amounts of damage, so he might even be able to just afford getting a bit greedier in this mid lane, you know, put a little bit more into the Scream of Pain, for example, and look to shove out the waves in that way. Last but not least, bottom lane. They're always in a position to potentially make some moves onto Vaja here. Hellscream actually might be getting some big damage in onto Nightfall.
Deny!
Second point in the Firefly.
So scary.
Mine, yeah!
He's got another blood grenade ready if they did want it.
Or multiple. He knows the power of them. He's a blood grenade enjoyer.
Okay, so he's... Oh, Nightfall. Ooh. Good Earthshock down to be able to get away, but Toronto Tokyo, he's completely out of regen for mana, so he's going to have a little bit of a more difficult time of harassing out this Tide Hunter just with those consistent right clicks. I like the fact that he hasn't gone into the last word. This isn't a lane where you can really look to get kills. You know, the Batrider shouldn't really be in a situation, and if you did go onto him, he'll just Firefly and Flame Break you back closer towards the Tide Hunter. It might just need to be like, ooh, he'll be fine. The individual plays coming out from like a Flame Break into an Anchor Smash, for example, just to deal that little bit of extra damage that you need. But we saw there the Nightfall's quick on the fingers with that Earthshock to be able to avoid that sort of situation.
Who the kills?
Again, passive sort of game. Tide Hunter's going to allow the Juggernaut to... I wonder what build Violent's going to go for, right? He doesn't have anything queued up just yet outside of his power treads, but is this a Battle Fury sort of game? Does he feel like he needs to get a little bit more aggressive? Like, is Maelstrom going to have additional value just because of some of the heroes that you're up against? Probably not. Like, it's not like you're going up against a Timbersaw and you need a little bit more of that magic damage. Same sort of thing with a Tide Hunter. Speaking of Timber, going for a little bit of a dive onto GBK. Just because first... Ooh. Doesn't have Blink.
Blink level up. Can I get him ready for the Whirling Death? With level 3, it's going to be a lot of damage. You might just wait for the Chakram. Dive under the tier 2 tower. And there's our kills as Melrin picks up first blood. It will go down though. Toronto Tokyo going to be able to move on over. Get some stolen wisdom as well. Even Save wants to try and sneak in to gather a little bit of experience.
I'll take it. Toronto Tokyo very happy to be able to secure this. Also gives him a lot of that gold as well, so he can look to buy up a lot of stuff that he can use for harassing the bottom side of the map. protecting the haste rune too for GPK as he comes in. Could probably look to give him a few bottle sips as well, just to make him completely happy to go back down towards that bottom side. Really stop Azure from doing a lot of this shenanigans as he's hiding a creep wave underneath an observer ward as well. So I'm assuming that Tokyo is going to just be looking at that immediately, maybe just after doing a quick check of the stacks that may or may not have been formed. Go for a bit of a yoink as well onto the wisdom rune, making sure to time it so that he's not being spotted out by the creep wave or the tower. Let's see if his pathing's on point. They do not see him. But Hellscream, he's right there in place to be able to spot out Toronto Tokyo. Bottom wisdom rune. Ooh.
That's free kill as well. Well, Toronto, I mean, that's a lot of experience for Hellscream. Level 5 now, 7 minutes in. We know these Bat Riders of 4 can really scale. You're someone that has potential to be able to farm the jungle, potential to be able to easily clear lanes as well and play away from the team, and you have this scary team fighting threat. So the fact that he gets the wisdom room and also a solo kill is going to be huge for Hellscream's game.
Absolutely. I do have to wonder, like, is this the sort of game where Nightfall really wants to go the Battle Fury? We were saying before, like, you're playing with the Magnus, you don't necessarily need it, but maybe they're just saying, you know what, if they're going to play like this a little bit more passive game, we can do it too. Just pure, don't even level up points in the skewer after level 1. Just go full on stats after you maxed out that Empower, get into your items early. Oh, yeah.
Azure's going to be able to kite him now. Hellscream with those levels should be able to catch up eventually if he continue. Oh, he's not going to actually. Phase boots, I guess, from Nightfall would be enough to help separate himself. And now with the Firefly out, Toronto Tokyo really has nothing to fear. Nightfall wants to consider about going back in. He's got a pretty big one to potentially bait them. He's going to use it for enough mana to jump on forward. But the Earth Shock, but Hellscream is able to protect his offlaner thanks to a nice bounce back.
Also the instant Kraken Shell as soon as you use the Arcane Curse level 3. That always feels pretty nice. Bit of luck coming through there, but I wish there was like some sort of counter for the Kraken Shell where you could see how close it was to being able to proc. How many times I've just used my spells and it just gets removed.
That would be nice.
Man. We can see Melreen, he's not really wanting to play that little bit more of a slow-paced game. He knows the potential for this Betboom lineup to scale. He was having a great game as we were expecting. As maybe just with Sobad TPing down towards this bottom side, it'll give GPK the freedom to go back into the lane.
For bottom again.
Yep.
Tokyo, what is he really going to be able to do this time? And oh, all right. Well, that's chuck out a spell, act big, and yeah, once again, Nightfall is going to be able to run away. But the Ursa is not farming, which is the big thing. I'm kind of surprised he has a little bit more net worth than the Tide Hunter, but they're doing a good job to be able to slow down the carry on Betboom's game.
And he's committed towards the Battle Fury now, buying up the cornucopia, so maybe it is this sort of case where it's literally just pure, you are the carry now. You know, Ursa might be the one to get a little bit more, not necessarily active, but he's going to be like the Roche taker early. He's already been forced back into the jungle, Scan just missing onto him as Malrine looks to make that early move with the Soul Ring and the Arcane Boots to be able to play around with. They've got this warded up though, as I actually gone for a dive onto Toronto Tokyo, and I don't think you're getting away, my man. Already taken away the tier 1 tower at a really early timing, and they're going to look to do it in the bottom lane as well. As Sobad doing his best to try and prevent any sort of trade for that mid lane. Won't be able to do it though.
Dire's middle tower.
Now this tower's going to continue to take a decent chunk of damage. Meanwhile, top lane Pure to solo RP onto Violet, but Violet's going to be able to turn it back around. Only slash with a couple of crits. Violet just gets the kill. Pure very close to making it away. It's a big solo kill. Violent being able to catch up now. Leapfrogs the Queen of Pain's net worth, sitting third and going to get himself closer and closer towards his own Battle Fury.
Just a little bit late on the old TP out there by Pure, and it also means that he's going to have a little bit slower time getting back to lane. So looks like he is going to that style where he's just going to go the Blink Dagger, the Skewer. We were mentioning before that their catch is pretty lacking. And, you know, if he does obviously want to enable that off the back of an Ursa or off of a Quap, a lot of burst damage that they've got, but you got to get that initial pick first. So it doesn't seem like they want to play the farming game. Could be just feeling that Malrine has had far too good of a time. And he is really just opening up the map in a massive way as they go for another dive onto Nightfall.
Toronto Tokyo is still in the level 5 as well. He needs one creep to get the 6. Looks like it's not going to matter though. Nightfall out to the north, Toronto, Tokyo to the south. Sansa will be able to TP back, but the Ursivere will not escape. Is so bad. Yoinks that with the Frost Blast. Got a big crit wave as well, continuing to really make this game one not a safe place for the Ursa.
Safe and save. We've got save hitting this tier 1 tower mid, just putting a little bit of extra pressure on. You know, he wants to be the one to scale. He honestly, he feels like one of the biggest answers that you're going to have to Melreed in this early-ish parts of the game. Not going to be able to do much though before you get into that Dragonlance. The damage coming through from this Timber is just far too much.
Dire's courier has been killed.
All right, Vaz, you just ravaged Toronto, Tokyo. Hey, buddy.
Okay.
No safe space for you as well, looks like. So Nemiga, very, very active in this game currently with all the towers they've been able to find. True to their name, we see Melreed continuously just playing up in the face of this mid lane, being able to cut it easily. Gives him a lot of vision, just importantly means he can start to sweep across the map. You know, gives him like 20 seconds where he can start to do whatever he wants. And still with all the pressure bottom lane, it means that Violent, he's really getting a lot of farm top. He's got it. All right. Wow. Okay. Melreed.
Yeah. And he's going straight into that axe as well. So again, you need to be careful about how exactly you're using it when you're going up against the Enchantress. She's going to be able to.
He's got yours. He went yours now.
Okay, cool. Also feels very good, just because of the good game that he's having. Nice way to be able to remove the other global silence. And like you were saying before, not affected by the status resistance. So the Ursa, early enrage usage is going to be so vital.
No way, man. Wherever Nightfall goes, he's going to be hunted down. They saw him TP top, playing the lane, Melreed, Hellscream. They're going to be there with the wraparound. Beautiful flame break as well. Now, he is pretty close to the tier 1 town. They've got the global silence at the ready. Even Pure's going to try and swing on over as well. But the first ultimate's going to be used, the secondary to fall up as well. But it's just on a measly Batrider. Timbersaw now can freely jump away. There's going to be no way they can cancel. Pure just out of range there with a skewer. So, yes, Nightfall stays alive, but that's going to be an RP and a global silence used for just a Batrider kill. And now you've got 100 seconds where Nemiga can play very aggressive across the map. And really, there's probably not going to be a response from Betboom.
Yeah, I wonder what the supports now look to do on Betboom. You can see Save, he's looking to try and, you know, take some of these camps right in front of GPK, looking to try and protect that power rune, but it's going to be Melreed picking it up nice and early. Really expecting Save to just be able to use the enchant onto the Timbersaw to be able to remove that arcane rune, but, well, with him not doing that, you just get another usage out of that Timber chain nice and early, and that's enough to be able to take him down before he gets back to base. Ravage up in a couple of seconds too.
Guy's something else on this hero. Holy.
Anyone that can 1v1 Miracle and win is pretty good in my book. So, Melreed, got to be very conscious of this. This is why I love that first phase from them, right? Kept the flex. We saw that they can go 2, 3, or 4 with the Batrider and either 2 or 3 with the Timbersaw. So, nicely done by him. And he's not just purely getting hooked in on, like, only going for kills. He's been part of 5 of the 8 so far this game, but not at the sacrifice of his own farming. He's just roaming across the areas of the map that he's expecting Betboom to be in and stealing the farm that they want to take. You know, if you're going to play this aggressive style, then you got to have the creeps to be able to farm on Betboom if you're going to go for a more farming style, right? So I really just feel like every single one of his movements have been a winner.
And we saw to start the game, the odds for Betboom was $1 for them compared to the 4 on Nemiga. Has completely changed now. EGB showing that Nemiga only a little bit behind. Like $1.02 to $2, something like that. So
back in the lane. Can't be there for too long though. This is it, and this is why I was kind of questioning the Battle Fury build as well, right? You're not able to really fight that effectively with it. You've already got a Magnus to enable your farming with the Empower, but you've at least got that Blink Dagger to be able to play around with, so might be looking for that quick pick-off just to open up the map a bit further.
But Pure's gameplay, from what we've seen every time with the Mag, is he doesn't play with his carry. Like, this is the first time we've seen him around the Ursa 16 minutes in. Like, yeah.
It's been a forced situation. I mean, they would love a quick pick-off right in front of this Roche pit as well, just to enable Nightfall to perhaps get a tiny bit greedier with his farm on the map. If you're able to get a quick Roshan, you know, first death, sure, you're happy to cop it, but it means that it gives the team enough time to be able to play around you, bring in the TPs, and take a true 5-on-5 fight. Going to be feeling okay about it as he gets given over the Empower, also having the Battle Fury as well, and yeah, Nightfall, he's just going all in on farm, even just buying up a Windlace to enable him to rotate a little bit easier around these camps, even a little bit of juke and jiving away from that Timbersaw, who's still main mission, chase down this Ursa. He's got the Yules completed as well, so they have the tools to be able to do that. Mana regeneration as well. Off the back of that, plus the Soul Ring, plus the Octarine Core. So scary.
So, I mean, even with this very strong start we've seen from Nemiga, it's only a 2,000 net worth lead. A lot of the farm that Pure has been able to get. Quop's even having a pretty good time as well from GPK. Yes, I guess if you compare him to Melreen, he's a decent chunk behind, but GPK is going for that early set though. We've kind of seen so far what it's been the Kaya and Sanj. There was even a, is it sometimes the Kaya Sanj into? Yeah, there we go. So I couldn't remember if it was that one. So
sometimes BKB if you really need it, but you really don't want to get that these days. It like slows down your farm far too much, and Axe just feels like an overall solid item. You know, it increases your damage, it increases your farming speed. I really don't feel like Toronto, Tokyo, and Save should be like looking to play aggressive to take this tower. It's really just about getting this next big item for you. For Pure, he's got the Harpoon to be able to play around with, so maybe they find a quick pick off, but it needs to be again in response to whatever Nemiga are trying to do. The Violent being here without the Manta style yet completed leaves him in a vulnerable state. If he does get skewered back, Global Silence immediately after it, and there really isn't a counterplay for him. This might be it. Oh, he spins just in time.
Nice read. Violent's been playing perfectly so far with his farming patterns. Was able to dodge that previous attempt bottom. Whoa.
Went for play.
Okay, very close to being able to get it.
Radiant's middle tower.
But yeah, Violent was able to dodge that attempt they had prior with Betboom TPing down, so moving down for the rifts, and then just dodge that one we just saw as well. So 0 deaths at the moment for the carry on Nemiga. And some big items are starting to get completed. Hellscream with the Yules. There was just a blink picked up as well from Vazja. So let's see if they're going to try and force the issue. They can definitely look to take Roshan with a successful skirmish.
Is under attack.
Timber, one of the better heroes at being able to enable that with all the pure damage coming through, but I mean, again, it really just feels like taking Roche is nice, but you want to take it without having to commit too much movement, right? So they can just look to play around this bottom side of the map for the next minute or so, take this tier 2 tower, reduce the space for Betboom to be able to get this farm, and then when Roshan comes down to his summer home on the bottom side of the map at 20 minutes, then they just look to take that. Extra right click from the multi-shot tower. He's got all the boys backing him up as well. So this has been a really solid performance so far by Nemiga. He sees the Yules as well, so he's needing to rush into that BKB, putting a lot of faith in Pure for sure, just to be able to get those skewers back into the rest of the team, because he doesn't have any form of initiation of his own.
He's got to be cautious though, because they're currently planning under the ward. But just going to reveal himself inside the lane, so it's going to be a little bit awkward now for them. Both sides are kind of setting up, seeing if they can angle for a pick-off, but Vazja is going to be able to jump in. So we'll reveal that a ward is nearby, cancelling out Toronto, Tokyo's TP. It's going to give plenty of time for Betboom to be able to escape as well to the north. But again, like 20 minutes in, the lead's not too huge. You feel like Betboom really aren't too worried about the status of this game? Like, they have to be feeling pretty good, right? Ursus hasn't been contested since he's picked up this Battle Fury. Very close to the BKB now. Melreen actually going to try and go for save. This Enchantress starting to output a decent chunk of damage with the treads of the Dragonlance. So Melreen will have to start to respect. Even the Scepter's now completed from GPK as well. Melreen, has he gone a bit too far? No one else is starting to rotate top. Even just a straight chain frost from Sobad on the solo, but Pure, there we go. That's what they've been waiting for. Melreen just a step a little bit too far forward, and now Sobad, he's going to get chased down as well. So Betboom, they've been farming for the entirety of the game, and finally, they see an opportunity to get a couple of kills, and they will capitalize straight away, a double for GPK.
seeing where Ursa is off the back of all this. Still looking to farm. I was thinking maybe with them standing right next to that twin gate, they look to immediately make a play bottom, look to take that Roshan away just to further the farming potential. Tokyo has to be a little bit careful. During the daytime, we'll be able to see that Hellscream's here. The big timing that I was expecting Nemiga to look to play around was the Manta style being finished by Violent on the Juggernaut, because in those team fights, even if you do get that jump by the Magnus, it means that the Global Silence isn't going to be effective against you. You'll be able to get that Manta style off, and he thinks he can just solo Roshan here. I'm not quite so sure though. Maybe just reading the fact that Betboom have been playing so greedy that they don't have RP, that they don't have Sonic Wave, they're feeling confident enough to be able to do it, but they've scattered it out. Scan coming through for this bottom side of the map. Kind of expecting to see Nightfall make a play a bit away from the team. He's going to be assisted with a Wisdom Rune for himself. Takes this, yeah, he'll take the Tormentor as well on the Ursa. Give me a little bit of extra. Garb actually. Tokyo. I guess it's not bad against the Timbersaw, right? The Glaives of Wisdom. I just don't know how often you're going to be getting these right clicks off in these team fights.
Yeah. Let's see. I don't know if I'll be able to keep track of it inside the fights, but yeah, I really wonder, like, I'm sure if you get one value kill out of it on a core, you'd be like, it's probably one of the more useless support ag shards out there. So if you can get some value of a kill, so you're pretty happy with that.
Yep.
They're actually going to fight into the Ages.
Yeah, got to be careful with their positioning as well. Nightfall wanting his courier to give away their position.
Melrine.
They're trying to...
You what? Nice yours. Be chilling for the moment. Instant TPs down to the mid lane. Pure's still going to stick around. So to the rest of the Betboom as well. They've got a very good position with this high ground ward. Looks like they won't be able to move on forward though.
Violet cuts the lane too. Really just not wanting to reveal too far away from the rest of the team, but might even be looking to bait a little bit with this Juggernaut illusion in the mid lane. Let's see if they can maybe force a TP back, but they want to go on forward. They want to try and catch them out. They don't have the greatest attack themselves.
Able to get the Magnus, forced out to BKB out of Pure, but no TP. So there's going to be zero escape. He's going to be forced to skew away, but the lasso is there, stopping him short. He'll even drop an RP Pure. All right, 120 seconds with no reverse polarity. He's down for 60 seconds as well. Nemiga, they can look to walk down the lanes and potentially get some ejectors off the back of the kill.
Well, already got a tier 2 bottom, but my sneaky suspicion that this top tier 1 and tier 2 are both going to go. I mean, the only one that they're really worried about right now is the Magnus, because of that repositioning factor, because of the potential to isolate away from this Timbersaw, for example. Even if Timber gets caught alone, right?
I mean, nothing you could do. Forces out the Yules at least, going to go through the rift, but I believe someone's already waiting there, and there's a little package for Melrine. A nice little gift for him, a bit of a freebie, Toronto Tokyo. Yeah, there's no hiding. No hiding against the Timbersaw. He'll kill off the trees instantly, and meanwhile, a tier 2 tower is getting claimed as well for free.
Should have right-clicked him. Should have silenced him. You got the shot. You know, what are you doing, man? This is it, right? They just have absolutely no fear of playing on this map deep into Betboom's territory if that Magnus is in the grave. And like you said, even with the Magnus coming back online, doesn't have the RP for another 40 or so seconds, and they're going to be conscious of that. So it's just going to enable the sorts of aggressive farm that they're going to be able to get, not just for themselves, but again, stealing it away from Betboom. Healing into the butterfly as well on Violence. So, you know, worst comes to worst, he does get caught out completely. I'm not even sure they're going to have the damage if he gets lucky enough with some of those evasion procs. Miles away from getting into something like an MKB for either the Magnus or the Ursa.
And even just screw the Enchantress as well, right? Like, again, I mean, we know Save really prioritizes this right-click build close to the Hurricane Pike, but that miss every now and then is going to be pretty annoying for him inside some of these fights.
Careful on Save. Going a little far forward, might be getting caught out as a result of it. Does have the force up, I suppose, to be able to get away. Maybe just wanting to save that lasso for the eventual high ground push. They've still got a minute and a half left on this Aegis. I would wager that they're just waiting for this Talisman of Evasion to be finished up by Violent first. Look to play off the back of that to siege onto the high ground with a good 40 seconds left on that double life.
And
especially if
they have
pick off first.
Yeah, well, that pickoff can come through from the blink down. Hellscream just got delivered. So we did speak about the potential of the counter from the global silence out of Toronto, Tokyo. So we'll see how quick he's going to be on the fingers to prevent that lasso drag back into a mass amount of damage.
A lot of the time you want to catch a core, but this is the sort of situation where you would go to the moon to get a
Nightfall. There we go. Lasso into the only slash. The global's too late. Violent shreds apart Nightfall. Now they'll turn to save as well, but a quick force stuff gets saved back inside the base. But Nemiga, I mean, Nightfall is... They were putting a lot of pressure on him in the early stage of the game, but he was doing a very good job to avoid him for the past couple of minutes, or finally have been able to slow him down. Now top lane though, Pure and GPK in combination together, going to make the attempt onto Hellscream, but the Eels will buy some valuable seconds. TPs are starting to come out. One person did cancel theirs though, so it's just Melreen hunting too. What's the call going to be from them? GPK and Pure. Can you consider about Melreen? He's got the shield. 930 extra health for him to work with. Meanwhile, Toronto, Tokyo as well, down in the southern jungle. Oh, Azure and So Bad linked up together is going to be able to once again catch out the silencer.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I think he just wasn't expecting the Magnus to be there as well. Sorry, the Ursa to be there as well. Was really just looking to try and harass out the Magnus, try and get a BKB usage out of him off the back of that Yule Scepter to be able to prevent any sort of TPs away. It's one of those lucky situations as Melreen has to be a little bit careful, but instantly realizes that there is a Magnus looking to play around him. Level 20 as well on Pure, so he's got that skew range to be able to play around with, and maybe with this, they'll be able to find that key pick-off that they need to once again get aggressive around the map. He's still, again, playing like that true core this game. He's been able to put 5 into the all attributes, getting the stats rather than any more points in the shockwave, and with that level 20, could look to really start to output a lot. DD as well on the top side of the river.
And the big thing for Pures though is this Silver's Edge. This gives you kill potential against the Timber and the Tide now, which you did kind of have with the Ursa, but it just makes it even easier. You get that drag back. It's not even that. I mean, it just helps you with your initiation. I mean, that is another big thing. Constantly being out of vision, so you're able to position yourself just a little bit better to be able to get that jump. Because really, it is just Pure on Betboom. That is their sole initiator.
Yep. 5-man smoke coming through from Nemiga. I wonder if they're setting up to potentially make this happen on Betboom as well. Right now they're playing fairly blind. Just the Observer Ward scouting out where that power rune was, and Nightfall doesn't want to go too deep here. Wisdom rune just below him as well to be able to pick up for potentially the silencer. For that extra 7.75 seconds of the global.
Got a good spot. I think they got a glimpse of
that's
Nightfall.
better.
It's going to jump though. But the RP's there, but the instant Yule Scepter stops the damage fall from Nightfall. Now they're going to turn around with the Omnislash as well as again. Violet just tears apart the Ursa. Now they've got the Ravage as well over to the east side. Perfect from Azure. Nemiga aren't done just there. Save will get cuked with the Hurricane Pipe, but it will not matter. Once again, they're quick on the fingers. Nemiga, 0 casualties. What a team fight from them.
It was a perfect use of the Yule Scepter, right? Just it caught the enrage coming through from Nightfall's Ursa. Didn't really need to pop it at that very beginning, right? Again, the status resistance wasn't really going to provide anything. They had the global silence to be able to protect, but speaking of the silence, that is a full 5-man wipe off the back of this, and high ground being sieged. I mean, this is going to be at least 2 lanes of racks, maybe even the full mega creeps.
I can't even remember because that fight was so chaotic. Did Azure get RP'd? So did, because I know he got the Yules on the Ursa. So I just wasn't sure if it started on him or if he blinked in yours, because that's what you spoke about in the draft fight. That's the value of the Tide. You are a great way to counter initiate the Magnus. Kraken Shell instantly gets rid of the stun, and we saw when they used up Ursa, there was just no damage fall up in that huge RP.
Yeah, I think it was the Bat Rider that caught him. He was hanging out on the left side, playing a little bit more on the high ground.
Wait, GPK, and now Nightfall!
That's it.
Oh, it's a combo! Jeez, a drop Nemiga. They're going to be able to take game 1 in goddamn convincing fashion. A beautiful performance from them. Puts them in the driver's seat now for our first series of the night.
And we know this means a lot to Nemiga as well, right? Like, this isn't a game that Betboom can afford to give up freely. 100 DPC points, the difference between coming for second and coming third, pretty valuable for them, but for Nemiga,
Radiant team ban.
So like maybe just for the game, what are heroes that don't really care about being doomed? You know, ones that can just get out a lot of their abilities at the very start. Maybe even just something like a Naga Siren. You know, if they're going to doom, just Naga, and you're going to have a fairly decent time because the illusions are the thing doing the majority of damage in these team fights.
Radiant team pick.
Screw that. No doom, no timber though. So I already forgot what I said. What was Techies gets let through. So there is your Techies pick from Nemiga.
What a surprise. Have we really seen like an answer to the Techies yet? I was watching China just before our broadcast started, and LGD were playing it. As soon as you get control over the map, you just don't give it up because you know exactly where people are at all times. So there was literally like 50 mines littered throughout the map. There was nowhere they could go, smoke or no smoke, where it wasn't scouted out. And I feel like if you've got a lineup that just does a good job at getting out of the laning stage in a pretty good spot, then it's a scary prospect to be able to play into this. And you're basically going to win the majority of your lanes off the back of having it. At least you're off lane.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is to the Techies. I guess it's like I was going to say, it's just a support. Maybe it doesn't matter too much, but it's a support that provides you so much. So hopefully you get some answers at Dream League and at the major coming up on what teams look to go for. But for Betboom, we're going to get a Coddle. So this is a hero we haven't really seen a whole lot lately. I know it's very popular at the Berlin Major. I know a lot of other regions are still prioritizing the Keeper of the Light, but at least for the games we've seen in Eastern Europe, we haven't gotten too many Coddles.
No, we haven't. And I have to imagine that this is just going to be Betboom. Like, it's multifaceted, right? You can now play with an Ember Spirit, you can play with a Void Spirit, you can play with a Puck, you can play with potentially a CK. But also, it does a great job of being able to just shove lanes away. If Betboom want to do the exact same similar thing as they did in game number 1 and just go for a little bit more of that farming sort of strategy with the Magnus, with whatever position 1 that they pick, then Coddle, main job, shove lanes away. They tried to do it with the Enchantress, but it's single target, right? You don't do a good job at shoving lanes. They took a couple of towers off the back of the Ench, but that wasn't really what they needed. You know, they wanted the lanes in a bad spot so that Nemiga would have to address those first before going for any sorts of aggressive attempts. So I would have to imagine that Betboom, if that's the strategy that they're looking to go for, they're just going to look to remove as many heroes as possible that are able to go for like the roaming gank attempts, like a Spirit Breaker or a Bat Rider. I think need to be removed from the pool if that's going to be the case.
Dire team ban.
Malrina's Pango, pretty solid too, though, right?
Team ban.
That it is. We've seen Nemiga often first phase his hero, whether that be the Pango or the Timber, and the first phase bans as well protect the Pango very much. Storm and Bloodseeker, incredible heroes to play up against it, and now you got the second phase as well to continue to limit the potential for Betboom to shut it down. So Ember and the Void and the Queen of Pain. So GPK's heroes starting to be quite limited now. I mean, 4 mid lane is banned out, you get rid of the Pango. So I mean, for me, I'm potentially looking at the Tiny and the Puck, like you said.
I think both are very solid, right? Puck, it can go either way. It basically depends who gets the jump and who gets a better time out of the laning phase. If Pango lands a bunch of his swashbuckles, Puck low armor, going to, you know, not farm quite as much as the Pangolier, won't be able to make the plays quite as easily. But I mean, Puck with Magnus feels pretty great in terms of team fight. Puck with Keeper of the Light feels really good too. Tiny feels like it to me. You know, you can get buffed up even further with your really high base damage off of the Magnus, so that's going to be a huge buff to you. And just that initial burst, right, that you need to be able to take out these targets like the Pangolier. I was considering maybe Betboom were thinking, well, could we just get really greedy again and go like a Deucer, which it goes both ways again. The Pangolier, right? Great target for the Diffusor Blade, for the swashbuckles onto the Deucer, but you pop the Stone Gaze and when Pango's in the Rolling Thunder and he has to back off. So it can really go both ways, but they're going to be the ones to take that one away. What a surprise. Just Lich, solid enough as a position 5. You know, it's going to be a 5. There's not the same level of flex as what Nemiga might have with the Techies, but it just feels so good, especially early on against the Pangolier, where he is the biggest damage dealer just off the back of being a universal hero, and once that diffusel's picked up, he can take off like 2/3 of a support's HP just off of a single swashbuckle. So I'm expecting to see a lot of value out of that Frost Shield early on. Also just another way to provide that extra bit of lockdown too.
Back on the jug, okay. I think that might be something that Nightfall would be wanting with the Lich Jug. Pairing with the Magnus as well, but they're going to steal it and back into the Batrider for themselves as well. So I can't remember so bad mainly the one that plays the techies. I know we see this hero, it's
both can.
Often a 4. Both can? Okay. So there is still that potential for the Bat to be played as a 4 for Hellscream, even of course 3 for Vajra, because he also plays a very good Batrider.
I still feel like Tiny here, right? Like pretty good against the Pango Jug and Batrider. You just need that initial burst, right? And also just with the Lich, you get a little bit of that extra damage that you might need off the back of an Avatos combo once you get the Aghanim Shard on the Lich through the Tormentor, Chain Frost into that. You get a little bit of that extra control through the Sinister Gaze. Feels quite nice. Anyone can just get picked off very frequently. So Betboom very clearly going for a little bit more of a aggressive style this time around. This is why I had that big question mark around the Ursa going for the Battle Fury, because it felt like all he could do was farm, and you had the Magnus to be able to play around with. I know that's not their style, but it, I don't know, it just felt a little bit too greedy, especially because of how good of a game Malrine was having.
So I wonder for Betboom if Nemiga might ban out the Slark as well, which we saw previous game, it was also banned. Slark looks very strong lane. I like the Void ban a lot as well. Yeah, I mean, it plays very well versus the Pango and the Juggernaut, BKB piercing control versus the Batrider. You excel with the time dilation. So I would also like the Slark to be taken care of, because I think that could be a nice pairing with the Tiny to be able to roam for the 15 to 20 minute mark, where you have the nighttime vision to help the Tiny get the jumps. And of course, pretty well versus some of the cores as well.
10 seconds.
They could be considering a Terrorblade as well, just with that Darkseer ban. All of the magic damage that you're able to do in lane. Of course, another hero that you just really don't want that wall to be onto. Makes it quite dangerous to have to lane up against. They do have the last overall pick on Betboom, but if it's me, the Faceless Void and the Slark would be the big one too that I'm looking to remove from the pool right now.
It's not a free TB game versus Bat and Pango, but there's a lot of value where, like you said, Lich TB is a very strong lane. You've got the Coddle to buff up the meta. You're a melee hero, so Empower is always going to be nice for you. So, like, regardless, quite often there can be games where you have this 24th pick and it's not going to be a perfect response. It could be good for the game, but there's still going to be some way to address it. So, TB banned. Let's see if they go for the Slark. Maybe Nemiga can pick an offlaner to stop that potential. I'm trying to think of any that might be nice for them.
Not many. I mean, like, Mars can spear you away, I guess. Timbersaw can still do damage through it. Maybe they amp up like a Dark Willow or something like that and put that as the core. I'm trying to think of something a little bit more out of left field. All right, I mean, I mentioned that Betboom, if they did want to go this little bit more farm-oriented style, you got to be careful about banning out these heroes like the Batrider and the Spirit Breaker that are going to be able to make these moves across the map. And you still don't know if it's a Batrider core or a Spirit Breaker core, right? They could very easily flex between either of them.
Spirit Breakers are pretty annoying hero for Slark to play into as well. So, I mean, the lane could be okay with just the melee hero, but as the game goes on, the charge and having constant vision is very, very frustrating. So that might limit that potential.
Could be considering a Naga, perhaps. You know, if you're not the one that gets jumped, you're always going to be able to have that song to prevent a lot of this. Kind of like what they were trying to do with the Silencer last game. You know, it disrupts a little bit of that follow-up damage coming through. You just got to, of course, be very careful that you're not the one getting gone on. I think the point for the Slark, though, is that you can go this more aggressive build. You can go the Diffusal Blade, you can go the Aghanim Scepter, and know that you're not going to fall behind because, again, you've got the Magnus to be able to give you the power to enable you to farm in between those gank attempts. So I still think the Slark is fine. It's going to do a decent enough job against the Bat and the Spirit Breaker. Okay, they really want to dominate this lane, huh?
So... yeah, exactly like you said, they're wanting to try and dominate the lane. That's what the Troll is able to provide you. So one of the better laning carries. Very good matchup with the Magnus as well. A lot of value out of that. There's some issues, I think, as the Batrider goes on and the Pango as well. They do have very good ways to kite the Troll. Like this is, and like we just said before, it can get to the stage where sometimes you're looking for a carry or whatever last pick, and maybe the options aren't going to be the greatest. So it's not a free Troll game, which has to be pretty concerning considering this hero is definitely one of the worst carries currently in the meta. If you're going to pick it, you kind of need to be one of the better games for it. So let's see. Nightfall's an exceptional carry player and they have ways to buff him up. So let's see if he's going to be able to pull him. I think it really comes down to the lane.
I'm just thinking, like, is there ever a situation where Nightfall wants to go like an Aghanim Scepter this game, just to have that offensive dispel as well as the defensive one going up against, you know, the shield crash, going up against the stickies and everything coming through from the Spirit Breaker as well. I think it's a small possibility, but could happen considering you've got the Magnus to be able to buff you up, and the Coddle as well.
This is a tough way to go. Again, I like Nemiga's draft, but every game we've seen GPK play the Tiny, at least what from we've casted, he's just completely taken over the early game and getting 10-minute treads, blink timings, and the enemy team is just unable to combat that early aggression. So how do you feel like this one's going to go for the second game?
It's going to depend on the behavior coming through from like the GPK save combination, right? Like they are going to need to get a whole lot more active than the Quap was able to last game. They've got the heroes to be able to make that happen, but we know the way that GPK plays, right? He does not leave that mid lane unless it's like the perfect fight before getting that Treads Blink Dagger. So we'll see what they're able to do with it. Of course, we've got to hear from EGB first before we get into the game.
Какой тут ММР?
Кто мяукает? Prepare for battle.
Какой тут ММР?
So it looks like this time instead of some old chatting from Mr. Melrian, just going to be a tip given over to his opposition mid laner, as we see how the odds are looking from EGB. Of course, still favoring Betboom to start this game, but we'll see if that's going to change with Nemiga's performance. This could be a...
Save's got to be careful with how deep he's going, but two ships passing in the night at this point. Or even, they haven't been spotted out at all as they go for this full-on wraparound, trying to find someone on the backlines. They should be able to see that Watcher is taken at this point in time, so Vaj is actually going to walk underneath it and look to remove it. Just him revealing though, but you would have to imagine that a Batrider is not going to be moving solo into that dangerous territory.
Чел, ты видел, когда у тебя есть вопросы?
Why do we think Save got tipped? Some internal comms?
Sure. Okay. I'd love to see the cameras at that point in time, you know?
000. I don't...
Maybe he's predicting GPK's KDA at the end of the game.
He denied the bounty. Oh, God.
All right, so 2 for 1 in Betboom's favor. They'll be happy enough with that. Maybe Nightfall as well. I mean, Nightfall ended 0-4-0 in that game number 1. A lot of attention being given over to him the previous go around, but I'm putting a lot of faith in Save here. I mean, that year where he spent on the sidelines was very noticeable that he was missing from the Eastern Europeans. Like, he is such a solid support, you know, having a really good performance over the years with VP he was with at the time, and ever since he's come back, you have seen this big increase in terms of overall competitiveness of this Betboom team. Actually going to go for a bit of a kill attempt here onto Pure on the bottom side. Doesn't have the skewer left yet, and we'll be able to get it.
All right. What a great way to be able to start the lane from Nemiga. Getting first blood. Violent is going to be the one rewarded with that as well. So it looks like completed Wraithband and the Sick is going to be delivering off the back of the Courier.
So I'm just thinking, like, how does the way that Betboom play change off the back of... the way that Nemiga play change off the back of knowing the way that GPK likes to play this mid lane, right? Like, bottle, magic stick, into the treads, into the blink dagger. He is not going to leave this lane. You know Troll's not wanting to leave. You know Magnus isn't wanting to leave. So do you put all of your eggs into, for example, the Troll Warlord basket and look to try and, you know, take his farm away? Do you look to open up where the Juggernaut is able to reliably farm just so that he's the one that's going to be able to...
Nightfall, I mean, there's a big kill. They found the level 2 on Azure before Nightfall does, so... Got aggressive straight away with the Flame Break and the Firefly. They're more than happy with trading those kills. I don't want Azure to go down though. Well, that's not going to be the case.
Very solid start for them to be able to have. But yeah, I would have to imagine that that's really what I was mentioning before was what Nemiga are going to look to do, right? Just make those early rotations up towards top off the back of just the Diffusal Blade on Mallory. That's all he really needs, and he should be able to get it before the Blink Dagger comes out on the Tiny. Of course, very dependent on how the lane goes. It's going to be dependent on if Save is enabled to make a few of these rotations. This is a little bit harder of a lane for Pure this time around. Of course, has a much more high damage lane to be able to play around with. Just the Sticky Bomb providing plenty of slow to be able to enable the spin coming through from Violet. Still holding on to the skill point right now for Pure, but now at least he's level 2, so has the skewer to be able to get away.
Is it going to be too difficult though for Save to leave him to start to make some stacks in the jungle? Because that is one of the big benefits that the Coddle is able to provide a team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think he's going to be forced to, right? Like, you need to make sure that you've got the stuff to be able to respond to this early aggression that's going to be coming through from Nemiga. Like, you're going up against a Spirit Breaker and a Bat Rider, for God's sake. Like, they will run at you. It's just about, like, can you look to have the utility to be able to respond to it by the time that they are looking to do that? And the way to do that is oftentimes going away from the lanes into safer areas, as Pure will just be able to get away from this. So I wonder if now, with that spin being on cooldown, Sticky Bomb doesn't connect onto Pure. You look to maybe make a bit of a move away on Save. Maybe they look to make an aggressive play on So Bad, but won't be able to protect that that Water Rune, I would imagine. For Save here, doesn't have a hard camp to be able to make the pull happen with yet either. They're just keeping this pressure up onto the Magnus. Luckily for him, the skewer still goes even when you're stunned by the blast off.
Still looks like Pure is going to get his farm regardless, and all the other lanes, Betboom, they're having a pretty good time as well.
Bot lane.
Nightfall. Pure, skewer back up. He's actually going to drag him under the tower. Is it going to be enough? Nice blinding light as well, but the extra damage Violent will go down. Save just clips him there with the Illuminate, and that is a huge kill for them to find. I don't think they're going to be able to get So Bad as well, but Pure should be fine with the Ring of Health to be able to stick around. Maybe not.
He's got tangos coming out to him as well. Save unfortunately just ate his last tango, so they have that to immediately give it over to Pure. But again, Magnus, at the end of the day, he's happy enough just to be able to be part of that kill, make sure he's getting the net worth, because he's still only level 3.5. Even with that death, Violent, he's ahead of this Magnus in terms of both net worth and experience, and that's not looking like stopping anytime soon.
Nice Sinister's Gaze to drag him once again under the tower. His tower's working quite well for Betboom, helps him get a double kill top, and of course the kill we saw Pride down bottom, so a much better start for the boys on Dire. Nightfall 31 and 6 is going to be the phase boots already completed, so a big item to help just separate himself from the Bat Rider, but also just to help him dominate this lane even further.
And the one happiest about all this is going to be GPK, right? He just wants the tools to be able to sit in this lane for as long as he can, you know, up until he's got the power treads coming out to him now. I wonder if he really is begging for Save to be able to make that rotation to start building up some stacks for the push, as well as secure that power in for himself. both going to the same rune. Who's going to be the lucky one? And it's actually top. So that's what the old chat is about, coming through from Malrine. Just giving him a little bit of the old Gabe and luck coming through. He wants to see Malrine in Div 1 again. I think that's it.
I don't blame him. Malrine's quite a enjoyable player to watch.
Would also guarantee us 2 tiebreaker series rather than just the 1 3-way.
That is true. That is true. More Dota. Can never complain about that. I do want something else to say about it though. And like you said, a lot of the issue for them is just their playmaking potential at the early game before GPK gets blink. Is that even an issue though? Like, do we feel like Nemiga could use that to their advantage, knowing that they aren't going to be active for the next 6 or so minutes?
Yeah, that's essentially what I was saying before, right? When I'm talking about when can the Pango make the rotation up towards top. You know, he's level 6 now, and he's got a haste rune to be able to potentially make that sort of attempt. Maybe just wants to wait for the treads, because again, he knows that GPK is going to slay for as long as he can. He's making his own stacks. He's even got save starting to make some stacks as he secures that wisdom rune for himself. But yeah, it's just a matter of like getting that swashbuckle maxed out, getting that power tread so that you've got the sustained damage, not just purely off the back of the rolling thunder for the control. Maybe just waiting for Vaja to hit level 6 as well. He's got Spirit Breaker level 3.5, and yeah, if I'm him, maybe not wanting to soak up too much of this XP in the lane. Just get up to that level 6 as quickly as he can so that he can, alongside the Pango with the haste rune rotation, look to get another kill onto Nightfall up here. Nightfall's got the battle trance though, to be able to respond.
Okay. I mean, some trouble so bad with the leap over as well, but the instant TPs, they're ready to protect the Tiny. Malrine still feels like they've got enough damage to be able to chase down GPK. But it looks like that will not be the case. Save in Toronto, Tokyo now pop out of the tree line. Nemiga gonna back out. That's no rolling thunder now to be able to defend this potential power rune fight. Although GPK, of course, is still very low on the resources as well, so will be lucky enough for the blinding light pushback, and he's got full bottle charges to be able to work with. Playing no Vaja.
From mid top.
He's got mana if needed with the Lotus. It's going to be able to get the lasso out. Battle Trance is there from Nightfall, but with Hellscream here, that little bit of control is going to prove to be a very big issue for the Troll to be able to turn it back around. And yet, like you said, GPK also dies on the opposite side of the map. So 2 cores from Betboom going down. What was an incredible start to their early game in the second game is shut down very quickly thanks to these kills.
I didn't exactly see what happened mid. Were you watching?
I think Violent Omni Slash, I am mad, well, by the looks of it, yeah.
Okay. Very nicely done by him. Maybe just anticipating that they were looking to make a move off the back of the Invis rune that GPK had picked up. They'd set up the Sentry Ward prior. They knew that the Coddle had come here as well, and that's all that GPK really would have needed to make a lot of that action happen. I mean, I guess also anticipating the fact that with the Spirit Breaker showing that he was charging up towards the top side, that they would have that outnumber for the mid lane. So really good teamwork coming through from Nemiga to be able to make that happen. Again though, GPK not moving. He is here for the medium haul, let's say. Just a high 1,000 or so gold away from that Blink Dagger before he can really start to make some of those moves. And now off the back of only an assist that you're able to get on Malrine, but it's still valuable enough, right? He's now got the pick pole to be able to play around with, so great for any sort of universal hero. I was mentioning how much damage he's going to be able to do to the supports, and he is just going to rip through both the Lich and the Coddle, just the 4 armor for them to be able to play around with, and that is not significant at all in the context of what a Pango is able to do once he picks up that Diffusal Blade.
Damn, even Vaja's coming mid as well. What's it going to be? How they're going to be able to get on top of GPK? Because Lasso's at the ready. Might just look for save instead. Forced to use the Rolling Thunder by the looks of it. A little unfortunate. But they're able to get the rune away from GPK and continue to slow down his farm. Like we've been saying, that's their playmaker. You delay the blink.
Just little things like that as well. Like Malrine went over to the right side. They stole some of this hard camp as well away on the Bat Rider, and Malrine cleans up the rest of it. They made sure to kite that creep wave to the right-hand side so that you would have this siege creep hitting to the tower. They're just doing everything right. on Nemiga right now. The few kills that Betboom have got have just been off the back of like some really good individual play in terms of their mechanics, but mechanics can only take you so far. This tower's already down to 50 HP with a draft that isn't necessarily the greatest at taking them.
Middle tower has been denied.
It's just going to make it slightly more difficult now with this tower down for Betboom to be able to play off the back of GPK. Because he's going to be hanging around mid. That's going to be your like initial point of rotation where you're going to try and move to him and then smoke from there. So the fact that creeps can get closer to the tier 2 might be easier for Nemiga to potentially read these smokes or maneuvers that we see eventually come out for him. He's now got the blink dagger completed, so still a very good timing from GPK, but not the best from what we've seen out of him so far in the summer tour.
Definitely not. He's still looking to get little bits of farm whenever he can. Of course, most of the time you want to make sure that you've always got that full mana available to be able to make plays, but you're playing with a coddle. You know, he's just going to be looking to, once again, hold hands with save. Should get the chakra magic given over to him, or maybe just looking to get that first Avatos combination onto Melrine first, but it doesn't really seem like it's going to do much of anything. Pinging out the top power rune to see if he can look to yoink this one away from him, and he will.
They won't fight
out time.
Oh, nice use of the Sinister's gaze, and yep, even better, GPK himself knocked up, so no foul. I mean, Rolling Thunder used doesn't have the longest cooldown, so they're going to be chilling, but does reveal the blink dagger as well. They might look to smoke though as soon as this mid wave gets cleared.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? GPK just quickly shoves that one out. They know that they don't have a lot of time to be able to play around with this Rolling Thunder on cooldown, and they instantly go for the smoke afterwards, looking to make a play towards top. I mean, yeah, Nightfall still doesn't want to reveal on the lane. The more lack of information that you have, the better. But Nemiga know exactly what's going on. Baja making the TP up towards the top side just to be able to potentially look to respond to it. But, I mean, this is just a position 4 that was sitting in the lane. So even if you look to make a kill happen off the back of this, you're fairly happy. Not so much if it's the Batrider, though.
He's tanky. 1600 health for Baja. Let's see if it's going to be enough to keep him alive, though. Hellscream thinks about charging in, but it's not going to be the case. A couple nice bounce backs from the Chain Frost will help them secure the kill, and now they've got this top lane getting shoved out as well, so potential objective that also goes the way of Betboom if they want to stick around. Even Pure's here, so they're ready to fight on Betboom.
I'm sure they're just like keeping mental track of like, all right, what is that Rolling Thunder cooldown? Can we still make this play? Still got another 10 seconds to be able to do it. So this is the sort of thing, right? Betboom, they've gone for a greedier draft, but every single opportunity that you have to be able to go on the offensive, especially right around these timings, you got to take it. So big kudos to them that they did make that happen. Killing a core, taking an objective. They might even look to hang around this this Wisdom Rune just to keep the potential for them to play aggressively on the map. Multiple proximity mines set up though. So bad not wanting to give this one up for free. And they'll at least be able to see that this
Radiant's middle
this ancient camp has been sentryed up. Might get a D-ward off there. At least they'll get the Wisdom Rune.
Did you know the minefield causes mines to be invulnerable? I didn't know that. I thought it was just a useless thing, and then once you get Scepter, it gets a buff.
No. It's a strong one.
Sure. I don't know. Just never read that. Never read the ability. Thought it was always just a meme. You kind of just pop it down somewhere and just a bait. What the meme and what's the other?
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with memes and actual usefulness.
Yeah, well, I didn't know there was actual usefulness before the Scepter. That's the thing. I didn't know it gave some of the mines invulnerability, but there you go. Okay. Very cool. Very interesting. So bad.
See that just means that you've got ethics. You're not a techie spammer in the pubs.
Yes, no, I'm not indeed. But he does look like a very fun hero to play, though. Right at the moment.
Here we go.
This, I mean, this style of techies does honestly look quite enjoyable. There's some heroes when I'm casting that I want to try out and kind of want to play, and techies is kind of one of them. But I have not gone to the dark side just yet. So don't think too badly of me. Betboom. Also get the jump though. What was that damage in our Pure? He's also looking to try and reveal his blink as well, but it's going to be off the mark with a skill regardless. So it was a huge amount of damage from GPK. Be able to get rid of the Spirit Breaker. So we see this blink. They're not going to get a couple kills across the map, but they need to continue finding those, though. Big reason why they're wanting to try and stick around is, once again, GPK is going to be in with the combo. Pure's got the drag back, says, no escape for you, Mr. So Bad.
I mean, that's just the Empower, right? The damage coming through for the Tiny that's going to enable him to do that, of course. It's a nice little bit of extra damage onto the towers as well. Almost level 12 as well on GPK, so you talk about the potential for 100-0. This is why you picked the Tiny. You wanted to make this potential to wipe out these targets, even with an Echo Saber as well. Like, this is where we see GPK look to really thrive. The back of a lot of these early gank attempts, shutting out cores for being able to have an influence on the game, and this is night and day difference between game number 1. We've still got Violent having a very good start, but it's really only him this time around. Baiting out a Rolling Thunder as well, while getting a kill.
They're going to start to TP into the T1 tower. That's a great shot at our Xtreme on the floor. Now GPK, they're going to be able to get the Omni Slash out, but meanwhile over the northern side with the RP, there's going to be no damage follow-up. Pure tries to stand strong, but it's not going to be enough. They'll try and TP out as well. It looks like Toronto Tokyo will escape. It's going to be a 1-for-2 in the end, and who wins out there? Does actually hold that thought. Pure looking for the opening with Nightfall nearby. Won't be able to find it though.
I mean, it was again another really nice play by GPK. You know, have a toss. He tossed the Batrider back into the RP. So at least Betboom playing all on the same page. You know, this isn't some disconnected style that they were looking to play around previously. But you still got to say, though, any time that you're giving up a core, especially one like GPK, who does need to continue scaling towards this Aghanims, it's going to be a little bit of a concern every time he dies.
They're looking to get aggressive straight away on Nemiga. They know the ultimates are down, and they're going to be rewarded with a huge kill onto the offlane. A Pure second in net worth as well, so that's no joke of experience and gold. Giving over to the boys on Radiant. I mean, on Violent continuing to free farm across the map, working on the Sunj and Yasha. He's having a great time so far. GPK?
Basically, got it. Well,
my god.
I'll take that as tribute.
Yeah, it's a lot. He's able to do. I mean, again, he's even got the Spark of Courage as well, right? So plus 18 damage off top of everything else that he's already got. And it's just only going to get further as well. That tree grab. Only a couple of points into it. Looking to go into an early-ish Aghanim Scepter. Not sure how strongly I feel about it. I mean, I'm a big fan of the Aghanim Scepter overall, and maybe the Empower is going to be enough to be able to make up for what I feel like it lacks in damage. I just don't think until you're like level 8, level 20, you just don't have the damage to truly make it that full-on damage impact. Maybe just something like a Chrysalis or a Shadow Blade beforehand to enable you to find those quick pickoffs and not rely entirely on Pure to be able to make it happen, and then you can look to go into the Aghanims after that.
Looks like he's changed his mind as a whole anyways. GPK is going to go BKB now, so probably look for the disassemble of the Echo.
Yeah, you can hit Malrine during the Rolling Thunder as well, which is always really nice with the extra range on the tree grab too.
How concerned do we feel like Nemiga need to be that Nightfall has gone unaddressed for a decent chunk of this game? You know, he's still behind the Juggernaut's net worth, but he's starting to catch back up with the Battle Fury. He's about to have this BKB completed.
I mean, you have to obviously be a little bit concerned just because of how capable Nightfall is of farming, but I feel like you've got the right heroes to be able to address it. Right, like plenty of mobility on a lot of these cores. Even just the techies eventually is going to be able to get into that reactive taser Aghanim Shard to be able to play around with. So whoever he focuses onto, they're just going to get tasered. He's going to get disarmed for a majority of the duration. And even Spirit Breaker, he's going for a Yule Scepter after picking up the Shadow Blade, which he's pretty close to. So just a lot of stuff that's going to be able to prevent the Troll Warlord from doing anything consistently in these fights. Or, I mean, he needs to play around that BKB, and then you can just kite him. And main game plan for Nemiga, right? Just get this BKB down to 6 seconds as quickly as possible, and then look to take these more consistent fights.
And you'd see Nemiga, their heroes are very versatile in regards to the items they can go for. Like Melrine, if he wants to, I really wouldn't hate a Halberd picked up off the Scepter. Hellscream can get it, Vajra can get it as well. There's just a lot of potential for them to go down that route. I know you mentioned the Ag Shard for the techies, but you could try and, because it's even going to limit Pure's damage, even a little bit of GPKs inside the fights as well, and eventually a lot of it's going to be on the Ag, but there is definitely the potential for them to consider Halberds as well from Nemiga.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's the sort of game where you wouldn't even hate something like a Force stuff, you know, to be able to get away from a lot of this stuff, to be able to prevent the full combination if Pure isn't perfect with his casting on the Harpoon.
Okay.
Got that BKB to be able to play around with. They do smoke. It's not under... It is actually was right underneath a so bad Observer Ward, so Murray knows how much time he's got to be able to play with. Just enough to be able to shove out that lane, use the haste rune, and get away from the rest of this. He's... I mean, can Violent stick around here? It's under an Observer Ward, but surely they're talking about this, and the Eagle Song on the Korea might end up giving him away. Is that a bit of a bait? You know, moving over towards the left-hand side, seeing if they could force them to move a bit further left than they're actually wanting to go. Still will get delivered to him as he makes the retreat through the Twin Gate. And they need to address lanes now.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
Power of Vision.
They're gonna Roche. Okay. The two heroes are showing mid. They know that Betboom just smoked, so the possibility of them going for a back-to-back smoke is pretty low. And like you said, lanes are in a very good spot for them as well, so looks like this might go uncontested. It will take a while though. So is the read going to be there from Betboom?
I don't know if they have the tools to be able to address it. They can't get there quickly enough. Now you've got just the, is it the 1 point? No, 3 points in the lucky shot on Melrine. So a little bit of disarm, a little bit of minus armor for the Roshan. They're looking to move, but I don't think it's going to be quick enough.
It won't be. Age is picked up, and now Betboom. Let's see.
Even some mines to play around with as well. They could go for that dive, so yeah, they set up perfectly for that, and then I'm assuming that they know that this movement has come through from this bottom side of the map, and so Violent was just looking to go straight back up top. He's doing a great job of dodging out a lot of these ganks that Betboom have aimed up for him. Of course, we'll always have that second life to be able to play around with as well, so maybe after just pushing out one more wave, wants to retreat back towards the safety of somewhere relatively close to a tower, so that Nemiga's always able to respond. So bad. Just looking to connect up onto him, provide him a lot of additional survivability. No Tormentor taken just yet, so I wonder when Nemiga are going to look to go for that, just because So bad has the Aghanim Shard queued up for himself. But look at how desperate Betboom are to be able to finally connect onto one of these kills. Their last two smokes have whiffed, just not quite quick enough to be able to catch them out. That time around, at least it wasn't under an Observer Ward, but anytime that they're not showing on the map, and you could just see they walked past one of these techies' mines, pops, they know how much time they have to be able to spend. So I'm sure that's exactly the comms coming through here. Violent was looking to move a bit further towards the right side. Is he going to get away?
This is scary, man. Oh, no. They thought they were all there. Oh, no way.
The smoke pop.
Oh, that could have been so bad. No pun. I didn't mean it, but oh my lord, that was super, super dangerous. How would they have gotten there as well for Nemiga? That could have been, I know it's only 1,000 net worth lead, but that could have been Aegis gone, kill the Jug again. They were very far away from any reinforcements getting there, so they catch a break without a doubt, and now they're going to be able to pressure this bottom tower as well. I mean, Solar Crest up, give over to Violent. He's got a Butterfly now coming out in the Courier as well.
I'd love to be able to have a look at the, yeah, that's exactly what I was looking to see. Look at that gold graph. Ever since that spike at the bottom going towards the top, that was when they took Roshan, and it has just gone so much because Betboom has spent a lot of their time not farming. They've been going all out for these ganking threats, and, you know, a lot of the time, they are still fairly decently spread in terms of, like, who has the net worth on the team between Betboom, but it should really just be the Juggernaut being the one caught out as a result of this, and it hasn't happened. Going high ground.
So you can't really go for the Harp and skill back. Violent can always Blade Fury. So it's going to be GP. Jesus, all right. What's he
Let him do it again.
Are they going to be able to get in dangerous? There we go. Pure's going to be in with the RP for the turnaround. Azure, he's got the lasso to stop the troll its damage, and now with the Omni Slash as well, ripping apart GPK. He's going to be able to stand straight off the back of the BKB, tossing him further in the middle. Is the high ground defense going to be enough for Betboom as they will lose out on their carry? Melreen trying to do his best to turn the fight back around, but it's going to be dragged further inside the base, and as a result, Betboom, a crafty defense for them. GPK blows up the first life, and they've got enough damage to go through Violent afterwards. In the end, a 2 for 3.
So much damage coming through. Actually, didn't seem like that much, actually. 1,500 from the Tiny, but it shows the power of that reposition, right? The potential to blow up. Of course, it was a nice lasso to come back to at least get the Troll Warlord kill at the end of it all, but maybe just a little bit premature with going up onto that high ground, wanting to not run the risk that you were going up against this really heavily scaling lineup. But again, very, very scary whenever you're going up against that BKB piercing stun in the reverse polarity and the toss back and the skewer back and the harpoon, and honestly even a lot of the damage reduction that is applied on the back of the frost shield. So I really like this item that Violent's going for next in the nullifier. Even during the Omni Slash, you can look to pop that nullifier onto whatever target is being focused by that frost shield.
Oh, beautifully done save. Great ward. Ducks over to the left as well, so Azure wasn't able to catch him out near the cliff, and GPK and Toronto Tokyo in a perfect position to be able to follow up as well straight away. So back-to-back kills for them, 40 seconds where they can get the lanes in a pretty good position to continue playing aggressive and to turn this one around. I mean, you were speaking about the net worth on how once the Angels was claimed from Nemiga, they did a great job to slow down the game to build up their gold, but now.
It is. I mean, what's Tiny on his career? Does he have the... Doesn't have an Ogrex purchased as well. Just going to look to disassemble the Echo, but it's still going to be enough for him to have this full Aghanim Scepter completed as well. We were talking about that level 18 timing being so huge from the additional damage that it looks to provide. Of course, level 20 as well, having that extra damage on top of that too. So I feel like that's really what Betboom are looking to play for. You know, Troll Warlord, he's still a little bit away from the MKB. So if he can get level 20, if he can get MKB, if Tiny can have level 20 with that Echo Saber completed again, and maybe even a BKB for Pure, that's when Betboom are finally going to look to try and go on the offensive as opposed to just playing a little bit more reactionary Dota. That's when they'll be fully in control. But Nemiga, they don't want to give them the opportunity to go for that. All-man smoke coming through. Batrider, the only one not part of it. He's got the boots of travel to be able to join.
Violent.
Nightfall.
Straight to Nightfall. DD in the bottle here for Violent, so they're well aware.
Yeah. One for the cliff, the busted cliff. I wonder if GPK is just like, empower please. Give me the high five and the empower. Come on. Go. Just a casual 500 damage, and oh, by the way, the meta of core Tiny is back with Titan Sliver guaranteed dropping every single time.
Oh, the classic. We saw that way too often when Tiny was getting played as one.
Every game, not way too often. Every game.
So, I mean, status, this not only the base attack damage is great, but the status resistance this game, it's always been a great way to address the lasso, rolling thunder for the chain control, for the spirit breaker too. Not really too worried about the magic resistance, but those other two components are going to be huge for Mr. GPK.
Got that Echo Saber backup as well. So again, right now they're still looking to play a little bit more of that reactionary style. They know that they've got some decent vision to play around with. Save, he's holding on to the gem. You also do have a gem on, I want to say, the techies as well. So bad looking to just enable Nemiga. So it's basically a standoff, you know, between this the wrong side of the tracks basically is the other side of this mid lane, and neither one wants to be able to broach that, but I feel like it's going to need to be Nemiga that does it first. In Juggernaut, he's only 1,200 or so away from that nullifier, not just the nullification power that it provides, but I mean, the damage output that it gives to plus 75 damage. Just the fact of completing the nullifier gives you an additional 20 of what Sacred Relic actually gives you. A lot of people don't even recognize the value coming through from that alone.
I'll take that.
It's gonna be said though that the Nemiga Arena Vag is farm are starting to slow down. Like, we are seeing this greedy tricolor lineup from Betboom start to continue to build the lead. Like Pure, last I checked, he had a Lincoln's, and now he's got another item coming out. He's got a BKB coming up. So there you go. I mean, we've spoken about GPK and his itemization. He's going to be working on a Daedalus. So, yeah, this could be an issue. One more lost fight, and all of a sudden, that Batrider and Pengo net worth is going to look really grim.
So that's the thing I like about Betboom's game this time around, is that it's much more like a roller coaster. You know, it's not just always looking to play reactionary. It's not 3 cores trying to get an insane amount of farm. GPK got active this game. You know, as soon as, yeah, it didn't work every single time, but at least it forced Nemiga to have to respond to something that Betboom were doing, rather than just do everything on their terms, essentially, right? And with this, like, you are always just looking to play a little bit more aggressive, right? Just when they're not showing on the map, they could potentially be going for a smoke. They're looking to group up together. Gives Nightfall the chance to be able to now just be 50 gold away from his MKB. As soon as they feel like a smoke's going to expire, they're able to, again, roam out onto the map. And it's a 5-man smoke coming through off of, well, especially off the back of the MKB being finished up, but maybe that's what the laugh is. Nightfall just needing that tiny little bit of extra gold. But once again, Roshan actually spawns in their face. They know that it's going on, though, with those mines being popped.
They've only got a quarter duration left on the smoke as well, so there's no way they're going to be able to get down to bottom. Looks like they just have to give it up, and it is now going to be... you've got your response to the butterfly, and they're starting to TP, and with the cliff ward, they will be aware. Instant retreat from Nemiga. They're not going to stick around. Nightfall wants to hunt them down, though. He knows truly how strong that Betboom are. Murray, though, looking for the jump. It's going to be up to Pure. That's a great target. Lincoln spot. Now with a flop. GPK. That's a huge amount of damage. Now Pure as well. What a backup from Betboom. GPK just shreds him apart. The use of the tree volley dispatches all Nemiga's members, and Pure will stay alive as well.
God damn, 4,000 damage. They just melted inside of that combination, and really quick reactions as well by Toronto Tokyo. It's the reason behind wanting to go for this Lincoln Sphere on Pure. He gets jumped off the back of that 4-staff being used onto him before the lasso, but I mean, he gets the instant use of that Frost Shield onto him. They weren't able to land the Nullifier, I don't think, so they're not actually able to get the kill. And well, kind of similar to last time, this isn't really the situation where you want to be using the buyback, and Nightfall able to start hitting up into it. At least the Pango slows things down a little bit off the back of the lucky shot. We'll see what happens, though. No Juggernaut for 20 seconds.
Structures are fortified.
Now you've even got a Chrysalis coming out for GPK. No glyphs remaining as well. Huge wave pushing in top, so no tier 2 tower to have to be worried about there either. Just get picked.
Azure's going to find an opening onto GPK. They've got the Juggernaut being able to TP in as well. Let's see if Vant's going to have the damage. Instant response out of the top speed as well. Now he's controlled. Omni will come out at the last second, but Nightfall, that's the first life. They've expended a lot as well. Let's see if they're going to be able to set up to protect him off the back of the respawn. Push back thanks to the ultimate heal. Melrin's just completely isolated from the team. There's going to be no way to keep alive, and now Nightfall turns it back around. Bash is stacking up along with the attack speed vial. There's no escape. Nightfall's locked onto his target, and it looks like that'll be all she wrote. There's Betboom. They'll be able to tie up the Series 3 down without a buyback. It'll be a full setup. Yep, Melrin calls it double GG's. 2 fights is all they needed from Betboom. Beautiful.
I mean, this is the Betboom that we're wanting to see, right? You just got to give GPK that sort of hero where he can pop off entirely. You know, it was a good quad pick in game number 1, but maybe just not respecting the fact that